favor right now of the Eknath Shinde camp. Is that how we should be reading this, Rhythm?
Yes. In fact, Nupur, I also want to, on this, go across to Piyush, who's joining us live. The Supreme Court, I'll just put this into perspective for our viewers, has today deferred both the disqualification proceedings that were initiated by the Deputy Speaker against the rebel Sena MLAs and the present Speaker's counter proceedings against other faction Sena MLAs, saying the matter would take some time to be listed, which is going to be seen as a relief for the Shinde camp. He's also said, tell the Speaker's office, Piyush, not to go ahead with the proceedings.
Well, yes, Rhythm, it is now being seen as a very big sign of relief for Shinde camp and a setback for Uddhav Thackeray camp. Remember that Kapil Sibal wanted to have early hearing on all these pleas, but now Supreme Court is saying that matter will be listed, and after the compilation of the bench, then only it would be heard. If we talk about this entire case, remember that the Eknath Shinde camp had moved to Supreme Court when the then Speaker of NCP, he had sent a notice to all the MLAs. Around 16 MLAs were there from Eknath Shinde camp where they were asked as to why they should not be disqualified, after which Eknath Shinde camp had moved to Supreme Court, and at that time itself they had made it very clear that they are not supporting Mahavikas Aghadi. In fact, they have taken back their support from the corrupt government of Mahavikas Aghadi. The then Speaker had in fact asked the Shinde camp MLAs to respond within 2 weeks, but the Shinde camp decided to move to Supreme Court, and now Supreme Court has said that it is going to hear the matter on some other day. At the time, Supreme Court had also issued notice to Speaker, to the Shiv Sena party leader on the floor of the House, and also to central government. So after listening to all the responses, we are getting to know that the Supreme Court, I'm also getting information from inside, which our colleague Sambhav is also telling us. He's telling us that it's a big relief to Shinde camp, where there will be no action against the rebel MLAs till the bench sets up by Chief Justice of India hears the matter. So it is going to take more time. Until then, there will be no actions taken against these 16 rebel MLAs of Shiv Sena. We'll have to wait and watch what is going to happen in next hearing when CGI hears the entire matter, because a bench needs to be set up. This is what Supreme Court is saying, and then CGI would be hearing these all the pleas, all the petitions. Those are being filed not only by Shinde camp but also by Uddhav Thackeray camp. Rhythm.
All right, so as Piyush is pointing out, we appear to have reached a state where the court will hear all this later. Now, Rhythm, just for the benefit of our viewers, can you break down for us the number of pleas that the court was listening to? One, of course, is the fact that the court says that we'll have to, it'll take us some time to set up a bench, and that till then all these matters will be heard. So can you give us some clarity on the number of pleas that the court was hearing?
So, Nupur, there are 3 pleas that the Supreme Court had to hear, but they were not listed today. This is just an urgent mentioning that has been spoken by Kapil Sibal, who appeared for the Uddhav camp. One was the trust vote which happened on Maharashtra on the 3rd of July. The second plea is against the appointment of Chief Minister Eknath Shinde as the Maharashtra Chief Minister by Governor Bhagat Singh Koshyari. And the third is the appointment of the Chief Whip Bharat Gogwale in the Assembly by the newly elected Speaker Rahul Narvekar, and disqualification pleas pending against 16 rebel Shiv Sena MLAs. So a lot of pleas that the Supreme Court had to hear, since they'll have to go into great details about the powers of the Speaker versus the powers of the Governor versus whether the Deputy Speaker's conduct was correct. The Supreme Court said we shall hear this matter later on. They've not given out a date for this as of now.
So, Rhythm, will all of this be bunched up, or are there going to be separate pleas again? We are, of course, waiting for the detailed orders to come out, but what's your understanding of how this will go forward now?
So, Nupur, it's not, the pleas are going to be as a batch, because they are similar, will be heard simultaneously and together by the Chief Justice of India's bench, and they will possibly direct another bench to hear this matter. But for today, they refuse to list the matter. They've also told the Solicitor General, tell the Speaker not to take any sudden orders or any mentionings or any continuations. And Piyush, as you continue to stay with us, I also want to tell you, Nupur, that the Supreme Court has today only deferred the pleas, the disqualification proceedings and other proceedings, and said we shall hear them later. So in a sense, we can say, Piyush, will come back to you also on this, that the status quo that the Supreme Court has said has has to be maintained, but this will be seen as a setback for the Uddhav camp.
All right, Piyush, if we can come back to you now on this one. Piyush, any reactions that we are getting? I know it's just come out, but any political reactions that you are getting from what's happened in court?
Well, shortly we'll get a voice coming in from Maharashtra, because yes, both the factions were keeping a close watch on Supreme Court's developments, because the Uddhav Thackeray camp was hoping Supreme Court moving ahead and disqualify these MLAs, because they have been claiming, Nupur, that they have committed the biggest sin there in the assembly by going against the law and by making their own faction. In fact, the Shinde camp was also very much hopeful that the Supreme Court would adhere to their pleas also. We'll have to wait and watch how both the camps are going to respond to that. As of now, nobody has responded, but yes, they are keeping a close watch on all the developments. We have just heard from Supreme Court, where it has said that in coming few days a bench would be set up, and Chief Justice of India would be hearing to all the pleas. We'll have to wait and watch how the camps are going to respond to that. But Uddhav Thackeray camp once again requested court to disqualify all them and hear their plea. All the pleas would now be merged, and then Supreme Court will be hearing. As of now, the date has not been announced by Supreme Court, but till the time the next hearing takes place, there will be no action taken against all these 16 rebel shifts in MLAs.
Now, Piyush, what's your understanding of how this will go forward in terms of what happens in the government in Maharashtra? Because do remember that Eknath Shinde, the Chief Minister, and Mr. Fadnavis had both said that, the allotment of portfolios will be on hold till, these pleas are decided upon. So how does this then go forward in terms of political, in terms essentially of government activity here?
Well, like you rightly pointed out, that there was a close watch which was being done not only by Shinde camp but also by BJP camp, and they were hoping that Supreme Court is going to hear the matter and also come out with some sort of verdict on this. But now Supreme Court saying that they are going to hear the matter in coming few days after the bench is set up. We can expect that this cabinet reshuffle could be postponed. We were also hearing that senior leaders from the BJP there in the state of Maharashtra could be given the portfolios, and also from Shinde camp around 10 MLAs from Shinde camp were to be allotted the ministerial position there in Maharashtra. But now we can expect announcement coming in from the Maharashtra government of postponing all this, because the matter is in Supreme Court. But yes, the government is now very much hopeful to do this in coming few days. At the same time, a big sign of relief could be seen for Shinde camp. So till the time next hearing takes place, no actions will be taken against all these MLAs. This is what has been made very much clear by Supreme Court.
All right, stay with us, Piyush. Rhythm, if I could come back to you now. Rhythm, this is going to be a long-winded matter now, because the Supreme Court essentially has put on, has said we're first going to constitute a bench and thereafter the proceedings will go forward. In your opinion, how do you see this going forward now?
Well, I do believe, Nupur, that the case is finally going to be heard and decided in the Supreme Court. We've seen several other cases when there have been such matters, whether it's the Karnataka MLA's matter that the Supreme Court had a midnight hearing in, the Goa Assembly matter when we saw similar cases, or even the other election matters that we've seen in the top court. I do believe in political cases such as this, it's the final authoritative stamp of the legal courts of the country that decides everything finally. But I do think that for now, the government that is there has been formed. Whatever challenges that are there will be taken up later, which is going to be seen as a huge relief, because the Supreme Court in its wisdom has said these are matters that we shall be listing later. For now, the Speaker should not go ahead and state anything. Also, like the Uddhav camp that was led by Kapil Sibal in the court has said. But what's going to happen is, once these pleas are heard, we shall see authoritative judgments coming in from the Supreme Court on constitutional matters such as the role of the Speaker, the conduct of the Deputy Speaker, the actions of the Deputy Speaker in this manner, and other such things that have been asked and demanded by the Uddhav camp as well as the Shinde camp when they both came to the Supreme Court. We're going to see whether the disqualification of the MLA stands the test of time. All this, however, will be taken up at an indefinite date that has been not given by the Supreme Court today, except the Supreme Court said we shall hear this later on. So for now, there's status quo in the Maharashtra political crisis drama in the top court, where the Supreme Court is not going to give out an urgent hearing to the Uddhav camp.
Now, Rhythm, would this then appear to you as a setback for the Uddhav camp? Because, as far as time goes, perhaps they're losing out because, it will also be a matter of charging the cadres of the party at the ground levels. Rhythm?
Okay, Nupur, I didn't get your question. I'm sorry. I'll just retrace what's happened in the Supreme Court in this hearing because I didn't quite catch the question. Right in the morning today, senior advocate Kapil Sibal appeared for Uddhav Thackeray faction and requested that the bench that's led by Chief Justice Ramana to list the matters. So the first thing that they try to do is get the matters listed today. How the Sibal said the disqualification petitions are listed tomorrow. It was earlier listed on 27th. He said the court is to have to hear this matter on 11th. There should be no disqualification till the matter is decided. That's when the Solicitor General stated, I am appearing for the governor. The Chief Justice said, Mr. Mehta, please inform the Assembly Speaker not to take any hearing. We shall see what has to be heard of the matter. The Chief Justice also said and informed, I am not listing the matter tomorrow. It requires some time. Please inform the Speaker through your office. So the matter is also not coming up tomorrow, Nupur.
All right, Rhythm, do stay with us. I'm going to go across to Piyush. Piyush, any reactions that we are getting yet? It is largely being seen as a setback for the Uddhav Thackeray camp. So any reactions that we are getting politically? Piyush, can you hear me? Piyush, if you can hear me, I was asking you about the political reactions that we are getting to this. It is being largely seen as a setback for Uddhav Thackeray camp because time is of the essence as far as this is concerned.
Well, Nupur, we can expect Sanjay Raut to react in a short while from now because he is the one who comes out and briefs the media about the stand those are being taken by Uddhav Thackeray camp. What we were learning is that both the factions, be it Eknath Shinde camp, Deepak Karsekar, who is the official spokesperson of Shinde camp, he is the one who briefs media. So we can expect a reaction coming in from both the sides in a short while from now because the Supreme Court's observations and the hearing in the Supreme Court is going to have a lot of ramification there in the politics of Maharashtra because Thackeray camp still believes that these MLAs had rebelled and they have no choice to go and form their own faction. In fact, the support is still with them and legally they are they are not ought to form their own faction. In fact, and that is why we had seen as to how the speaker at the time had sent out a notice to all the rebel MLAs asking them to respond within 2 days. But instead of responding to the notice by Speaker, the MLAs decided, Shinde faction decided to move to Supreme Court challenging the notices those were issued by the then Speaker by telling to Supreme Court that he has no right to do so. In fact, he is the one who should be disqualified. At the time, Shinde camp
so, Piyush, as you're pointing out, of course, we are still waiting for reactions to come in from both sides. Thank you for the moment, Piyush and Rhythm. And here's a look at the top news that we are following this morning. Soon after the Amarnath Yatra resumed after 48 hours suspension by officials following an unfortunate event of a sudden cloudburst that claimed 16 lives and injured over 40 people. It was suspended again because of weather conditions. Now, while rescue operations are on at full swing, several people are still missing. A fresh batch of pilgrims have started from the Jammu base camp now. A big setback for the Uddhav Shiva Sena camp. Supreme Court has refused to list the matter today as Uddhav Thackeray had asked for. The Supreme Court has said that no action will be taken on the Shinde MLAs till the bench is now set up. The court will today hear gangster Lawrence Bishnoi's plea over alleged third-degree torture on him in Punjab Police's custody and the denial of access to his lawyers while in custody. In a video statement released to the media, Bishnoi's lawyer has claimed that Bishnoi was produced before the duty magistrate without any legal representation and has been sent to police custody without being allowed to plead his case. The Supreme Court will pronounce its verdict today on Abu Salim's plea that his life sentence in the 1993 Mumbai blast case should be reduced to 25 years. The government of India at the time of his extradition had promised the Portuguese government that the maximum sentence would not be more than 25 years. Shiv Sena's President Uddhav Thackeray has called a meeting of the party MPs on Monday to take a decision on the next week's presidential election. The Sena MP from Sindhudurg, Vinayak Raut, said the meeting will be held at 12 o'clock in the afternoon. The meeting has been set up to discuss the party's stand on presidential elections stated to be held on the 18th of July. The Met Department has issued a red alert for coastal districts of Karnataka as heavy rains are expected to continue in the region for the next 3 days. A warning has been issued for the fishing community to not venture out into the sea. Schools and colleges have also been shut down for the meantime because of heavy rains in the state. The IMD has also issued a You are watching Republic TV, and still to come, we will get you the latest of what the Supreme Court has said as far as the Shiv Sena cases go.
We have been very supportive of Sri Lanka and we are trying to help. There is no refugee crisis right now.
On the occasion of Eid al-Adha on Sunday, Border Security Force and Pakistan Rangers exchanged wishes at the Atari Wagah border. As a part of traditional gesture between two border guarding forces, BSF exchanged gestures to Pakistan Rangers.
आज ईद के इस मुबारक अवसर पर जॉइंट चेक पोस्ट अटारी से सीमा सुरक्षा बल के द्वारा पाकिस्तान रेंजर्स को स्वीट्स ऑफर किए गए। ये हमारे देश की परंपराओं, सद्भावना की नीति और शांति की पहल के भी परिचायक हैं।
The BSF Gujarat frontier has also exchanged greeting and sweets with Pakistan Rangers. In a statement, BSF Gujarat frontier has said that as a goodwill gesture, sweets have been exchanged at multiple border points. Sweets were exchanged at international borders of Kutch and Banaskantha district of Gujarat, as well as at ICP Munabao, Gadra, Somrar, Kilnor and Varnahar in Barmer district of Rajasthan. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Prime Minister has posited a picture of Ma Kali, which is source of India's spiritual energy, which is a unifying factor.
माँ काली का यही चेतना बंगाल और पूरे भारत की आस्था में है। माँ काली का वो असीम आशीर्वाद हमेशा भारत के साथ।
Because of the government intervention in the space sector is very evident. They want to make a great reforms in space sector. So primarily the space agency has been the only ISRO so far. So they want a private entity to come in, not only to as a supplier of space items, but more into building rockets, satellites and applications on their own and own it and operate it. So for that the government is asking to prepare a policy which we have prepared. So a space policy 2022 is already prepared, in which we allow space private entities to own and operate satellites. This is a very big change. All satellites of India are currently owned only by ISRO. And every television broadcasting channels are provided only through ISRO. This is going to change. So it's not only the communication side, it's also going to change in remote sensing side. No, imaging satellites are owned only by ISRO and defense only. Now private entities can own imaging satellites. They can take photograph, images. They can use value-added products and also market.
Maharashtra continues to face heavy rains in several areas. The district of Gadchiroli is reeling from a flood-like situation due to heavy downpour. Several roads have been submerged underwater due to the incessant and heavy rains in the region. The water has entered the houses in Gadchiroli as people in the district are suffering from this calamity. The India Meteorological Department issued an orange alert for the Gadchiroli district, predicting heavy to very heavy showers accompanied by thunderstorms with lightning. Heavy rains have been reported in Maharashtra's Nanded in the last 24 hours, causing flood-like situations in several places in the district. Several parts of Maharashtra, including Mumbai, Thane, Palghar, Raigad, Ratnagiri, Pune have been experiencing heavy downpours. 27 NDRF teams have been deployed across the state amid the heavy rainfall and a red alert issued by IMD.
The headlines at 11:30. Supreme Court comes down heavily on Vijay Mallya. A 4-month jail term awarded. Setback to OPS camp, EPS officially takes over as interim AIA DMK General Secretary. Doors smashed, tires set ablaze and headquarters vandalized as OPS and EPS cadres come to blows. Setbacks galore for ousted Uddhav. Supreme Court refuses to list plea challenging Speaker's appointment. Mega rebellion in Goa Congress. Party sacks top leader Michael Lobo. 5 others now incommunicado. UN report states India likely to surpass China as the most populous. Demand for population control grows. Breaking news coming in here on live and breaking on Republic TV. Goa Congress Legislative Party has passed a resolution to change its CLP leader. A new CLP will be appointed today after the sacking of Michael Lobo yesterday. Republic has accessed the letter sacking Lobo from his post. Michael Lobo is one of the tallest Congress leaders in Goa, and he was sacked by his party on allegations of conspiring to defect to the BJP with a number of other Congress leaders. Now the party has taken a resolution to replace him. So Congress preemptive move in Goa backfires. And joining us now is Ankit to take us through this major development. Ankit, well, the Goa Congress now, it's almost a repeat of what happened nearly 3 years ago. If the rumors are true, that is. They seem to be true. That's what the Goa party chief says. It's over to you now to take us through the significance of this latest development, the move to replace one of the tallest Congress leaders of Goa, Michael Lobo.
Yes, no doubt. In fact, yesterday we had seen that a lot had been said also by Dinesh Gundurao, who is the Congress's in charge for Goa, who had accused these leaders who are MLAs of the Congress party of hobnobbing and trying to effect a defection to the BJP. In those terms, he had named, of course, Michael Lobo by name, and he had said that he was very disappointed in him because he was the leader of the opposition, and Dinesh Gundurao accused him of hobnobbing with the BJP and trying to engineer a breakaway. However, at that time he said that because a number of our MLAs are very brave, these are the words of Dinesh Gundurao, Michael Lobo and whoever is with him were not able to adequately get all the numbers of MLAs that they required to jump ship from the Congress party. And at that time, Dinesh Gundurao had yesterday said that he was very proud of them being very brave and resisting the BJP's overtures. He also accused the same list of topics. He had a mix of agencies, money power and muscle power is what Dinesh Gundurao had purported yesterday. But clearly not all is well within the Goa Congress unit. That is very obvious. And there appears to be further strife because there is a war of words also now breaking out with regards to Dinesh Gundurao and Digambar Kamath as well.
Well, Ankit, stay with us. We'll be back with you for more. Meanwhile, more breaking news coming in. 5 Congress MLAs, it appears now, have been moved to an undisclosed location ahead of the assembly session. This comes after 5 other MLAs of the party had gone incommunicado. So more breaking news now coming in from Goa. even as Goa Congress Party chief had earlier clarified that the party strongly believes that there was a conspiracy on the part of Michael Lobo, who's now been sacked. Michael Lobo, one of the tallest Congress leaders in the state. Ankit, coming to you once again. After 5 Congress MLAs go incommunicado, another 5, we believe, have been transported to an undisclosed location. How do you see this development?
This is, I think, the result of Dinesh Gundu Rao's efforts to keep the Congresses flocked together in Goa. Of course, unlike in Maharashtra, they are not in power here, but it appears that there has been somewhat of a split. And while 5 of them are with the Lobo camp, it appears that there are another 5 who yesterday at least had appeared to resist the BJP's overtures. That's what Dinesh Gundu Rao had said. And now it is unclear where those MLAs are. So we really await a full sense of whose MLAs are where at this point in time. But it really does appear as though this is an ongoing situation and the Congress is trying very hard to keep its flock together, whatever remains of it. Its leader of the opposition was the one who the party has himself accused of having engineered this defection. However, not all the people who have been blamed for it are currently willing to accept that blame. There are a number who have taken serious exception at being accused in such a fashion. And so we really remain to see now where these MLAs are, who is currently in control of them and in which camp they are, why they are in a hotel to resist whose overtures. Is it to resist the Congress's bid to keep them, or is it to resist someone else's bid to steer them away? So that is where it is at the moment.
Right. So many questions need to be answered at this point. There's no clarification on who the MLAs are, where they've been taken and why. And even as well, serious concerns are being raised by the Congress party regarding the defection. When we talk about Michael Lobo himself, what is the buzz regarding his view? Because he had said yesterday that he is not joining the BJP.
Know how much of that took.
Yesterday, in Fortune Hotel, we have addressed the press. All Congress MLAs were together. So we were also there. Everything was over. Yesterday, again in South Goa, we were all called. We went. Then again, they are having another press conference. I don't know why we are trying to confuse the people. We are one on Congress ticket. And we are with the Congress party.
Sir, we are
with the Congress party, so the question only does not arise of having so many press conferences and so many CLP meetings. We had a CLP meeting the other day in Fortune Hotel. So after that there was a meeting. After that there was a press conference. So continuously, I had told Dinesh Gundu Rao that I am not interested to continue as leader of opposition because there are various issues raised on me by the government side, and I said it will be very difficult and embarrassing for others. So you choose for somebody else. So he was asking me. I said, our senior leader, the Gambarji Kamath, is there. You can ask him, or you can give it to anybody. आरोप सगळ्यात मागीर करता न्हू. आम्ही काल प्रेसाक येवंक ना म्हणून आरोप जालो. काल सांजचो दनपारां आमी आहा वयर आहा. सो प्रेसाक येयना जाल्यार आरोप जाता.
आप अभी भी कांग्रेस में हैं या बीजेपी में?
उसका CM, my wife's constituency, about 6 houses are broken by 3 trees falling. So she had gone. She was called in the morning. Then CM said, "I am not there. You come in the evening." So she went.
लोगों सर ये जानना चाहेंगे कि आप अभी
we are strongly with the Congress party.
Another breaking news now coming in. It's a day of many decisions. A special CBI court has rejected the default bail application filed by Maharashtra's former Home Minister Anil Deshmukh in a corruption case. Well, Supreme Court judgment in the Abu Salam case. Breaking news coming in now. Moving on to another major judgment breaking right now. Supreme Court refusing to allow plea of Abu Salam. And That's the judgment of the Apex Court. It says that it will not allow the plea of Abu Salim. Going over to our legal expert, Rhythm, coming across to you for the significance. How far was it expected and what does it mean?
Well, let's tell our viewers that gangster Abu Salim had moved the Supreme Court saying that he should be released in 2025. He, remember, had been brought back after the 1993 terror cases from Portugal, where we have an extradition treaty with. Since the longest time we've been in touch with Abu Salim's lawyers, and they say that according to the extradition treaty, he cannot be charged under very heinous crimes such as murder in India. It cannot go beyond 25 years as per the extradition treaty with Portugal. Unfortunately, the Supreme Court had earlier made an observation that the government was not ready to decide on what action needs to be taken, whether the sentence needs to be under the treaty or whether it's the government that will say that we are not bound by this treaty with Portugal. The Supreme Court today has therefore in its judgment said two very interesting points. First, they said the centre is bound to honour the assurance and commitment that India gave to Portugal government for not putting Abu Salim in jail for more than 25 years. However, they've added that Abu Salim's plea has been refused because he said his jail term and detention in Portugal should also be counted and therefore he should be released in 2025. The Supreme Court said no, Salim can only be released from jail after 2030 because according to them, they will start counting his judgment from the time he was extradited back to India. So the judgment has said two important points. One, the centre will continue to be bound by its commitment to the Portuguese government under the treaty that India has signed with Portugal, that for any crime the gangster has to be or the person has to be in prison for not more than 25 years. That will be honoured, but that will be counted from the time Abu Salim had been brought to India. We've been seeing for the last many years his cases continue in the Patiala court and the other courts where he, on some pretext or the other, the gangster tries to get a release and tries to say that the Portuguese treaty needs to be followed. Earlier we've seen how he's got certain people from Portugal also to be writing letters and trying to file them in the courts of the country, but to no avail. Today the Supreme Court said that even as the centre is bound by its commitment to the Portuguese government, his release can only be after 2030 because the 25 years will be counted from the time he was brought to India and not for the jail term that he took on in the courts in Portugal, in the land of Portugal. I beg your pardon.
Well, Rhythm, many thanks for taking us to that and the significance of the Supreme Court judgment in the plea filed by Abu Salim. And moving on now to other news coming up in a short while after a very short break. Doors smashed, tires set ablaze and headquarters vandalized as OPS and EPS cadres come to blows. Also coming up, setbacks galore for ousted Uddhav. Supreme Court refuses to list plea challenging Speaker's appointment.
Prime Minister has posited a picture of Ma Kali, which is source of India's spiritual energy, which is a unifying factor.
माँ काली का यही चेतना बंगाल और पूरे भारत की आस्था में है। माँ काली का वो असीम आशीर्वाद हमेशा भारत के साथ।
Because of the government intervention in the space sector is very evident. They want to make a great reforms in space sector. So primarily the space agency has been the only ISRO so far. So they want a private entity to come in, not only to as a supplier of space items, but more into building rockets, satellites and applications on their own and own it and operate it. So for that the government is asking to prepare a policy which we have prepared. So a space policy 2022 is already prepared, in which we allow space private entities to own and operate satellites. This is a very big change. All satellites of India are currently owned only by ISRO. and every television broadcasting channels are provided only through ISRO. This is going to change. So it's not only the communication side, it's also going to change in remote sensing side. No, imaging satellites are owned only by ISRO and defense only. Now private entities can own imaging satellites. They can take photograph, images, they can use value-added products and also market.
Maharashtra continues to face heavy rains in several areas. The district of Gadchiroli is reeling from a flood-like situation due to heavy downpour. Several roads have been submerged underwater due to the incessant and heavy rains in the region. The water has entered the houses in Gadchiroli as people in the district are suffering from this calamity. The India Meteorological Department issued an orange alert for the Gadchiroli district, predicting heavy to very heavy showers accompanied by thunderstorms with lightning. Heavy rains have been reported in Maharashtra's Nanded in the last 24 hours, causing flood-like situations in several places in the district. Several parts of Maharashtra, including Mumbai, Thane, Palghar, Raigad, Ratnagiri, Pune, have been experiencing heavy downpours.
Breaking news coming in here on Live and Breaking on Republic TV. Special CBI court rejects default bail application filed by Maharashtra's former Home Minister Anil Deshmukh in a corruption case. So latest news in the Anil Deshmukh corruption case. Special CBI court rejects his default bail application. Anil Deshmukh had filed a bail application in the special CBI court. Now the special CBI court has rejected his default bail application. Anil Deshmukh is Maharashtra's former Home Minister, and the accusations against him are of corruption. It's another big setback for the former Home Minister of Maharashtra. A special CBI court rejecting his default bail application. And moving on to other news stories, heavy rains lashed parts of Gujarat's Valsad region, leading to inundation in various low-lying areas. Here's a detailed report.
The district of Valsad reels under floods post heavy rains. Houses are submerged. Roads are inundated. People forced to swim or wade through the deep water. Normal life completely thrown out of place, and this is the situation in Gujarat's Valsad. Water level of rivers continue to rise. Residents only hope to get some relief once the water recedes, and authorities remain on high alert. Bureau Report for Republic TV.
And news now about the latest in the other breaking news story of the day. Senior leader Netham Vishwanathan moves special resolution at General Council meeting to remove OPS's primary membership from the AIADMK for acting against the party's interests. So moves against OPS beginning to take action almost immediately after the meeting of that General Council. And the appointment of EPS as Interim General Secretary, one of the most powerful positions in the AIADMK. Now, senior leader Netham Vishwanathan moving special resolution. Niranjan, it's over to you to take us to this development. OPS's primary membership from the AIADMK could be gone anytime now. Niranjan, if you can hear me.
Yes, can you hear me? Yeah.
Breaking news coming in now, Niranjan. Right, it's over to you.
It's certainly going to be an ugly battle, between OPS and EPS right now, because we're just hearing that the General Council has expelled OPS from the AIADMK, which means effectively He will be thrown out of the party. He will no longer be a member of the AIADMK, which is a party that literally went, grew in height during the Jayalalitha tenure. And after her demise, of course, it's been a battle to control the party, and it's been a battle between two of them who are both now fighting to be the leader. OPS claims that Jayalalitha wanted him to take over because twice when Jayalalitha was unwell, when she was hospitalized, it was OPS who was brought in as a stand-in, chief minister for her, and it's an extremely critical point in the AIDMK future.
Right. Niranjan, we have to leave it at that for now. We'll be coming back later on to this major development, and it's time now. For a short break. Coming up next, mega rebellion in Goa Congress. Party sacks top leader Michael Lobo. 5 others now incommunicado.
Maharashtra continues to face heavy rains in several areas. The district of Gadchiroli is reeling from a flood-like situation due to heavy downpour. Several roads have been submerged underwater due to the incessant and heavy rains in the region. The water has entered the houses in Gadchiroli as people in the district are suffering from this calamity. The India Meteorological Department issued an orange alert for the Gadchiroli district, predicting heavy to very heavy showers accompanied by thunderstorms with lightning. Heavy rains have been reported in Maharashtra's Nanded in the last 24 hours, causing flood-like situations in several places in the district. Several parts of Maharashtra, including Mumbai, Thane, Palghar, Raigad, Ratnagiri, Pune, have been experiencing heavy downpours. 27 NDRF teams have been deployed across the state amid the heavy rainfall and a red alert issued by IMD. Bureau Report, Republic TV. President Gotabaya Rajapaksa has agreed to resign on July 13, according to the Speaker of Parliament. This comes after thousands of protesters, furious over his government's inability to address crippling economic turmoil, crashed in the capital and stormed President's official residence. Meanwhile, Sri Lankan Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe agreed to resign on Saturday after party leaders in parliament demanded both he and the President Gotabaya Rajapaksa to step down.
Both as a citizen and as Prime Minister. I've generally been in governments where I ensured people had 3 meals and the income is being increased. Well, now we are going to have a contraction in the economy. Maybe 3.5, 4, maybe 6. So that's going to be bad. We still haven't had the full impact of the contraction. So this is why we need next year to recover.
Wickremesinghe was appointed as the Prime Minister after anti-government protests forced the resignation of then Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa in May. Following the Prime Minister and President's decision to step down from their top posts, call for elections within a short period of
And we're going in for that short break. We were telling you about breaking news coming in. Senior leader Natham Vishwanathan moved special resolution at the General Council meeting of the AIADMK to remove OPS's primary membership from the AIADMK for acting against the party's interests. News coming in now that he has been stripped of the membership. EPS expelling OPS from the party. The leadership tussle getting ugly here. And we were speaking with Niranjan, who was taking us through this major development. Niranjan, our senior executive editor there. The EPS expelling OPS from the party, clearly wasting no time in ousting his rival after that court battle. The High Court giving its verdict, clearly stating that it does not want to come into any squabbles, party squabbles. Niranjan, it's over to you. You were telling us about the significance of this, how it was expected, and how clearly it's in public now. EPS wasting no time in ousting his rival.
Well, these are live pictures coming in on ANI live service. You're getting the live shot of EPS speaking. And these are the first pictures of EPS speaking at his party, on his party platform after winning the battle legally and after, removing OPS from the party. The first pictures coming in. He's speaking live. We'll get a translation on this as well. And this is EPS addressing his party cadre. The General Council meeting has just begun. And I'll try and translate on that.
இந்த வரலாற்று சிறப்புமிக்க சிறப்பு பொதுக்குழு கூட்ட நிகழ்ச்சிகளை தலைமை தாங்கி நடத்தி கொண்டிருக்கின்ற கழகத்தினுடைய மூத்த தலைவர் மதிப்புக்கும் மரியாதைக்கும் உரிய அண்ணன் தமிழ் மகன் உஷேன் அவர்களே,
President Gotabaya Rajapaksa has agreed to resign on July 13, according to the Speaker of Parliament. This comes after thousands of protesters, furious over his government's inability to address crippling economic turmoil, crashed in the capital and stormed President's official residence. Meanwhile, Sri Lankan Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe agreed to resign on Saturday after party leaders in Parliament demanded both he and the President Gotabaya Rajapaksa to step down.
Both as a citizen and as Prime Minister. I've generally been in governments where I ensured people had 3 meals and the income is being increased. Well, now we are going to have a contraction in the economy. It may be 3.5, 4, maybe 6. So that's going to be bad. We still haven't had the full impact of the contraction. So this is why we need next year to recover.
Wickremesinghe was appointed as the Prime Minister after anti-government protests forced the resignation of then Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa in May. Following the Prime Minister and President's decision to step down from their top posts, call for elections within a short period of time and install a new government was also taken. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
We have been very supportive of Sri Lanka and we are trying to help. There is no refugee crisis right now.
On the occasion of Eid al-Adha, on Sunday, Border Security Force and Pakistan Rangers exchanged wishes at the Attari Wagah border. As a part of traditional gesture between two border guarding forces, BSF exchanged gestures to Pakistan Rangers.
आज ईद के इस मुबारक अवसर पर जॉइंट चेक पोस्ट अटारी से सीमा सुरक्षा बल के द्वारा पाकिस्तान रेंजर्स को स्वीट्स ऑफर किए गए। ये हमारे देश की परंपराओं, सद्भावना की नीति।
And you're watching live and breaking news coming in from the General Council meet of the AIA-DMK that the Madras High Court had okayed today. OPS ousted from primary membership of the party.
We have been very supportive of Sri Lanka and we are trying to help. There is no refugee crisis right now.
On the occasion of Eid al-Adha, on Sunday, Border Security Force and Pakistan Rangers exchanged wishes at the Attari Wagah border. As a part of traditional gesture between two border guarding forces, BSF exchanged gestures to Pakistan Rangers.
आज ईद के इस मुबारक अवसर पर जॉइंट चेक पोस्ट अटारी से सीमा सुरक्षा बल के द्वारा पाकिस्तान रेंजर्स को स्वीट्स ऑफर किए गए। ये हमारे देश की परंपराओं, सद्भावना की नीति और शांति की पहल के भी परिचायक हैं।
The BSF Gujarat frontier has also exchanged greeting and sweets with Pakistan Rangers. In a statement, BSF Gujarat frontier has said that as a goodwill gesture, sweets have been exchanged at multiple border points. Sweets were exchanged at international borders of Kutch and Banaskantha district of Gujarat, as well as at ICP Munabao, Gadra, Somrar, Kilnor and Varnahar in Barmer district of Rajasthan. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Prime Minister has posited a picture of Ma Kali, which is source of India's spiritual energy, which is a unifying factor.
माँ काली का यही चेतना बंगाल और पूरे भारत की आस्था में है। माँ काली का वो असीम आशीर्वाद हमेशा भारत के साथ।
Because of the government intervention in the space sector is very evident. They want to make a great reforms in space sector. So primarily the space agency has been the only ISRO so far. So they want a private entity to come in.
The Supreme Court comes down heavily on Vijay Mallya. A 4-month jail term is awarded. Setback to the OPS camp. EPS officially takes over as the interim AIADMK's General Secretary.
அனைவருக்கும் தேர்வு செய்யப்பட்டு இங்கே அமர்ந்திருக்கின்ற அத்தனை பேர்களுக்கும் மனமாற உளமாற பாராட்டுகளை இந்த நேரத்தில் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றேன். அதேபோல இரண்டாவது தீர்மானம் வரலாற்று சிறப்புமிக்க தீர்மானம். நீண்ட காலமாக நாம் எதிர்பார்த்துக் கொண்டிருக்கின்றோம். தந்தை ஈவேரா பெரியார், பேரர் அண்ணா, இதயம் புரட்சி தலைவி அம்மா ஆகியோருக்கு பாரத ரத்னா விருது விரைந்து வழங்கப்பட வேண்டும் என்று மத்திய அரசை வலியுறுத்தியிருக்கின்றோம். ஆகவே இந்த இயக்கம் உருவாக்குவதற்கு அடிப்படை காரண கருத்தாவாக இருந்தவர்கள் இந்த தலைவர்கள். ஆகவே இந்த தலைவர்களுக்கு புகழ் சேர்க்கின்ற விதமாக, மரியாதை கிடைக்கின்ற விதமாக, நாட்டு மக்களுக்கு செய்த சேவையை பாராட்டுகின்ற விதமாக மத்திய அரசு இவர்களுக்கு பாரத ரத்னா விருதை வழங்க வேண்டும் என்ற இரண்டாவது தீர்மானத்தை கொண்டு வந்து நிறைவேற்றுகின்றோம். நம்மை ஆளாக்கிய தலைவர்களுக்கு நாம் மரியாதை செலுத்துகின்றோம். இதுதான் அனைத்து இந்திய அண்ணா திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகம். அதே போல பல தீர்மானங்கள் நிறைவேற்றுகின்றீர்கள்.
I have several resolutions to make. One of the decisions is about
கழகம் சிறப்படைய வேண்டும், கழகம் வலிமை பெற வேண்டும்.
The Karagam should survive and Karagam should become stronger. And we are at a position where we have to save the Karagam.
கழகத்திலே இருந்து களங்கம் கற்பித்துக் கொண்டிருக்கின்ற இந்த நிலையிலே இன்றைக்கு எதிரிகளோடு
we have to fight with our enemies, and there are several people inside the Karagam who have
அழிக்க வேண்டும், ஒடுக்க வேண்டும்,
who have connections with enemies outside the Karagam.
வேண்டும் என்று முடிவெடுத்தீர்கள்.
And we have to break all that.
அந்த முடிவையும் இன்றைக்கு பொதுக்குழு உறுப்பினர்கள் ஏகமானதாக நிறைவேற்றி தந்திருக்கின்றீர்கள். அதிலே இடைக்கால பொதுச் செயலாளராக என்னை நியமித்திருக்கிறீர்கள். ஒரு விவசாய குடும்பத்திலே பிறந்த நான் எனக்கு
You have made me a general secretary and I am very happy. I come from a farmer's background.
ஆயிரத்தி 1974 என்னுடைய குக்கிராம சிலுவம்பாளையத்திலே கிளைக்கழக செயலாளராக என்னுடைய பணியை துவக்கினேன். அப்பொழுது
when I started in this party,
வாசவி கல்லூரியிலே படித்து வந்தேன். அந்த கல்லூரி காலத்திலே கூட
I was studying in college and back then
MGR முன்னேற்ற கழகம் எதிர்காலத்திலே மிகச் சிறப்பாக செயல்படும். இந்த நாட்டு மக்களுக்கு என்ன திட்டங்களை கொண்டு வருவார், செயல்படுத்துவார்.
MGR was talking about how he will bring betterment for the nation and the betterment of Tamil Nadu.
செயல்படுவார் என்று அப்பொழுது எனக்கு கிடைத்த அறிவுபூர்வமான தகவலின் அடிப்படையிலே புரட்சி தலைவர் நான் ஈர்க்கப்பட்டு அனைத்து இந்திய அப்பொழுது அண்ணா திமுக நான் என்னை இணைத்துக் கொண்டேன். சிலுவம்பாளையத்திலே கிளைக்கழக செயலாளராக முதல் 1974 என்னை நான் இணைத்துக் கொண்டேன். இணைத்துக் கொண்டதே எங்களுடைய பகுதி.
He's talking about how he started in the party,
நான் கிளைக்கழக
about his early days in the party.
பதிவு செய்து அங்கே என்னுடைய சிலுவம்பாளையம் சிற்றூரிலே கொடிக்கம்பத்தை நெற்றுவிட்டு நான் கல்லூரிக்கு சென்றேன். அடுத்த நாளே என்னுடைய
He used to hoist the party flag and then go to his college.
காங்கிரஸ் கட்சி வலிமையாக இருந்தது.
Back then Congress was in a strong position.
மீண்டும் அதே இடத்தில் அனைத்து இந்திய அண்ணா திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழக கொடிக்கம்பத்தை நட்டு
we were able to remove the party flag and now and in the same place where Congress used to hoist the flag, we hoisted AIADMK flag.
கழக பணியை துவக்கி பிறகு ஒன்றிய பொறுப்பு, பிறகு மாவட்ட பொறுப்பு, பிறகு தலைமை பொறுப்பு.
Slowly I rose up in the ranks.
நான் அம்மாவுடைய ஆசி பெற்று 1989 சேவல் சின்னத்திலே போட்டியிட்டு வென்றேன்.
And under Amma's guidance, I was able to contest in elections.
பிறகு நாடாளுமன்ற உறுப்பினர். பிறகு 2011 இதே புரட்சி தலைவி அம்மா அமைச்சரவையிலே எனக்கு அமைச்சராவதற்கு ஒரு வாய்ப்பை தந்தார்.
It was Amma's minister who gave me the opportunity to become a minister.
அம்மா 2017 முதலில் நெடுஞ்சாலைத்துறை அமைச்சராக கொடுத்தார்கள். என்னுடைய பணியை பார்த்து கூடுதலாக பொதுப்பணித்துறை அமைச்சரும் என்னிடத்திலே கொடுத்தார்.
She gave me many portfolios based on my work.
நீங்கள் சிறப்பாக செயல்படுங்கள் என்று சொன்னார்கள். அதே இதே புரட்சி தலைவி அம்மா இடத்திலே நற்பெயரை பெறுவது என்றால் சாதாரண விஷயம் அல்ல. மேடையிலே வீட்டிருக்கின்ற அமைச்சர்களுக்கு தெரியும், வந்திருக்கின்ற சட்டமன்ற உறுப்பினர் மாவட்ட செயலாளருக்கு தெரியும். மிக சிறப்பாக அம்மா என்ன எண்ணுகின்றார்களோ அந்த எண்ணோட்டத்திற்கு தகுந்தவாறு நாம் நமக்கு கொடுக்கப்பட்ட
It is not easy to take the place of Amma, and I have tried my best
அதை செவனே நிறைவேற்றி
to repeat the same ideals and the things that she stood for, to uphold the same ideals that she stood for.
ஏற்று நெடுஞ்சாலைத்துறையிலே சிறப்பான
I still take her guidance and
பொதுப்பணித்துறையிலே சிறப்பான திட்டங்களை கொண்டு
I am trying to bring the best.
திட்டத்தை தான்
I try to bring the best reform.
திறந்து வைத்துக் கொண்டிருக்கின்றார். அனைத்து இந்திய அண்ணா திராவிட
What I had started is what Stalin is now
அம்மா மறைவுக்கு பிறகும் சரி
inaugurating.
திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகம் கொண்டு வந்த அற்புதமான திட்டத்தை தான் இன்றைய முதலமைச்சர் ஸ்டிக்கர் ஒட்டி திறந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றார். அதே போல
they're fulfilling all of the resolutions that the government has passed earlier, and all the brilliant policies that the former Chief Minister, late Jayalalitha, had once envisioned.
இந்தியாவிலேயே தமிழகம் மட்டுமல்ல இந்தியாவிலேயே ஜனநாயக முறைப்படி இயங்குகின்ற ஒரே கட்சி அனைத்து இந்திய அண்ணா திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழக கட்சி.
This is ADMK is the only party in all of India that upholds democracy in all its values.
நான் சொன்னேனே படிப்படியாக உயர்ந்து இன்றைய தினம் இந்த அரங்கம் நிரம்பி இருக்கின்ற சுமார் 2500 பொதுக்குழு உறுப்பினர்களுடைய ஏக மனதோடு மேடையிலே வீட்டிருக்கின்ற தலைமைச் செயலாளருடைய
I've risen from the ranks, from the lowest ranks of the party possible, with the most democratic values, and I've come to such a big position because I followed all of the precedents set for me by Jayalalitha and NDR.
எல்லாமே முறைப்படி செயல்படுத்த வேண்டும், எல்லாமே முறைப்படி செலுத்த வேண்டும். ஏனென்று சொன்னால் நான் ஏற்கனவே அனைத்து இந்திய அண்ணா திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகம் ஜனநாயக முறைப்படி நடக்கின்ற கட்சி. நம்முடைய தலைவர்கள் வகுத்து கொடுத்த பாதையிலே பயணம் செய்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றோம்.
ADMK is the only party that is functioning with full democratic values and principles.
பொதுக்குழு உறுப்பினர்கள்
And I want to tell all of you gathered here for this address, for all the leaders present here,
நான் அவளுக்கு பின்னாலே இருந்தவன். மேடையிலே வீட்டுக்கின்றார்கள்.
I will back you. I will back every one of you.
இப்பொழுது உங்களுடைய நல்ல ஆதரவோடு, உங்களுடைய நல்ல மனதோடு இந்த இயக்கம் வளர வேண்டும், இந்த இயக்கம் செழிக்க வேண்டும், மீண்டும் ஆட்சிக்கு வர வேண்டும் என்ற அடிப்படையிலே
I urge all the leaders and the party workers to work consciously so that ADMK can come back to power again.
கடுமையாக உழைப்பேன். நீங்கள் எண்ணுகின்ற எண்ணத்தை நிறைவேற்றுவேன்.
And I will work hard. I will work hard to fulfill it.
திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழக ஆட்சி என்பதை முடிவு கட்டுவோம், வெற்றி பெறுவோம், வெற்றி கொடியை நாட்டுவோம். அதுதான் நம்ம லட்சியம். முன்னாலே மூத்த தலைவர்கள் பேசினார்களே, அனைத்து இந்திய அண்ணா திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகத்தை அசைக்கவோ ஆட்டவோ எந்த கொம்பனும் பிறந்ததில்லை. எவ்வளவு பிரச்சனைகள் வந்தன, எந்த தொண்டனாவது விலகி இருக்கின்றானா?
Just like all of the parties,
இந்த கட்சியிலே பதவி பெற்று எட்டப்பராக இருந்து இந்த இயக்கத்தை அழிக்க நினைக்கிறவர்கள் வேணால் வெளியேறலாம். இந்த கட்சிக்காக உழைத்தவர்கள்
nobody has ever resigned in the party.
இந்த கட்சியின் மூலமாக அரசு அமைத்து நம்முடைய தலைவர் கண்ட கனவை நனவாக்க வேண்டும் என்று இரவு பகல் பாராமல் பாடுபட்டுக் கொண்டிருக்கின்ற இங்கே இருக்கின்றவர்கள் அமர்ந்து கொண்டு இருக்கின்றீர்கள். உங்களுடைய திறமையால் எவ்வளவு பிரச்சனை வந்தாலும் எதிர்கொண்டு நம்முடைய தலைவருடைய வாக்குகளை தேவ வாக்காக எண்ணி 31 ஆண்டு காலம் அனைத்து இந்திய அண்ணா திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகம் தமிழ்நாட்டிலே ஆட்சி புரிந்திருக்கிறது சொன்னால் எந்த கட்சி தமிழகத்திலே 36 ஆண்டு காலம் ஆண்டு இருக்கின்றது? 31 ஆண்டு காலம் ஆட்சி செய்த பெருமை அனைத்து இந்திய அண்ணா திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழக கட்சிக்கு இருக்கின்றது.
There's no party in this state or in any other state that has stayed in power for 31 years. ADMK is the only party that can proudly say that it has that.
இதையெல்லாம் வெளிப்படுத்தித்தான் அரசாங்கத்தை அமைத்தோம். பொன்மனச்சம்பல் புரட்சி தலைவர் அவர்தான் முதலமைச்சராக இருந்தார். சிறப்பான திட்டங்களை தந்தார். அவர் இந்த மண்ணிலே மறைந்தாலும் மக்கள் மனதிலே இன்றைக்கு வாழ்ந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றார்.
MGR may have died, but he still lives in the hearts of the people of Tamil Nadu. No matter how many leaders are born,
அந்த சாதனை தான் நிலைத்து நிற்கும். அது நம்முடைய தலைவர்களுக்கு நிலைத்து நிற்கின்றது.
It's MGR's visions and leadership that will live on.
திட்டங்கள் எந்த காலத்திலும் அளிக்க முடியாது, எந்த கொம்பன் ஆட்சிக்கு வந்தாலும் அளிக்க முடியாது. அதே இருவரும் தலைவர்கள், புரட்சி தலைவர்
doesn't matter which party comes to power, which leader is in power, they will never be as ADMK or MGR and Jayalalitha.
அம்மாவில் போடப்பட்ட திட்டம் ஒவ்வொரு திட்டம் முத்து முத்தான திட்டம். இந்திய நாட்டிற்கே இருவரும் தலைவர்கள் வழிகாட்டியாக இருந்தார்கள். ஆகவேதான் 31 ஆண்டு காலம் ஆட்சியிலேயே நாம் சிறப்பாக செயல்பட்டோம். ஆக இருவரும் தலைவர்கள் கொண்டு வந்த திட்டத்தை
pan-India wise everybody looked up to.
நிறைவேற்றினோம். இதே புரட்சி தலைவி மறைவுக்கு பிறகு எவ்வளவு சோதனை கண்டோம் என்பது உங்களுக்கு நன்றாக தெரியும்.
After Jayalalitha, the party had to go through a lot of turbulence and turmoil.
அம்மாவுடைய அரசை சிறப்பாக வழிநடத்தி காட்டினோம்.
But despite all of that, we tried to take the party forward when I was still the CM.
ஸ்டாலின் அப்பொழுது எதிர்க்கட்சி தலைவராக இருந்தார். அப்பொழுது என்ன சொன்னார்? இந்த எடப்பாடி பழனிசாமி தலைமையிலே அமைக்கப்பட்ட அம்மாவுடைய அரசு 1 மாதம் கூட தாக்கு பிடிக்காது, 3 மாதம் கூட தாக்கு பிடிக்காது, 6 மாதம்.
Stalin, who is the CM now, was an opposition leader back then, and what did he say? He said that the government that the EPS won't even survive a month, but we managed to stay in power for 2 years, and then 4 years up, and then 4 years in total after that.
வழியிலே நின்று செயல்பட்டோம். நாட்டு மக்களுக்கு எண்ணற்ற திட்டங்களை வழங்கினோம். 2021 சட்டமன்ற பொதுத் தேர்தலின் போது நம்முடைய தலைமை கழகம் அறிவிக்கப்பட்ட வேட்பாளர்களை ஆதரித்து இங்கே வந்திருக்கின்ற பொதுக்குழு உறுப்பினர்கள், பேரூர் செயலாளர், நகர செயலாளர், ஒன்றிய செயலாளர், மாவட்ட கழக செயலாளர்,
all of the leaders have gathered here respecting our wishes and the party's wishes. I thank you for all coming here.
வாக்கு கேட்டோம். பொழுதெல்லாம் மக்கள் என்று சொன்னார்கள், உங்களுடைய ஆட்சி சிறப்பான ஆட்சி, உங்களுடைய ஆட்சி சிறப்பான ஆட்சி என்று சொன்னார்கள். இன்றைக்கும் மக்கள் பேசுகிறார். ஏதோ விபத்தில் திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகம்
Back then also they had said the same thing. All the leaders present here were also there at the previously held General Council meeting, and they all said the same thing. The party and the government that we had done was the best.
தலைவர் திரு ஸ்டாலின் முதலமைச்சராக பொறுப்பேற்று ஒரு வருடம் 2 மாத காலம் ஆகிறது. இந்த 14 மாத காலத்திலே திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழக ஆட்சியிலே இந்த நாட்டு மக்கள் என்ன பலனை கண்டார்கள், என்ன திட்டத்தை கொண்டு வந்தீர்கள்?
Under the DMK's leadership in the last 14 months, what benefits have the people experienced or enjoyed? People are suffering throughout.
அம்மாவுடைய அரசு இருக்கின்ற பொழுது சட்ட ஒழுங்கு சிறப்பாக இருந்தது. இந்தியாவிலே சட்ட ஒழுங்கு பேணிக்காமல் முதல் மாநிலம் இந்தியா டுடே என்ற நிறுவனம் விருதை கொடுத்தது.
Tamil Nadu was the safest state. Number 1 state in the country.
இதுதான் நடந்து கொண்டிருக்கிறது.
Now there's murder, rape and
போதைப் பொருள்
robbery everywhere.
எங்கே பார்த்தாலும்
And also a rise.
எது கிடைக்கிறதோ கிடைக்கலையோ கஞ்சா எல்லா பகுதியிலுமே கிடைக்கும்.
No matter whether or not you get electricity or water, you get drugs everywhere.
ஒரு போதைப் பொருள் உள்ள மாநிலமாக திகழ்ந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. கண்ணு கணக்குல லாரி கணக்குல இன்றைக்கு போதைப் பொருளை பறிமுதல் செய்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றார்கள்.
Drugs have been smuggled into the state in lorries, tons worth of drugs have been smuggled inside.
ஆன்லைன் ரம்மி சூதாட்டத்தை தடை செய்தோம். ஆனால் நீதிமன்றத்திலே
We also banned online gambling when we were in power.
காரணத்திலே அங்கே நமக்கு சாதகமான தீர்ப்பு கிடைக்கவில்லை. ஆன்லைன் ரம்மி சூதாட்டத்திலே நம்முடைய இளைஞர்கள் விலை மதிக்க முடியாத உயிரை இழந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றார்கள். பல பேர் தன்னுடைய சொத்துக்களை இழந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றார்கள். அதையெல்லாம் சுட்டிக்காட்டி
are losing their lives and livelihood falling prey to this online gambling. And ADMK has tried its level best to stop it.
குரல் கொடுத்திருக்கின்றது. ஆனால் இந்த அரசு செவனக்காதிலே சங்குவதனை போல இருந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. மக்களை பற்றி கவலைப்படவில்லை. தன்னுடைய வீட்டு மக்களை பற்றி கவலைப்படுகின்ற ஒரே தலைவர் இன்றைய முதலமைச்சர் திரு ஸ்டாலின் தான்.
ADMK always works for the party and for the welfare of the people. Unlike DMK, which only works for its family.
ஸ்டாலின் அவர்கள் குடும்பத்திலே பல முதலமைச்சர் இருந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றார். அதிகாரிகள் என்ன செய்வது என்று தடுமாறிக் கொண்டிருக்கின்றார்கள். IAS IPS அதிகாரிகள் எல்லாம் இந்த அரசாங்கம் போடுகின்ற திட்டத்தை செயல்படுத்தக்கூடிய பொறுப்பிலே இருக்கின்றனர். அவர்கள் எல்லாம் இன்றைக்கு தடுமாறிக் கொண்டிருக்கிற காட்சி பார்க்கின்றோம்.
All the officials in bureaucracy in the state are suffering under Stalin.
இந்தியாவிலே ஒரு முதன்மை மாநிலமாக விளங்கிக் கொண்டிருந்தது. இன்றைக்கு தலைகீழாக மாறிவிட்டது. எல்லாவற்றிலுமே ஊழல், எல்லா துறையிலும் ஊழல். கமிஷன்
Tamil Nadu, which ranked number 1 in safety, now ranks number 1 in corruption.
இதுல வேணா கண்ணும் கருத்துமாக இருக்கின்ற ஒரே அரசாங்கம் திமுக அரசாங்கம்.
The only state and the only government that is meticulous when it comes to corruption
கொரோனா வைரஸ் தொற்று
is the DMK government.
மக்கள் அவதிப்பட்டுக் கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள். இந்த சூழ்நிலையில மக்கள் தலையிலே பெரும் சுமையை சுமத்துகின்ற விதமாக திமுக அரசாங்கம் தாக்கு பிடிக்க முடியாத அளவுக்கு வீட்டு வரியை உயர்த்திருக்கின்றார்கள். விரைவாக பஸ் கட்டணம் உயர்கிறது. விரைவாக மின் கட்டணமும்
there's also the issue of price rise and everything, and when
எல்லாமே
price rise, electricity and water and commodities, everything is upside down in the state now. All
அதிகாரத்திலே கவனம் செலுத்தவில்லை. நான் சொன்னேனே, கமிஷன் கனெக்ஷன் கரப்ஷன் தான் முழு கவனம் செலுத்தினார். அதோடு
DMK stands for 3 C's: commission, connection and corruption.
அண்ணன் நத்தம் விஸ்வநாதன் அவர்கள் தீர்மானத்தை கொண்டு வந்து நிறைவேற்றிருக்கிறார். உங்களுக்கு எல்லாம் நீங்க ஏக மனதோடு அந்த தீர்மானத்தை நிறைவேற்றிருக்கிறீர்கள். பொதுக்குழு உறுப்பினர் அத்தனை பேரும் ஏக மனதோடு அந்த தீர்மானத்தை நிறைவேற்றிருக்கிறார். அண்ணன் ஓபிஎஸ்
all the resolutions that we passed today, I thank you all for agreeing to all of these points.
பலமுறை அவரிடத்திலே சந்தித்து பேசினார்கள். நாம் சமாதானமாக இருக்கலாம்.
All the leaders, we've tried meeting OPS to make him understand the situation. We've met him privately, separately on many occasions.
கட்சி தொண்டர்கள் நிர்வாகியுடைய எண்ணம் ஒற்றை தலைமை. அதற்கு நீங்கள் இசைவு கொடுங்கள். கொடுக்கவே இல்லை.
But he has never understood.
கொடுக்கவே இல்லை.
what the people wanted, what the party wanted.
கஷ்டப்பட்டேன்னு எனக்கு தெரியும்.
Single leadership is what the party wants, but this is not what OPS wants.
இன்றைக்கு மக்கள் விரும்புவது, கட்சி நிர்வாகிகள் தொண்டர்கள் விரும்புவது, அவருடைய எண்ணத்துக்கு ஏற்றவாறு நாம் செயல்பட்டால் தான் மீண்டும் ஆட்சிக்கு வர முடியும்.
We can only come back to power again if we work
கழக பொதுக்குழு உறுப்பினர்கள்
taking into consideration the wishes of the people.
ஒற்றை தலைமை என்ற குரல் ஒலித்தது, அந்த குரல் இன்றைக்கு நிறைவேற்றப்பட்டிருக்கிறது. அதற்காக
Public opinion is in the leadership, and it has been fulfilled today.
இதற்கும் செய்சாக்க எதற்கெடுத்தாலும் அவர் சொல்லுவது, நான் விட்டுக் கொடுக்கிறேன் விட்டுக் கொடுக்கிறேன். எதை விட்டு கொடுத்தீங்க? நாங்க தான் விட்டு கொடுத்தோம்.
OPS keeps saying that he sacrificing a lot for the party. But what has he given up for the party?
அம்மாவுக்கு விசுவாசமாக இருக்கிறேன்னு சொல்றீங்க.
Constantly giving up insurance.
எங்க நீங்க அம்மாவுக்கு விசுவாசமாக இருந்தீங்க? முதல்ல 1989ல அம்மா
he said he is loyal to Jayalalitha.
சந்திச்சாங்க சட்டமன்றத்தில் ஓடி நாய்க்கணும்ல. அப்பொழுது நீங்கள் யாருக்கு சீஃப் ஏஜெண்டா இருந்தீங்க? வெண்ணிராடை நிர்மலாவுக்கு சீஃப் ஏஜெண்டா இருந்தீங்க. மரியாதைக்குரிய வெண்ணிராடை நிர்மலாவுக்கு நீ சீஃப் ஏஜெண்டா.
In 1989 elections,
அம்மா வெற்றி பெறக்கூடாது என்பதற்காக எதிரணியிலே போட்டியிட்டதற்கு சீஃப் ஏஜெண்டா இருந்துவிட்டு நீங்கள் அம்மாவுக்கு விசுவாசம் இருப்பதை போல காட்டிக் கொள்ளுங்கள். அதுதான் அண்ணா நத்தம் விசுவாசம்
agent for another politician, but you projected yourself like you were always loyal to
அதோடு இன்றைக்கு பொன்மனச்சம்பல் புரட்சித் தலைவர் எம்ஜிஆர் 1974 நான் கட்சியிலே இணைந்தேன். 1974 அதிமுக அப்பொழுது கழகத்தின் இணைந்திலிருந்து இன்று வரை கிட்டத்தட்ட 48 ஆண்டு காலம் அனைத்து இந்திய அண்ணா திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகத்தில் விசுவாசமாக இருந்து செயல்பட்டிருக்கின்றேன்.
But unlike you, ever since I joined the party, for nearly 40 years and over, I stayed loyal to only one party, and that is the AIADMK.
அனுபவத்தின் அடிப்படையிலே என்னால் முடிந்த நன்மைகளை நாட்டு மக்களுக்கு செய்திருக்கின்றேன். அது மட்டுமல்ல,
based on my experience, I have always done the best I could for the people.
அனைத்து இந்திய அண்ணா திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழக சட்டமன்ற உறுப்பினர்களும் இங்கே வந்திருக்கின்ற பொதுக்குழு உறுப்பினர்கள், மேடையிலே வீட்டுக்கின்ற முன்னணி தலைவர்களெல்லாம் என்னை முதலமைச்சராக்கினீர்கள். என்றைக்காவது நான் முதலமைச்சராக பார்த்தேனா? உங்களில் ஒருவனாகத்தான் நான் இருந்து கொண்டேன். என்றைக்கு முதலமைச்சர் என்ற நிலையிலே நான் இல்லை. உங்களில் ஒருவனாகத்தான் இருந்து செயல்படுவேன்.
I will always want to be, wish to be
கட்சிதான்
one
உயிர்.
of you.
எனக்கு
The
கட்சிதான்
party is my life.
எந்த அளவுக்கு என் மீது நம்பிக்கை வைத்து என்னை முதலமைச்சராக்கி இருவரும் தலைவருக்கு புகழ் சேர்க்கின்ற விதத்திலே, நீங்கள் உழைத்த உழைப்புக்கு மரியாதை மக்களிடத்திலே கிடைக்கின்ற விதத்திலே நான் பணியாற்றினோ, அதே அளவுக்கு இப்பொழுதும் கட்சியிலே பணியாற்றுவேன் என்று உறுதியாக உங்களிடத்திலே எடுத்து சொல்லுகின்றேன். அதோட இன்றைக்கு அண்ணன் ஓபிஎஸ் அவர்கள் திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகத்தோடு உறவு வைத்துக் கொண்டிருக்கிறார். ஒரு கட்சி தலைவரே இப்படி உறவு வைத்திருந்தார், அந்த கட்சியை எப்படி ஆட்சி கொண்டு வர முடியும்? எண்ணி பாருங்க.
If someone in the party has a connection with the opposition, how will you stay loyal to AIADMK?
பிறகு என்ன நடக்குது?
Just through letters multiple times.
பொதுக்குழு நடக்க கூடாது என்று நீதிமன்றத்துக்கு போறார்.
But what did he do? He approached the court to try and stay there.
நீதிமன்றம்
the meeting.
ஒரு வழியா நமக்கு கூட்டம் நடைபெற்று கொடுத்தது. உடனடியா என்ன சொல்றாரு? காவல்துறைக்கு புகார் கொடுக்கிறார். ஒரு கட்சி உயர்ந்த பொறுப்பில் இருக்கின்ற ஒருவர் அந்த கட்சியே கூட்டமே நடக்கக்கூடாது என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய ஒரே தலைவர் இந்தியாவில் அண்ணன் ஓபிஎஸ் அவர் தான். வேற எந்த கட்சி தலைவராது இப்படி செஞ்சாங்களா? தன சொந்த கட்சியில ஒரு கூட்டம் நடக்குது.
The same party that claims to be a part of,
அவரெல்லாம் சென்னைக்கு
claims to be a loyal member of.
கூடாது என்று சொன்னால் யார் ஏற்றுக்கொள்வது? இது என்ன அவருடைய சொந்த கட்சியா? இது என்ன கம்பெனியா? இது என்ன கம்பெனியா? திமுக மாதிரி கம்பெனியா? திமுக கம்பெனி அதுல வேணா நடக்கலாம். அண்ணா திமுக ஒருபோதும் நடக்காது. இந்த எடப்பாடி பழனிசாமி இல்லை என்றால் இங்கே அமர்ந்திருக்கிற சின்னசாமி இந்த பதவிக்கு வருவார்.
ADMK will never buckle under
OPS அவர் நினைத்துக்
pressure.
கொண்டிருக்கிறார். அவர் எப்பொழுதும் சுயநலம் தான். தனக்கு கிடைக்காத பதவி எவருக்கும் கிடைக்க கூடாது என்பதிலே குறிக்கோளாக இருக்கக்கூடியவர் தான் OPS.
OPS is extremely selfish. He only wants the power for himself.
எனக்கு முன்னாலே பேசினார். அவருடைய மகன் எம்பியா இருக்கின்றார். நாமெல்லாம் திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகம் ஊழல் செய்வதை சுட்டிக்காட்டுகின்றோம். மக்கள் விரோத ஆட்சி என்று தொடர்ந்து நம்ம குரல் கொடுத்து வருகிறோம். மக்களுக்கு ஏற்படுகிற இன்னல்கள், இடர்பாடுகள், துன்பங்கள், துயரங்கள் அத்தனையும் இந்த ஆட்சியிலே துடைத்து எறிய வேண்டும் என்று குரல் கொடுத்துக் கொண்டிருக்கின்றோம். ஆனால் அவருடைய மகன் எம்பி அவர்கள் ஸ்டாலினை சந்தித்து உங்களுடைய ஆட்சி சிறப்பான ஆட்சி, அர்ப்பணிப்புணர்வோடு செயல்படுகிறது. யாருடைய
That was EPS over there making his address at the session that's been called in Chennai. Essentially, the resolution now has been passed for single leadership of the party. Well, in fact, news just coming in, we are now learning that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has unveiled a 6.5-meter-long bronze national emblem cast on the roof of the new Parliament building this morning. He's also interacted with workers who were involved in the work of the new Parliament. So pictures you see on your screen, of course, is the new emblem that's been unveiled. This is a new cast that's been unveiled at the new Parliament building. So the Prime Minister in those pictures over there, of course, talking to all the workers who've been employed for the work at the new Parliament building. The Prime Minister, of course, flanked by senior leaders on either side as he unveiled the emblem. So Prime Minister Modi over there unveiling the 6.5-meter-long bronze national emblem cast on the roof of the new Parliament building this morning. The Prime Minister, we are told, also interacted with all those workers who have been working on the new Parliament building. So those pictures are of the Prime Minister actually inaugurating that new emblem cast that was inaugurated a short while ago. Now the state emblem on top of the new Parliament building that is under construction was unveiled by the Prime Minister today. The building, of course, is being constructed by the Central Public Works Department through a contractor. We are also told, of course, that this state emblem at the new Parliament building is about 4.34 meters wide and 6.5 meters tall and is made entirely of bronze. So we're going to show you those pictures very shortly. It's taken about 9 months to craft the state emblem. It was installed at the site about a month ago, and since then, of course, work has finished, and today the Prime Minister actually unveiled the new cast. The state emblem, of course, is adapted from the lion capital of Ashoka at Sarnath that essentially depicts 4 lions mounted back to back, and what you see on your screen is the Prime Minister unveiling the new emblem. Niranjan now joins me on the phone line. Niranjan, those pictures over there, the Prime Minister not just unveiling the emblem but also speaking to all the workers who've been employed for this as well as the new Parliament building?
Yes, and it's symbolic because it's in the run-up to the 75 years of India's independence, and this is significant. And I think in the next few days and weeks, Nupur, you can expect some more developments and the new Parliament building to be up and ready to be used soon. Now, this emblem that you see is made of bronze, weighs about 9,500 kilograms. 9,500 kilograms, is 6.5 meters in height, and more details coming in about the national emblem, which was cast on the roof of the new Parliament building. It's been cast at the top of the central foyer. On top of the central foyer of the new Parliament building, it's got a supporting structure of steel, and the supporting structure of steel itself weighs around 6,500 kilograms, has been constructed to support the emblem. And the Prime Minister, as you can see in the pictures, after the unveiling, also interacted with workers involved in building the new Parliament. And the concept, sketch and process of casting of the national emblem, just to give you a little bit of a background, has gone through 8 different stages of preparation, from clay modeling, computer graphics to bronze casting and polishing. And these are the details of the outcome of it. So it's a very significant moment as India gets ready to unveil its new parliament. Nupur.
All right, so Niranjan bringing us the details of this event that took place earlier this morning. You can, of course, see the Prime Minister flanked by the Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla and also the Urban Affairs Minister Hardeep Puri over there. The Prime Minister also interacted with all those workers who were also employed in the construction of this. All right, so as you're pointing out, of course, the Prime Minister, of course, unveiled the national emblem cast on the roof of the new Parliament building and interacted with labourers working overtime to meet the deadline to ready the new structure. Now, what we are learning is that the Prime Minister spent a considerable amount of time with these workers who were involved with the new emblem. Now, the new emblem, of course, is made of bronze. It weighs about 9,500 kilograms and is about 6.5 meters in height. It has been cast on top of the central foyer of the new Parliament building. A supporting structure of steel weighing about 6,500 kgs has also been constructed to support the emblem. Just to tell our viewers a bit about the backgrounder of this new emblem which has been unveiled, the concept sketch and the process of casting took place earlier. Niranjan continues to be with me, I think. Niranjan, we were talking about the fact that this, of course, is going to be significant as, we await the new Parliament building as well.
Well, absolutely. And what this also does is it also sets the stage for unveiling of the new Parliament, which we're picking up more details. It will feature artwork, and from different reports we are gathering that this new building will have at least 6 granite statues devoted to personalities, 4 galleries for the Houses of Parliament, of course to the Rajya Sabha and the Lok Sabha. We'll have about 3 ceremonial foyers, as many Indian galleries and one Constitution gallery, according to the different reports that we are picking up. But this is going to be symbolic. We're getting in more details of how the Prime Minister, has personally looked at the different aspects of it. And there are different reports also on when this new Parliament building will come into work. When will it start? When will it start being used? Now, to tell you a little bit about the kind of people who are working on this project, we're hearing there are local artisans from across India. And apart from that, just picking up more details, we'll try and get Abhishek as well, Abhishek Kapoor, because we're picking up details of the Prime Minister's engagement here. He unveiled the national emblem cast on the roof of the new Parliament building. He interacted with the Shramjeevis. The Shramjeevis involved in the work of the new Parliament. And the national emblem itself that you just mentioned, and you're looking at the national emblem there on your screen, it's made of bronze. It weighs about 9,500 kilograms, 6.5 meters in height. It's been cast at the top of the central foyer building of the new Parliament. A supporting structure of steel weighing around 6,500 kilograms has been constructed to support this emblem. So it's a very heavy structure, as we can understand from the details we're picking up. And the concept sketch and process of casting of the national emblem, as we've been mentioning, on the roof of the new Parliament building has gone through 8 different stages of preparation, from clay modelling, from computer graphics to bronze casting and polishing. So it's an extensive process which has culminated into today's unveiling by the Prime Minister. Just to tell you a little bit more, at least 3 panels of art and culture we are hearing, along with officials, have also begun working on the final details of the new Parliament building. Some of the names doing the rounds are Prasun Joshi, we are told, also involved in the work. And these are panels of art and culture experts who are looking at the work and the final look of the new Parliament, and including the finer aspects of the interiors, etc., art installations, and to give a Bharat Ki Jhanki look for the Parliament, which translates to a peek into the Indian identity. So this new Parliament will be all about India, Indian identity, etc. So these are some of the finer aspects that will be looked at closely in the next few days and weeks. Just to conclude what we were saying about the different names in the project, Prasun Joshi, one of the names working on it closely. We are being told dancer Padma Subramaniam. Other names doing the rounds are of archaeologist KK Muhammad, etc. So, keeping a close watch. Handing it back to you for now as we get you the latest pictures and the breaking news updates.
Yes. All right. Thank you for that, Niranjan. So those are the details that we are picking up. Prime Minister Modi unveiling new national emblem. And as Niranjan was telling us, this emblem weighs over 9,500 kgs and is 6.5 meters in height. It has been cast at the top of the central floor of the new Parliament building. On to more breaking news coming in. Latest information that is coming in. Former Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray has written to 15 Shiv Sena MLAs thanking them for their support during the tough times without surrendering to the pressure of threats or offers. He has also called for a meeting with all Shiv Sena MPs at his residence, Madhushri, today. So Uddhav there writing to 15 Sena MLAs. Of course, this comes in the backdrop of the setback that has come in for Uddhav Thackeray. When we talk about the plea that was filed in the Supreme Court, with the Supreme Court saying that it will not be listing the matter for today, the disqualification plea that was filed by the Uddhav camp there. And in the backdrop of this, we have Uddhav Thackeray writing to 15 Shiv Sena MLAs, extending gratitude to them for their support during the tough times, and also calling for a meet with all Shiv Sena MPs at their residence, Madhushri, at his residence, Madhushri, today. We have Ankit joining us live from the Mumbai newsroom. Ankit, if you could give us more details of this meet that has been called by Uddhav Thackeray, writing to the Shiv Sena MPs, saying that they did not succumb to the pressure or threats by the Shiv Sena faction there.
So essentially what's happened is, for the last days, we've seen how Uddhav Thackeray has been meeting various sections of the Shiv Sena. Sometimes he's been going to Sena Bhavan as well, in order to keep the rest of the Shiv Sena that still remains with him from breaking away to Eknath Shinde's side. However, that's not proven successful completely. We've seen former corporators from Thane, from Navi Mumbai jumping ship en masse to Eknath Shinde's camp. But this, by Uddhav Thackeray, is a continued attempt to engage with members of the party. Now it is paramount that he has the 15 MLAs with him remain in his camp. We've just seen how in the Supreme Court, for now, the speaker's moves, whether it's the previous speaker, or rather deputy speaker, or the newly appointed speaker, all of these moves regarding disqualification have been kept in abeyance until there is a constitution bench that is constituted and the Chief Justice of India hears this matter, or in another way dispenses with the matter. And so because of this is Uddhav Thackeray continuing to engage with his MLAs. Now no one can go anywhere essentially, and no one can be disqualified for going anywhere either. And so in light of the Supreme Court verdict, and perhaps from before it as well, this is a call for a meeting, and also the MPs have been called for, because the Shiv Sena has a large number of MPs, and I'm sure he would not want the split within the party also reaching them, because so far the MPs have as such refrained from shifting over to Eknath Shinde's camp. We've seen one or two examples to the contrary, but by and large they remain on his side, so he's called a meeting with them as well.
All right, Ankit, thank you so much for getting us all those details. So that is the latest coming in, and as Ankit was telling us, a setback of sorts for the Uddhav camp there, as well as the plea that was filed in the Supreme Court will not be heard today. And in the backdrop of this, we have Uddhav Thackeray writing to his loyalists. And tracking the latest on the Congress crisis that is brewing in Goa as well, where the GPCC has now submitted letter of removal of Michael Lobo as leader of opposition. The letter submitted to the speaker has been submitted to the speaker in the assembly. So Republic, they're accessing the letter that has been submitted to the speaker in this assembly. Remember, this comes a day after Michael Lobo was sacked as the leader of the opposition by the Congress, and reports now emerging of several MLAs going incommunicado as well. In fact, that's the letter on your screens as well. The Goa Congress submitting Lobo's removal letter to the speaker in the assembly. So several reports also now emerging that several MLAs of the Congress are likely to jump ship. And now Goa Congress there submitting Lobo's removal letter
to the Speaker in the Assembly. And we'll go across to our reporters as well to get us more information, but that is a letter on your screens as well that we've accessed that states that Lobo has been removed as a leader of opposition. So we have our executive editor for politics, Aishwarya, also joining us on the phone line. Aishwarya, if you could give us more details of this letter that has been submitted to the Speaker in the Assembly with respect to removal of Michael Lobo as a leader of the opposition.
Well, that's right. At this point of time, we are being clearly told that Congress has basically exploded from within as the Goa legislature of the Congress is concerned, and now they want the leaders to be removed. It is not only about Mr. Michael Lobo, but we are being told that within the next couple of hours they are going to come out letters. These letters are going to be sent to the Speaker to remove all of these MLAs who have gone to the other side. So very clearly, Congress once again is unable to handle the politics within. Congress is unable to retain their own MLAs. Congress is unable to once again convince their own leaders that the way of politics or the politics which is happening within the Congress party will be able to give them or will be able to provide them a platform which they have been looking for. So very clearly, once again, it raises questions on not only the state but the national leadership of the Congress party, or should we say, or maybe say the directionlessness which we have been talking about ever since Jyotiraditya Scindia to Jitin Prasad left the closest of the close to the Gandhis, and now you have the state functionaries or the state units of the Congress party completely dismantling from within. And as we said, imploding from within. So it's a very significant move, politically speaking, but also a broadening in capitals for the Congress top leadership to really understand before this is followed in other state units as well.
Yes. Well, Aishwarya, thank you for getting us all those details. So interesting developments there. It remains to be seen how this pans out. The crisis that is only escalating when you talk about the Goa Congress. So that is the latest coming in, and Aishwarya, they're getting us all those details of this letter that we've accessed, the crisis within the Goa Congress, which only seems to be spiraling from here on. Well, moving on to more breaking news coming in, this one with respect to the AIADMK infighting. So the latest news that is coming in that the AIADMK headquarters has been sealed by the Revenue Department in wake of the violence that was reported earlier this morning between the OPS and EPS factions. So that is the latest coming in. The visuals also that we got you earlier this morning of the violence that broke out, the scuffle that broke out between the two camps, EPS and OPS. This, of course, in the backdrop of the developments we've seen with regard to the rift between EPS and OPS. So the latest news that is coming in that the headquarters have been sealed, and this after the scuffle that broke out as well. We'll go across to our reporters to get us more information, but the open rift, the rift within the OPS and EPS camp, which is
சட்டப்படி நீதிமன்றத்தின் மூலமாக நீதி வழங்குவோம். அவர்களுக்கு அதிகாரம் இல்லை, என்னை நீக்குவதற்கு அவருக்கு அதிகாரம் இல்லை. ஏன்னா 1.5 கோடி தொண்டர்களால் நான் தேர்ந்தெடுக்கப்பட்டிருக்கிறேன். To do what has just happened at the General Council meeting, they do not have the authority. வாங்க 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 ரைஸ் வாங்க. வாங்க வாங்க இப்ப சீரியஸ்ல வாங்க. கேளுங்க என்ன கேக்குறது கேளுங்க ரெண்டே கேள்வி கேட்டு நகலுங்க நான் ஒண்ணு சட்டப்படி நீதிமன்றத்தில் சந்திப்பேன். ஒன்றரை கோடி தொண்டர்களில் உணர்வுபூர்வமான தேர்ந்தெடுக்கப்பட்டவன் நான். தொண்டர்களை சந்தித்து நீதி கேட்பேன். வாங்க.
Okay. I'll start now. Right after the event has just concluded at the Varnagaram Convention Hall, OPS from the party headquarters in Joypeta has just said that he will approach the courts and he will fight the case legally after the General Council meeting has passed a resolution trying to remove him from party's primary membership. This is with OPS and VP Munasamy and other senior leaders who are still on the OPS camp, and they've all been removed from the primary membership of the party. And right now, there's a lot of chaos that is ensuing in the party, outside the party office, and there's Section 144 imposed on the same street and also the neighboring areas near Roypeta, where the party headquarters is. And the party office is already sealed by the revenue department officials. This is right after some violence that had broke out in the morning between a scuffle that broke out between the EPS and the OPS camp.
So just take us, yes, if you could once again take us through these latest developments. We are seeing OPS showing up at the headquarters despite being expelled by the party. It's essentially a legacy war that seems to have broken out between EPS and OPS factions.
Yes. Both of them are fighting for the fighting and claiming to be the legal heir right now, and they want so it's right after the EPS faction had passed a resolution removing them from the party membership. OPS had also come forward and presented a statement, made a statement saying he's removing EPS from the primary membership of the party. This is minutes after he was removed from the party himself. OPS was removed from the party himself.
All right,
yes. At the moment, right outside the office as well, and they're all protesting against it. They have claimed that they will go to the court against EPS and the resolution has been passed away.
All right, so Pragadish stay with us just to take our viewers through all these latest developments. The visuals on your screens are of the ruckus that has broken out outside the AIADMK headquarters, where OPS showed up at the headquarters after minutes after, hours after being expelled by the AIADMK party. Remember, a legacy war that has also broken out between the EPS and OPS factions. OPS has been expelled from the AIADMK and EPS has been elected as the AIADMK interim general secretary. Secretary. Meanwhile, dual leadership in AIADMK has also come to an end. This crucial meet that was held at the AIADMK headquarters, 16 resolutions we are told were passed, which included a resolution to award Bharat Ratna to the late leaders, including Jayalalitha, MGR and Periyar, among others. So 16 resolutions that were passed in this particular AIADMK meet that was held. So essentially a bitter war that has broken out between EPS and OPS camps over Jayalalitha's legacy. In the visuals, you can see how EPS is seen celebrating post this victory, and OPS, who is seen addressing the media after being ousted from the AIADMK. In fact, in this meet that was held of the AIADMK, it was decided that party election will take place in 4 months' time for the election of the General Secretary post. So essentially what we are seeing is that OPS has been stripped of AIADMK primary membership. EPS meanwhile has been elected as a new interim General Secretary. General Secretary elections will also take place in the next 4 months. Pragadish continues to be with us. Pragadish, if you could take us through the latest scenes, what you are seeing outside the AIADMK headquarters, because we understand that the headquarters has now been sealed as well.
Yes, the AIADMK headquarters in Roypeta has been sealed by revenue officials right after the couple of o'clock in the morning. After OPS has stated that he will approach the courts. Parallelly, in Vanagaram also, there is a lot of celebration that is happening after the 16 resolutions that were passed. Among them, most notably expelling OPS and this camp. And there were also other resolutions passed, such as the Make It Dam project, that they have urged the centre and the state government to stop.
Yes, Pragadish, stay with us. We have a guest also joining us, former member of the Lok Sabha, K.S. Palaniswamy, joining us. Sir, if I can get your first reaction to OPS being expelled from the AIADMK.
No, this is quite unfortunate. The party is leading to a split, and the headquarters of the party is being sealed by the government. This is every party worker is feeling very bad on both EPS and OPS. They both are selfish. They both work for themselves, and they don't consider the welfare of the party and the future of the party and its cadre. Just to get what post and whose family can get more benefit. They both are working towards that, and the cadre doesn't like both EPS and OPS behavior.
Yes. And sir, how do you see this legacy war panning out? Because we understand that it's EPS versus OPS camp now, very clear now, out in the open. How do you see this legacy war for Jayalalitha panning out in the long run?
No, the legacy is MGR's legacy, and none of these two has been from MGR. And MGR in his will has returned 80% of his followers as on January 1987 can only decide about the party's future. That's his will. So these two have never seen MGR. Though today EPS has claimed he's a member since 74, which is false. He joined ADMK only in 88.
All right. Thank you so much for speaking to us. So that was the former AIADMK MP K.C. Palaniswamy giving his reaction after OPS has been expelled from the AIADMK. Slipping into a very short break, Supreme Court comes down heavily on Vijay Mallya. 4-month jail term rewarded to Vijay Mallya. And setbacks galore for ousted Uddhav camp. Supreme Court says no action against Shinde camp MLAs.
Getting a cab these days is nearly impossible because half the time you don't get rides. Even if your cab gets booked, you're not sure when it is going to get cancelled or how much you're going to pay. Now, answering all this, Mind has come up with beautiful solutions whereby we don't have a surge rate here because they go by government prescribed rates. Not just that, Mind has a beautiful feature where you incentivize the driver, ensuring that he will come and pick you up on time. So, thanks Mind.
Prime Minister has posited a picture of Ma Kali, which is source of India's spiritual energy, which is a unifying factor.
माँ काली का यही चेतना बंगाल और पूरे भारत की आस्था में है। माँ काली का वो असीम आशीर्वाद हमेशा भारत के साथ।
Because of the government intervention in the space sector is very evident. They want to make a great reforms in space sector. So primarily the space agency has been the only ISRO so far. So they want a private entity to come in, not only to as a supplier of space items, but more into building rockets, satellites and applications on their own and own it and operate it. So for that the government is asking to prepare a policy which we have prepared. So a space policy 2022 is already prepared, in which we allow space private entities to own and operate satellites. This is a very big change. All satellites of India are currently owned only by ISRO. And every television broadcasting channels are provided only through ISRO. This is going to change. So it's
And more support pouring in for NDA's presidential candidate Draupadi Murmu. We are now told that the TDP has also extended support to Draupadi Murmu's candidature. So that is the latest coming in. TDP extending support to NDA's presidential pick, which is Draupadi Murmu, saying that they will be voting for Draupadi Murmu in the presidential polls, which will take place on 18th of July. So more parties are coming out in the open to extend support to Draupadi Murmu. Remember, Shivpal Yadav has also said that his party will be voting for Draupadi Murmu. So SP ally there, Shivpal Yadav, also making it clear that his party will be voting for Draupadi Murmu. And now we have TDP also extending support to Draupadi Murmu for the president's post. We'll go across to Aneri as well to get more information, but that is the latest coming in. Chandru Babu's TDP also backing Murmu for the president post, saying that backing first Adivasi woman candidate for this post. We have a senior executive editor, Abhishek, also to give us more details. Abhishek, what more can you tell us? We are now learning that the TDP will also be supporting Draupadi Murmu.
Well, obviously, Samiksha, so what's happening is, given the choice of candidate that NDA got, possibly giving India its tribal president, even in opposition ranks, there is complete divide. So TDP is the latest one. We have seen earlier YSRCP, before that the Jharkhand Mukti Morcha. I mean, despite the fact that JMM had in fact announced that they would support Yashwant Sinha of the opposition, they did an about turn after the announcement of Draupadi Murmu and have now openly said that they will be supporting the NDA candidate. Similarly, we have seen Akali Dal, the ADMK, the BJD, of course, from the home state of Draupadi Murmu, who is all set to be president now. So essentially what we are seeing is, in fact, going to the extent that even Mamata Banerjee of the Trinamool Congress rued her decision that the Yashwant Sinha was selected opposition candidate, despite the fact that in fact lead was taken by Trinamool and Mamata herself. She said that had NDA consulted upon the name of Draupadi Murmu ahead of announcement of Yashwant Sinha, even she would have gone with the name. So I think it might turn out by the time election happens on 18 July, Samiksha, that Draupadi Murmu might become the consensus candidate, except for if Yashwant Sinha still decides that four or five parties supporting him, and he should go ahead with the election. Remember, even before the candidates were selected, NDA had about 48% vote share in the President's Electoral College. They needed a couple of more percentage votes, but now it seems that, like in the case of 2017, Ramnath Kovind got 65% vote. It's likely Draupadi Murmu might keep that record.
All right. And be as first president from the travel background. Yes. Well, Abhishek, thank you so much for getting us all those details. So massive support there coming in for NDA's presidential pick, Draupadi Murmu. Slipping into a very short break. On the other side, we'll get you the latest on Congress crisis in Goa. Congress only imploding in Goa now.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what
is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Maharashtra continues to face heavy rains in several areas. The district of Gadchiroli is reeling from a flood-like situation due to heavy downpour. Several roads have been submerged underwater due to the incessant and heavy rains in the region. The water has entered the houses in Gadchiroli as people in the district are suffering from this calamity. The India Meteorological Department issued an orange alert for the Gadchiroli district, predicting heavy to very heavy showers accompanied by thunderstorms with lightning. Heavy rains have been reported in Maharashtra's Nanded in the last 24 hours, causing flood-like situations in several places in the district. Several parts of Maharashtra, including Mumbai, Thane, Palghar, Raigad, Ratnagiri, Pune, have been experiencing heavy downpours. 27 NDRF teams have been deployed across the state amid the heavy rainfall and a red alert issued by IMD. Bureau Report, Republic TV. President Gotabaya Rajapaksa has agreed to resign on July 13, according to the Speaker of Parliament. This comes
Supreme Court comes down heavily on Vijay Mallya, 4-month jail term awarded. Setbacks galore for ousted Uddhav. Supreme Court says no action against Shinde camp MLAs. Violence, arson, sacking. It's a complete chaos to win the AIA DMK throne. Congress self-combustion in Goa now. Preemptive move backfires as sacked Congress stalwarts show party the mirror. UN report states India likely to surpass China as most populous demand grows for population control. Top court refuses to allow play of Abu Salim. Gangster can now be released after 2030. All right, let's go straight across to the big story I've been tracking. PM Modi has unveiled a national emblem on the new Parliament building, and those are the visuals there of that event on your screens. Now, this happened just a short while back. PM Modi had unveiled the national emblem cast on the roof of the new Parliament building, and the emblem is made up of bronze with a total weight of 9,500 kilograms and is 6.5 meters in height. I want to go across to Niranjan, who can get us the details on what we are seeing on our screens. Niranjan.
Yes. So these are the first pictures, in fact, coming in. We saw the what do we say, the still pictures earlier, and this is the first video. And in the first video, you're looking at the Prime Minister unveiling the national emblem cast on the roof of the new Parliament building this morning. He also interacted with the Shramjeevis involved in the work of the new Parliament. And the Prime Minister has also interacted with them, and he spent a considerable amount of time, we are told. And the national emblem that you see here in this video, a national emblem made of bronze with a total weight of 9,500 kilograms, is about 6.5 meters in height. It's been cast at the top of the central foyer of the new Parliament building. A supporting structure of steel weighing around 6,500 kilograms has been constructed to support the emblem. The concept, sketch and process of casting of the national emblem on the roof of the new Parliament building has gone through 8 different stages of preparation, from clay modelling, computer graphic to bronze casting and polishing. Now that's a little bit about the emblem itself. But in the larger scheme of things, in this special Azadi Ki Amrit Mahotsav, the new Parliament building coming into effect very, very soon, tells you about India's preparedness and the kind of message that the government is also sending out with the new Parliament building, which is in all likelihood likely to be occupied in this year itself. And the state emblem was adapted from the lion capital of Ashoka, and construction work has been on in full swing at the Parliament House building in the national capital. And just to tell our viewers a little bit about what the new Parliament building is expected to accommodate, about 888 members in the Lok Sabha chamber, 384 in Rajya Sabha, and up to 1,272 seats for a joint session. That's a little bit about the Parliament. And Abhishek Kapoor, our senior executive editor, who knows more about this subject than anybody else, I'd like to go across to him, because his pictures are symbolic. It was not announced, Abhishek, but the pictures came as a pleasant surprise. The Prime Minister once again has gone there, has unveiled the emblem. He's spoken to the people there. And I think in the larger scheme of things of the year 2022, this is a significant move. Abhishek, over to you.
Dedicated to the nation, and the inauguration has to happen with the winter session sometime in October, November. And as part of that, full preparations are on to make sure that that deadline is met, as part of which this national emblem has been put today, and the Prime Minister himself unveiled it in the presence of Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla and Urban Development Minister in charge ministry, in fact, of this entire exercise, Hardeep Singh Puri. The structure itself, the emblem, is about 10 tons, 9,500 kgs, and about 6.5 meters in height. But apart from that, a steel structure worth about 7 tons stands at the bottom to hold this national emblem. Just to give it a height, you can imagine that this entire structure would be visible from a distance in the reconfigured central vista along the Rajpath, which is going to be inaugurated, in fact, Niranjan, in the month of August itself, and the Parliament, of course, along with NXC, sometime in October, November. This is one of the key projects on which Prime Minister has worked personally with a lot of personal involvement. The proposal for, in fact, a new Parliament building had been on for decades, Niranjan, because the old Parliament built sometime in 1920s is not a structure built to modern specifications. It is not earthquake-proof at those times when this was built. Beautiful design, beautiful structure, but then those technologies were not available, and so there was a need felt for almost a couple of decades. And in fact, the UPA government itself during that period set up a committee on the request of their then Speaker Meera Kumar, but yet no movement happened. Essentially, it needed some kind of resolve to really get things going, and that's what Prime Minister Narendra Modi brought in, not just reconfiguring the central vista and the VIP residences of the Prime Minister, Vice President, and the central government offices, but also this Parliament building, which is to come up in the shape that we have seen. And by October, it should be ready. This includes this Parliament building. In fact, Niranjan, is bigger than the existing one in terms of spaces inside, and according to architect Bimal Patel, who's from Ahmedabad and is known for making big public spaces, the triangular shape is built to create more spaces within the land area that was available. And this is in the same complex in which the old Parliament building exists. In fact, the old Parliament building would be reconfigured as a museum, as also for spaces, individual spaces for the members of Parliament. Also remember, post the delimitation exercise that is to take place sometime in 2026, there are going to be more Lok Sabha members of Parliament and more Rajya Sabha members of Parliament, almost 1,200 against the 775 now. So the new building, both the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha, chambers are designed to accommodate more members, and of course, rest of the floors have offices and committee rooms and whatever paraphernalia that goes into it. The building itself will have a built-up area of something like 20,000 square meters, and there is a banyan tree, Niranjan. That's the beauty of the design, that there was a banyan tree in the area where this triangular shaped new parliament building is coming up, and it has been left as such, and an area of about 2,000 square meters carved out inside to make sure that the banyan tree is not disturbed. All those things there, Niranjan, and September 2019 is the time when the master plan.
Abhishek, if you could just hold on for a second. We are being joined. I'll come back to you, Abhishek. We are being joined by RP Singh on the phone line. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Singh. Now, this is definitely a big project, and hopefully we are waiting that the new parliament will be in session for the winter session of parliament season. What is your first reaction, sir?
Well, it's a matter of great pride for every Indian for the emblem, the national emblem in place, and then Prime Minister unveiling the emblem today. Secondly, yes, India needs a new parliament because, as your correspondent was saying, one of the colleagues was saying that the new parliament will accommodate more people, will accommodate more members of parliament, and in given times, if delimitations happen and we have more member of parliament added to the present number, then it can accommodate the more member of parliament in keeping with the future need in view. So it's a most welcoming step, and then technology-wise and even the structure-wise and then the requirement-wise, this parliament will take care of all the needs of the member of parliament and also of the minister's office in the parliament.
Mr. Singh, also we are seeing that this is a big project. How do you think this is going to change things going ahead? Because this project and also the casting of the national emblem on the roof of the new parliament building has gone through 8 different stages of preparation, from clay modeling, computer graphics to bronze casting and polishing.
Even what has been done within the new parliament and structural part also, and also the other icons which has to be used in and around the parliament. A lot of computer graphics and other all latest technologies have been used. But as I said, this parliament will be futuristic. This will have all requirement of the next 100 years for the parliament. Because not only with space, also with technology also. So this is going to be a new leaf in the Indian parliamentary history after the independence.
Right. Okay. Thank you, RP Singh, for joining us here on Republic TV. RP Singh, a BJP spokesperson, take us through the significance of this new, in fact, event that is on your screen. This PM Modi is unveiling the 6.5 meter long national emblem on new parliament building. It's definitely something very futuristic, like the BJP spokesperson RP Singh told us. And I'm also being joined by Shehzad Poonawala of the BJP. A very futuristic, project there, Mr. Poonawala. What is the first reaction coming in?
You see this national emblem, which is made of bronze. It has about 9,500 kgs, is 6.5 meters in height, and it will be on the central foyer of the new parliament building. And the new parliament building, as you know, is going to capture the ethos of India and our democracy. It's going to show from Vedas to yoga to Upanishads to all kinds of culture that makes India. It is a symbol of new India and our Naya Bharat, and therefore it is a matter of great pride that today this has been unveiled and has been dedicated to the people. And I think this symbolizes the power and the strength and the collective conscience of our Indian democracy. But unfortunately, some parties had played politics over this. We saw the likes of the Congress party in particular, who had politicized this entire new parliament building. They had politicized the Central Avenue. They had made all kinds of rumors about it. And these are the people who are the ones who have built 400, 500 structures on one family. But when this huge structure is being built for commemoration of our democracy and to celebrate our democracy, they had a problem with it. We remember the kind of false and fake rumors they spread. They went to the courts also. The courts rejected the petition saying that this was essential. And in fact, it was the Congress party who had demanded a new parliament back in 2012. But then they had done a U-turn on it, as is their case. But today I think that this is a great moment of joy and pride for our democracy, for every Indian. And therefore we thank the Prime Minister and we thank the Government of India for taking this forward in such a timely fashion.
Well, Mr. Poonawalla, also we know that the new parliament will capture the ethos of India at every level, from Vedas to yogas to Sufi and folk culture. Could you take us through that?
Well, you see, this is a symbol of New India. It's a symbol of our syncretic culture. And therefore, if you see, the new parliament building, the interiors will have three national symbols in the main themes. It will be the lotus, the peacock, and the banyan tree. And there are different themes for the Lok Sabha chamber, for the Rajya Sabha chamber. It will be the peacock, the national bird, and our national flower, the lotus. And the central courtyard will have the national tree, which is the banyan tree. And on the top of this new parliament building, on the central foyer, will be this great symbol, this great emblem of India, which has been cast out of bronze, which has been designed also.
All right, thank you for joining us there, Shehzad Poonawalla of the BJP. The big story right now, a 9,500 kilogram national emblem crowns the new parliament building. But let's go ahead and see the other big stories we have been tracking. And now the Sri Lanka PM, Ranil Wickremesinghe, has held a discussion with cabinet ministers this morning. All the ministers who attended the meeting were of the opinion that as soon as there is an agreement to form an all-party government, they are ready to hand over their responsibilities to that government. So big news coming in at this point of time, as Sri Lanka President has confirmed his resignation to the Prime Minister. The former Prime Minister is holding a meeting with the cabinet as well, and discussions over all-party government is being held. Also, we knew that the opposition parties were also in a huddle to figure out what they will do next, because Sri Lanka continues to be in turmoil. It is reading against under the economic crisis. And of course, the president has already confirmed that he will be resigning. And it comes, in fact, days after the crowd stormed the official residence of both the leaders. Demonstrators are still occupying the buildings and refusing to leave until both leaders are gone. So we have been talking to various voices on Republic TV, and they say that anger mounts in Sri Lanka as cabinet meeting is now being held to figure out the next steps. Well, top updates right now. UN report projects India to surpass China, being the most populous country by 2023. India, which will surpass China as the world's most populous nation by 2023, to have a population of 1.668 billion in 2050, way ahead of China's 1.317 billion people by the middle of the century. The Supreme Court today found the fugitive businessman Vijay Mallya guilty of contempt of court for truthfully disclosing his assets and transferring $40 million to his children in violation of the Supreme Court's order. The apex court awarded Mallya 4 months jail term and a fine of 2,000 rupees. Along with this, the Supreme Court has also asked Mallya to deposit back $40 million with interest within 4 weeks. The Madras High Court on Monday rejected a plea from AIADMK leader and former co-coordinator OPS to stay the conduct of the General Council meeting of a party at a marriage hall, making way for rival leader EPS's elevation as a possible single leader of the party. The verdict allowed the EPS faction to hold the GC meet. Following Madras High Court's verdict to reject AIADMK leader OPS plea, now Palaniswamy official takes over as AIADMK's interim General Secretary, the General Council meeting in Tamil Nadu. AIADMK General Council adopts resolutions for reviving the General Secretary post and to ensure electing a person for the post by the primary members of the party. Election will be held 4 months from now. The council meeting adopted a resolution demanding Bharat Ratna for Periyar, M.G. Ramachandran and J. Jayalalitha. The General Council also has passed resolution to squash dual leadership for AIADMK and create Deputy General Secretary post for the party. Two groups of suspected AIADMK workers clashed outside the party headquarters on a day when the dominant faction led by EPS elected him as the single leader of the organization. The suspected supporters were carrying AIADMK flags and were seen hurling stones and damaging property as well. The resolution passed by the Goa Congress Party. New Congress Legislative Party will be appointed today. This will be submitted to the Speaker before the Assembly sessions begin. Meanwhile, after signing the resolution, fearing that some of the 5 Congress MLAs could join the rebel camp, the party moves them to an undisclosed location ahead of session. Supreme Court to hear plea of Punjab BJP leader Jagjit Singh seeking CBI probe in singer Sidhu Moosewala's murder case. The bench of justices will be hearing the plea after some time. Hearing on bail application of main accused Ashish Mishra in the Lakhimpur violence case will be held today. After the hearing on the bail application of Ashish Mishra in the Lucknow bench of the High Court, the court has given the next date of July 11th. As Amarnath Yatra resumed, hundreds lined up at the Bhagwati Nagar base camp in Jammu to pay their respects at the holy cave. Visuals show pilgrims chanting slogans and starting their journey toward the valley. Following the cloudburst incident, Amarnath Yatra was temporarily suspended, and after 48 hours, Yatra has now resumed. Here's more in our next report.
On July 8th, a fatal cloudburst claimed 16 lives in Jammu and Kashmir while injuring several others. Over 40 people are missing and rescue operations are on in full swing. Nearly 48 hours after the tragedy hit the holy pilgrimage site of Amarnath Yatra, the Yatra has resumed once again. Watch how, with utter zest and enthusiasm, the 12th batch of Amarnath Yatra pilgrims left the Bhagwati Nagar base camp for the holy Amarnath cave.
तो जो हादसा हुआ उसके बाद किस तरह का भय तो नहीं?
नहीं, कोई भय नहीं। हमको बाबा के ऊपर विश्वास है। बाबा हमारी यात्रा मंगलमय करेंगे और बाबा के हम दर्शन करके ही जाएंगे। हमें कोई भय नहीं है, बाबा के ऊपर पूर्ण विश्वास है।
And even as the search and rescue operations continue for the ones missing, a fresh batch of pilgrims have embarked on the journey with great fervor. Bureau report for Republic TV.
Much more coming up on the other side. Violence, arson, sacking. It's a complete chaos to win the AIA-DMK throne. Plus, Congress self-combustion in Goa now. Preemptive move backfires as sacked Congress stalwart show party the mirror.
President Gotabaya Rajapaksa has agreed to resign on July 13, according to the Speaker of Parliament. This comes after thousands of protesters, furious over his government's inability to address crippling economic turmoil, crashed in the capital and stormed President's official residence. Meanwhile, Sri Lankan Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe agreed to resign on Saturday after party leaders in Parliament demanded both he and the President Gotabaya Rajapaksa to step down.
Both as a citizen and as Prime Minister. I've generally been in governments where I ensured people had 3 meals and the income is being increased. Well, now we are going to have a contraction in the economy. It may be 3.5, 4, maybe 6. So that's going to be bad. We still haven't had the full impact of the contraction. So this is why we need next year to recover.
Wickremesinghe was appointed as the Prime Minister after anti-government protests forced the resignation of then Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa in May. Following the Prime Minister and President's decision to step down from their top posts, call for elections within a short period of time and install a new government was also taken. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
We have been very supportive of Sri Lanka and we are trying to help. There is no refugee crisis right now.
On the occasion of Eid al-Adha, on Sunday, Border Security Force and Pakistan Rangers exchanged wishes at the Attari Wagah border. As a part of traditional gesture between two border guarding forces, BSF exchanged gestures to Pakistan Rangers.
आज ईद के इस मुबारक अवसर पर जॉइंट चेक पोस्ट अटारी से सीमा सुरक्षा बल के द्वारा
On Republic TV, I am Shivangi Shukla. Well, we're getting some fresh updates at this point of time, viewers. Some breaking update is coming in. A Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorist has now been killed in an encounter in Avantipura. The terrorist has been identified as Kesar Koka. But that's a big news coming in right now. Terrorist Kesar Koka was active since 2008. Top Jaish commander has been now killed in Avantipura operations. Big news coming in right now. And in fact, some more fresh updates coming in that one more terrorist has been killed. That's right. One more terrorist has been killed. Viewers, that takes the total figure to 2. Total 2 killed in that operation. Zinat is joining me. Zinat, take us to the details of this big development.
Shivani, we are seeing an encounter in the Wangtpura of the Avantipura where the top terrorist was trapped, and the terrorists who have been trapped in the encounter are basically from the JEM, which is a park-based terror outfit. And we are picking up from the ADGP Kashmir, Vijay Kumar, that the Kesar Koka has been neutralized. So, which is the biggest catch for the J&K police at present, because even somebody who was active since 2018 and had done a lot of damage to the forces on the ground. So his neutralization is coming as a big success for the forces, which has also been confirmed now by the ADG Kashmir that the notorious terrorist of the JM terror outfit, Kesar Koka, has been neutralized in an Avantipura operation. The operation launched by J&K police along with the Indian Army. This was a swift operation and a lead has generated by the J&K police about the presence of the terrorists. With the result, now we are seeing the 2 terrorists killed in Avantipura, and this is definitely a bigger success for the police as well as the security agencies on the ground, because Avantipura is somewhere like it is again on the national highway which connects you to the Pahalgam where the Amarnath Yatra is on.
Right. Okay, Zira, thank you for joining us with all those details. Big news coming in. Top Jaish commander has been killed in Avantipura operations. Much more is coming up on the other side. UN report states India likely to surpass China as most populous. Demand grows for population control. Plus, Top Court refuses to allow plea of Abu Salem. Gangster can now be released after 2030.
We have been very supportive of Sri Lanka and we are trying to help. There is no refugee crisis right now.
On the occasion of Eid al-Adha, on Sunday, Border Security Force and Pakistan Rangers exchanged wishes at the Attari Wagah border. As a part of traditional gesture between two border guarding forces, BSF exchanged gestures to Pakistan Rangers.
आज ईद के इस मुबारक अवसर पर जॉइंट चेक पोस्ट अटारी से सीमा सुरक्षा बल के द्वारा पाकिस्तान रेंजर्स को स्वीट्स ऑफर किए गए। ये हमारे देश की परंपराओं, सद्भावना की नीति और शांति की पहल के भी परिचायक हैं।
The BSF Gujarat frontier has also exchanged greeting and sweets with Pakistan Rangers. In a statement, BSF Gujarat frontier has said that as a goodwill gesture, sweets have been exchanged at multiple border points. Sweets were exchanged at international borders of Kutch and Banaskantha district of Gujarat, as well as at ICP Munabao, Gadra, Somrar, Kilnor and Varnahar in Barmer district of Rajasthan. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Prime Minister has posited a picture of Ma Kali, which is source of India's spiritual energy, which is a unifying factor.
माँ काली का यही चेतना बंगाल और पूरे भारत की आस्था में है। माँ काली का वो असीम आशीर्वाद हमेशा भारत के साथ।
Because of the government intervention in the space sector is very evident. They want to make a great reforms in space sector. So primarily the space agency has been the only ISRO so far. So they want a private entity to come in, not only to as a supplier of space items, but more into building rockets, satellites and applications on their own and own it and operate it. So for that the government is asking to prepare a policy which we have prepared. So a space policy 2022 is already prepared, in which we allow space private entities to own and operate satellites. This is a very big change. All satellites of India are currently owned only by ISRO. And every television broadcasting channels are provided only through ISRO. This is going to change. So it's not only the communication side, it's also going to change in
Top headlines right now. Supreme Court comes down heavily on Vijay Mallya, 4-month jail term awarded. Setbacks galore for ousted Uddhav. Supreme Court says no action against Shinde camp MLAs. Violence, arson, sacking. It's a complete chaos to win the AIA-DMK throne. Congress self-combustion in Goa now. Preemptive move backfires as sacked Congress stalwarts show party the mirror. UN report states India are likely to surpass China as most populous. Demand grows for population control. Top court refuses to allow plea of Abu Salim. Gangster can now be released after 2030. We are live on Breaking on Republic TV. I am Shivangi Shukla. Let's start with the top focus right now. As India gets ready to overtake China's population, Yogi government puts focus on population balance. Yogi takes the lead on population balance, a debate. So this is the big news coming in. Stability in population, that is CM Yogi's top focus right now. And this is coming in as India is ready to overtake China's population. Now, this has come after a UN report which had projected that India will surpass China as the world's most populous country during 2023. And the world population prospects 2022 by the UN Department of Economic and Social Affairs Population Division said that global population will also be reaching higher. Let's have a look at what Yogi Adityanath has said as he puts a focus on maintaining stability in the population.
हमारे सामने समस्या देखने को मिलती है कि किसी एक वर्ग विशेष में मातृ मृत्यु दर भी ज्यादा है, शिशु मृत्यु दर भी ज्यादा है। अगर दो बच्चों के बीच में अंतराल कम है, इसका मातृ मृत्यु दर पर भी और शिशु मृत्यु दर पर भी पड़ेगा और उसकी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी पूरे समाज को। और ये स्थिति हो रही है। यद्यपि विगत 5 वर्ष के अंदर इसमें काफी अच्छी सफलता प्राप्त की है। उत्तर प्रदेश ने इस दिशा में बेहतरीन परिणाम दिए हैं। खासतौर पर उत्तर प्रदेश का जो लक्ष्य रहा है वह मैटरनल एनीमिया में आज यह 51.1% से घट करके 45.9% तक रह गया है। इसी प्रकार से हम लोगों ने जो फुल इम्यूनाइजेशन की दर है वह उत्तर प्रदेश ने विगत 5 वर्ष के अंदर 51.1% थी, जो अब यह बढ़ करके लगभग 70% को प्राप्त कर रहा है। संस्थागत प्रसव की दर जो पहले केवल 67-68% थी, आज यह बढ़ करके 84% के आसपास जा रहा है। और यही नहीं बल्कि मातृ मृत्यु दर में भी और शिशु मृत्यु दर में भी उत्तर प्रदेश ने अपने रिकॉर्ड को पहले की तुलना में ठीक करने का प्रयास किया, अच्छा किया है। लेकिन इसमें और बेहतर करने की आवश्यकता है, जिससे जनसंख्या स्थिरीकरण एक बड़ी भूमिका का निर्वहन कर सकता है। और इसमें स्वास्थ्य विभाग के साथ साथ हमें उन सभी संबंधित विभागों को जोड़ करके इन कार्यक्रमों को आगे बढ़ाना होगा। इसमें जागरूकता अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण है और उस जागरूकता के साथ साथ अंतर विभागीय समन्वय इस लक्ष्य को प्राप्त करने में एक बड़ी भूमिका का निर्वहन कर सकता है। हम लोगों ने प्रदेश के अंदर अंतर विभागीय समन्वय की उस ताकत को पहचाना है, जिसमें उत्तर प्रदेश ने स्वास्थ्य विभाग नोडल विभाग था। हमने मस्तिष्क ज्वर को से होने वाली मौतों को 95% नियंत्रित करने में सफलता प्राप्त की। सबसे बड़ी आबादी का राज्य होने के बावजूद उत्तर प्रदेश ने कोरोना प्रबंधन का बेहतरीन उदाहरण भी प्रस्तुत किया और लगातार इस दिशा में प्रयास होते हैं। अभी 1 जुलाई से संचारी रोग नियंत्रण के कार्यक्रम बेहतर तरीके से आगे बढ़े। वर्ष में 3 बार अप्रैल, जुलाई और अक्टूबर में हम संचारी रोग नियंत्रण के अभियान चलाते हैं। इसमें केवल एक विभाग नहीं रहता, सभी विभाग मिलकर के इस कार्यक्रम के साथ जुड़ते हैं।
All right, we just heard the CM Yogi Adityanath speak there, where the big focus is on stability in population. Now, this is coming in as a UN report has just come out where it said that India will in fact overtake China's population. Well, that is what's projected by the UN report. Now, Yogi government has put the focus on population balance. Let's have a look at what the Chief Minister had just said.
हमारे सामने समस्या देखने को मिलती है कि किसी एक वर्ग विशेष में मातृ मृत्यु दर भी ज्यादा है, शिशु मृत्यु दर भी ज्यादा है। अगर 2 बच्चों के बीच में अंतराल कम है, इसका अंदाजा मातृ मृत्यु दर पर भी और शिशु मृत्यु दर पर भी पड़ेगा और उसकी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी पूरे समाज को। और ये स्थिति हो रही है। यद्यपि विगत 5 वर्ष के अंदर इसमें काफी अच्छी सफलता प्राप्त की है। उत्तर प्रदेश ने इस दिशा में बेहतरीन परिणाम दिए हैं। खासतौर पर उत्तर प्रदेश का जो लक्ष्य रहा है वह मैटरनल एनीमिया में आज यह 51.1% से घट करके 45.9% तक रह गया है। इसी प्रकार से हम लोगों ने जो फुल इम्यूनाइजेशन की दर है वह उत्तर प्रदेश ने विगत 5 वर्ष के अंदर 51.1% थी, जो अब यह बढ़ करके लगभग 70% को प्राप्त कर रहा है। संस्थागत प्रसव की दर जो पहले केवल 67-68% थी, आज यह बढ़ करके 84% के आसपास जा रहा है। और यही नहीं बल्कि मातृ मृत्यु दर में भी और शिशु मृत्यु दर में भी उत्तर प्रदेश ने अपने रिकॉर्ड को पहले की तुलना में ठीक करने का प्रयास किया, अच्छा किया है। लेकिन इसमें और बेहतर करने की आवश्यकता है, जिससे जनसंख्या स्थिरीकरण एक
All right, I'm being joined by Manjinder Singh Sirsa, BJP spokesperson on the phone line. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Sirsa. The big focus right now we can clearly see coming in from Yogi Adityanath is on stabilizing the population. What is your first reaction? All right, we're having some technical issue, but the big story right now, viewers, that you're watching on your screen is India is projected to be the most populated by 2023. Well, that's what a UN report is saying. I'm being joined back by Manjinder Sirsa. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Sirsa, on the phone line on Republic TV. Now we're seeing that there's a UN report which is projecting that India will overtake China population-wise by 2023. But we're seeing a focus also by the Yogi government on population balance. What is your first reaction, Mr. Sirsa?
See, there's a wider prospect, but definitely in a personal capacity, I would say that there has to be some stop on the population. Reason being, if the way this country is running, there are limited resources to everything. And I think it's a time that government and people of India should take a decision that we need to stop. Some kind of policy should be there, at least to control the population. Otherwise, it will be uncontrolled country with so much of population, with limit of resources, and I think it will be doomed one day if we will not control. And the coming generation will blame us definitely for this doom.
All right, thank you for joining us, Manjinder Singh Sirsa, BJP spokesperson. On the top story, we're tracking viewers right now. The big story is that as India gets ready to overtake China's population, Yogi government puts focus on population balance. Yogi takes the lead on population balance debate. All right, I'm being joined by Anurag Bhadoria on the phone line. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Bhadoria. What is your first reaction coming in? Now we are seeing that the population balance needs to be maintained and Yogi is taking the lead, while a UN report has come out which is saying that India might overtake China by 2023.
देखिए, पॉपुलेशन हमारे देश की बड़ी समस्या इसमें खोज हो रहा है. तो इसमें जिम्मेदारी पूरे हिंदुस्तान के संयुक्त लोगों की जिम्मेदारी होती है. बट दूसरा ये भी है कि इतनी ही जिम्मेदारी हमारी आपकी बनती है कि हम हिंदुस्तान को डेवलप कैसे करें. हिंदुस्तान में डेवलपमेंट का काम भी होना चाहिए. हिंदुस्तान जब पॉपुलेशन हिंदुस्तान की हो गई है तो ये हमारी जिम्मेदारी बनती है पॉपुलेशन पे कंट्रोल करके हिंदुस्तान में डेवलपमेंट भी होना चाहिए. चाइना जैसे डेवलप कंट्री है तो चाइना अपने लोगों को कैसे डेवलप करती है, कैसे रोजगार की बात करती है, कैसे डेवलपमेंट की बात करती है. तो हमारे यहाँ भी पॉपुलेशन पे भी काम हो और डेवलपमेंट पे भी काम होना चाहिए, जिससे लोग अपने पैरों पे खड़े हो पाए, देश हमारा आगे बढ़े. लेकिन हमारे हिंदुस्तान को ज्यादातर आजकल जब से बीजेपी की गवर्नमेंट आई है तब से उसको जाति धर्म के हिसाब से राजनीति की जा रही है. जाति धर्म की राजनीति का विकास नहीं होना चाहिए. विकास होना चाहिए कि हिंदुस्तान की कैसे हम डेवलपमेंट के रास्ते पे ले जाएं, कैसे इसका इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलप हो, कैसे टेक्नोलॉजी वाइज हम मजबूत हो, कैसे हर व्यक्ति को रोजगार मिले. अगर पॉपुलेशन है अब यहाँ पे तो हमारी जिम्मेदारी उतनी बनती है कि हम उसको कैसे रोजगार दें. लेकिन पॉपुलेशन कंट्रोल होनी चाहिए. पॉपुलेशन पे भी ये जिम्मेदारी सबकी बनती है कि पॉपुलेशन जिस तरह से देश में बढ़ रही है उस पर भी पॉपुलेशन पे कुछ लोगों को समझ में कहते हैं इस पे काम करना चाहिए. लेकिन उसके साथ साथ हमें देश के विकास पे भी बात करनी चाहिए. जो बीजेपी विकास पे बात नहीं करना चाहती है, ये चिंता की बात है. अल्टीमेट लोगों को काम तो देना ही है ना. लोगों को काम तो हमें देश को, हमारे पास इतनी बड़ी लैंड है, हमारे पास इतना बड़ा ह्यूमन रिसोर्स है, तो हमें ह्यूमन रिसोर्स को भी तो यूज करना है ना अच्छी तरह से, जैसे चाइना ने इस्तेमाल किया. हम उतना इस्तेमाल क्यों नहीं कर पा रहे हैं भाई. चाइना की पॉपुलेशन कम हुई, हमारी भी होनी चाहिए. हमारी भी पॉपुलेशन पे काम करना चाहिए. उसके साथ साथ हमें डेवलपमेंट पे भी काम करना चाहिए जैसे चाइना करता है. जैसे चाइना ने टेक्नोलॉजी पे विकास पे राजनीति की है, लेकिन हमारे यहाँ विकास की राजनीति हो कहाँ रही है. हमारे यहाँ विकास की राजनीति ना होकर जाति धर्म पे चर्चाएं होती.
All right, Mr. Anurag Bhadoria. Yes, thank you for joining us here on Republic TV. Samajwadi Party leader there. On this big story, we are tracking that as India gets ready to overtake China's population, the Yogi government is putting a big focus on population balance. Much more is coming up on the other side. Supreme Court comes down heavily on Vijay Mallya. 4-month jail term aborted. Setbacks galore for ousted Uddhav. Supreme Court says no action against Shinde camp MLA. Stay tuned.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Prime Minister has posited a picture of Ma Kali, which is source of India's spiritual energy, which is a unifying factor.
माँ काली का यही चेतना बंगाल और पूरे भारत की आस्था में दिखी। माँ काली का वो असीम आशीर्वाद हमेशा भारत के साथ।
Because of the government intervention in the space sector is very evident. They want to make a great reforms in space sector. So primarily the space agency has been the only ISRO so far. So they want a private entity to come in, not only to as a supplier of space items, but more into building rockets, satellites and applications on their own and own it and operate it. So for that the government is asking to prepare a policy which we have prepared. So a space policy 2022 is already prepared, in which we allow space private entities to own and operate satellites. This is a very big change. All satellites of India are currently owned only by ISRO. And every television broadcasting channels are provided only through ISRO. This is going to change. So it's not only the communication side, it's also going to change in remote sensing side. No, imaging satellites are owned only by ISRO and defense only. Now private entities can own imaging satellites. They can take photograph images. They can use value-added products and also market.
Maharashtra continues to face heavy rains in several areas. The district of Gadchiroli.
Another jolt for Uddhav Thackeray. Only 10 out of 22 MPs meet Uddhav Thackeray. Uddhav's urgent meet, which was held, and only 10 MPs attended it. It's a big jolt coming in from Uddhav Thackeray. The big news that we are breaking right now on Republic TV, that maybe things didn't go as expected. 10 out of 22 MPs have only met Uddhav Thackeray. Remember, this is coming in after the big jolt to the Uddhav camp from the Supreme Court as well. And the big news, another big jolt coming in just hours after that, viewers, that just 10 out of 22 MPs came to meet Uddhav Thackeray. He had called an urgent meet, and only 10 MPs have attended that meet. This is the big news coming in. Remember that MP Sanjay Raut, Vinayak Raut and Priyanka Chaturvedi had reached party president Uddhav Thackeray's Matoshri residence. And I would like to go across to Ankit, who's getting us the details on that. Ankit, take us through what's happening. Now, this is another jolt coming in for Uddhav Thackeray. Just hours when we saw the Supreme Court there, saying that the plea will not be heard today. So within 2-3 hours, another jolt coming in. What's happening?
Essentially, two matters, like you rightly said. One is the Supreme Court has kept in abeyance all the moves of both the speakers, the previous deputy speaker as well as the current speaker that has been appointed by the Shinde government. But more importantly, while Uddhav Thackeray has not got any relief from the Supreme Court insofar as overturning the events have been concerned, when he had called a meeting of all his MPs, now only 10 of them have attended. Now, there were two agendas in this meeting. One was that it was said that the Shiv Sena chief wanted to discuss the party's course of action for the upcoming presidential elections. We've seen how over the last two presidential elections, or two out of the last three, the Shiv Sena went against its then ally, the NDA. It backed Pranab Mukherjee and it also backed Pratibha Patil in the NDA elections. Now, some MPs of the Shiv Sena had apparently asked Uddhav Thackeray to back the NDA's candidate this time around, that is Draupadi Murmu. However, the opposition has Yashwant Sinha as a candidate. So that was one reason this meeting was called. The second was to keep the flock together, because while most of his MLAs have fled and Uddhav Thackeray thanked 15 of them for not leaving him, the most of the MPs still appeared to at least not have shifted allegiances, or rather it was not clear. Only one MP, Bhavana Gawali, had clearly given an intimation that she was towards the Eknath Shinde camp. However, all the other MPs of the Shiv Sena had thus far not committed to which side they would go for. But now it appears as though there may be some amount of friction there as well, because only 10 out of 22 have turned up, and so there is a deficit in Uddhav Thackeray's numbers right now, and it remains to be seen whether he has control of all his party's MPs as well.
Okay, Ankit, thank you for joining us with all those details. The big news coming in. Trouble keeps mounting for Uddhav Thackeray. Only 10 MPs attend an important meet which was called by Uddhav Thackeray. Thank you so much. And we continue to be live and breaking and get you the fastest updates. Much more coming up on the other side. Violence, arson, sacking. It's a complete chaos to win the AIA-DMK throne. Plus, Congress self-combustion in Goa now. Preemptive move backfires as sacked Congress stalwarts show party the mirror. Stay tuned.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Maharashtra continues to face heavy rains in several areas. The district of Gadchiroli is reeling from a flood-like situation due to heavy downpour. Several roads have been submerged underwater due to the incessant and heavy rains in the region. The water has entered the houses in Gadchiroli as people in the district are suffering from this calamity. The India Meteorological Department issued an orange alert for the Gadchiroli district, predicting heavy to very heavy showers accompanied by thunderstorms with lightning. Heavy rains have been reported in Maharashtra's Nanded in the last 24 hours, causing flood-like situations in several places in the district. Several parts of Maharashtra, including Mumbai, Thane, Palghar, Raigad, Ratnagiri, Pune, have been experiencing heavy downpours. 27 NDRF teams have been deployed across the state amid the heavy rainfall and a red alert issued by IMD. Bureau Report, Republic TV. President Gotabaya Rajapaksa has agreed to resign on July 13, according to the Speaker of Parliament. This comes after thousands of protesters, furious over his government's inability to address crippling economic turmoil, crashed in the capital and stormed President's official residence. Meanwhile, Sri Lankan Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe agreed to resign on Saturday after party leaders in parliament demanded both he and the President Gotabaya Rajapaksa to step down.
Both as a citizen and as Prime Minister. I've generally been in governments where I ensured people had 3 meals and the income is being increased. Well, now we are going to have a contraction in the economy. It may be 3.5, 4, maybe 6. So that's going to be bad. We still haven't had the full.
Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha visited Chandanwadi, reviewed arrangements, medical facilities and preparations in view of any exigency. He also visited DRDO hospital there and inspected the facilities, interacted with doctors, Safai Walas and encouraged them to keep doing the good work. Well, the big news coming in that you can see the visuals on the screen that after that Amarnath tragedy where he had earlier visited the injured and the devotees, right now we're seeing the Manoj Sinha right now also visiting other places and checking the medical facilities and preparations as well. Gursimran is joining me for more. Gursimran, take us through the details because after this tragedy, of course, it was a big jolt when it comes to the Amarnath Yatra, but we are seeing that Manoj Sinha is taking a step there and reviewing the preparations.
Yes, Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha is leading the relief and rescue operations for sure. He has been monitoring the operations since the incident has taken place. We know that he was at the Nunwan base camp yesterday night. Entire night he was at the Nunwan base camp monitoring the situation so that the yatra can be resumed at an earliest. And today morning at around 8, the yatra started from the Panchtarni, while from other base camps the yatra left early in the morning at around 6. Now the Lieutenant Governor has reviewed the arrangements at the Chandanwadi. He interacted with the workers, the security forces deployed there, and appreciated the work that they have done in the past 3 days, especially after the unfortunate incident that has unfolded. We are being told that Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha today will also be chairing a meeting to review the status of the yatra. As of 11:30 a.m., 7,000 yatris have already crossed the Chandanwadi and are heading towards the Amarnath cave.
All right, thank you for joining us, Gursimran. Gursimran getting us those exclusive details there of Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha taking a stock of the situation after the terrible cloudburst tragedy in Amarnath. Well, much more coming up on the other side, viewers. Republic TV gets you the latest and the fastest updates, and we continue to do that. UN report states India likely to surpass China as most populous, demand grows for population control. And the other big story, top court refuses to allow plea of Abu Salim. Gangster can now be released after 2030.
Getting a cab these days is nearly impossible because half the time you don't get rides. Even if your cab gets booked, you're not sure when it is going to get cancelled or how much you're going to pay. Now, answering all this, Mind has come up with beautiful solutions whereby we don't have a surge rate here because they go by government prescribed rates. Not just that, Mind has a beautiful feature where you incentivize the driver, ensuring that he will come and pick you up on time. So, thanks Mind.
President Gotabaya Rajapaksa has agreed to resign on July 13, according to the Speaker of Parliament. This comes after thousands of protesters, furious over his government's inability to address crippling economic turmoil, crashed in the capital and stormed President's official residence. Meanwhile, Sri Lankan Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe agreed to resign on Saturday after party leaders in Parliament demanded both he and the President Gotabaya Rajapaksa to step down.
Both as a citizen and as Prime Minister. I've generally been in governments where I ensured people had 3 meals and the income is being increased. Well, now we are going to have a contraction in the economy. It may be 3.5, 4, maybe 6. So that's going to be bad. We still haven't had the full impact of the contraction. So this is why we need next year to recover.
Wickremesinghe was appointed as the Prime Minister after anti-government protests forced the resignation of then Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa in May. Following the Prime Minister and President's decision to step down from their top posts, call for elections within a short period of time and install a new government was also taken. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
We're getting some breaking development right now. Spirit Airlines plane catches fire in Atlanta after brakes and landing gear ignite. You can see those visuals on your screen. Terrifying moment when Spirit Airline plane erupts in flames on landing in Atlanta as brakes overheat, and those are the visuals on your screen. Now, this was definitely a horror for the passengers on board. Now, this plane was traveling from Tampa, Florida to Atlanta, Georgia, and the plane's brake had ignited upon landing, and those visuals of the plane there catching fire. This is the big news coming in. In fact, we also know that passengers were terrified when this incident happened, and the brakes in the landing gear of Spirit Airlines flight ignited upon landing. And in fact, this was a scene which created chaos on board as well. Videos of which you can see there on your screens. This is the big news coming in right now. A Spirit Airlines plane has caught fire in Atlanta, and a very terrifying moment for any passenger or any cabin crew. This news is coming in from the US, where Flight 383 was traveling from Tampa, Florida to Atlanta, Georgia. And the plane's brake ignited upon landing. Essentially, they went up in flames, and the entire plane, in fact, especially the landing gear of the part of the plane, had caught fire. What we know is that this was an incident which terrified a lot of passengers on board and the cabin crew as well. The cabin crew had told the passengers on board to keep calm as this incident had transpired in the US. But the good news is that nobody is injured in this incident. Nobody has been injured, which is good news. It did cause chaos and panic inside, but the situation was handled, and no one has been injured. That's the latest that we are getting for you right now. And no passengers were injured, and no deaths were also reported. The airline has publicly shared this information. So even though that a very terrifying situation transpired there on the plane, and which could have turned even a little bit more serious, but thankfully nobody was injured. I want to go across to Niranjan, who is in fact joining us. Niranjan, please take us through the details of this terrifying incident.
Yeah, these videos, in fact, these videos come in, you can see from the Surface device right now from the newsroom. On the Surface device, you can see, what happened here. This is Spirit Airlines flight, which caught fire on landing at the Atlanta airport. And that's the video coming in. It's a passenger video. You can see that it's a passenger video. Passengers aboard the Spirit Airlines flight. This was from Tampa to Atlanta, is what we are learning from different media reports. And all of them are reported to be safe after this plane caught fire. The plane caught fire during the landing process, and the video now coming in from different sources, showing that the smoke was seen beneath the Spirit Airlines flight 383 beneath the wing after it landed. This was at the Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport. Now, from the other details that are coming in, and you can see this dramatic video. This is from the Spirit Airlines. The brakes reportedly overheated. The brakes overheated upon landing at the airport. That's 9:25 local time. There was a small fire, and fire responders say that they were quickly able to extinguish the flames. The aircraft was towed to gate D2, where airport officials said passengers got off the plane safely, and that nobody was injured. And some of the eyewitnesses also reportedly telling the media there in Atlanta that once they landed, there was a weird noise from the left side of the plane, and the passengers shot this video. The passengers shot this video from aboard the plane that shows that the aircraft stopped on the tarmac with the smoke coming from underneath one of the wings. So that's the first video that's come in. So keeping a close track on the evolving situation here. But so far we are hearing that the situation is more or less under control. And this is the video that's come in. And there are multiple videos, in fact, coming in. Another video that came in from inside the plane showing passengers were seated and standing in some cases, wondering what was going on. Flight attendants in the second video can also be seen, can be heard on the plane's loudspeaker instructing passengers that they do not need to evacuate and to remain in their seats.
All right, so those are the updates that are coming in, and at this point, dramatic visual surfacing of the plane catching fire. This is the Spirit's airline that we're talking about here. It caught fire. In fact, the latest information that is coming in, that the passengers are safe. So that is the latest coming in. Passengers, we are told, who were on board Spirit Airlines were alarmed when they saw the smoke billowing from this particular plane after it touched down in Atlanta. In fact, this morning, this is the video as well from Atlanta as the plane caught fire. We are told that the passengers are safe at this point. In fact, more visuals coming in right now from inside the airline, where you can see the passengers there perplexed after this plane caught fire. This is the Spirit Airlines that we're talking about here, Spirit Airlines plane that caught fire in Atlanta. We are told that the passengers are safe. So it was... in fact, we are told that the flames were extinguished on time. It broke out after the plane's brakes overheated and caught fire at this particular airport in Atlanta. Nobody was injured as per reports, but many passengers on board were perplexed and alarmed by the situation that escalated, in which, in fact, those are the inside visuals that we are showing to you right now from inside this particular Spirit Airlines. So the Spirit Airline plane there catching fire after brakes heat up, and we are told that the passengers are safe at this point. So the brakes on a Spirit Airlines aircraft overheated and caught fire after touchdown in Atlanta this morning, and as per news coming in, the passengers are safe, we are told.
The fire broke out upon landing at this Atlanta airport. So very dramatic visuals as well that are coming in. We are told nobody has been injured as per reports, and many passengers, however, were alarmed when they saw the smoke billowing from this particular plane after it touched down in Atlanta this morning. So dramatic visuals, of course, but fortunately no one was injured. All the passengers who were on board, they were alarmed over the situation that only escalated, in which black smoke was seen billowing from the underside of this aircraft after the fire consumed one of the tires. We are told, in fact, in one of the videos that has surfaced, when passengers can be seen rising from the seats to peek out of the windows, as well as the crew urged them to remain calm and seated. So yes, the passengers were alarmed and they were worried after they saw the smoke billowing and the smell also that emanated after the fire that broke out. But the reports now coming in that the noise was also heard post landing. However, the passengers are safe at this point. A lot of updates that are coming in at this point. We are told that there was a landing in which when the fire was reported, the incident did not impact any other flights or airport operations as well, we are told. In fact, that is another dramatic visual that is coming in which you can see this fire coming out of this particular Spirit Airlines flight upon touchdown at this particular tarmac of Atlanta airport. So situation there tense, but as of now we are told that it is under control. The Spirit Airlines caught fire upon landing. The visuals that we've received show how the passengers are seen alarmed over this particular incident that happened, where the smoke was seen post fire, and of course the perplexed passengers there were taken care of by the attendants, the fire attendants as well. Beg your pardon, the flight attendants, who told them to remain calm and remain seated. So situation as of now remains tense because the passengers were alarmed. As of now, we are told that the passengers are safe. Remember, passengers were aboard a Spirit Airlines flight, where the smoke was seen billowing from the bottom of the plane after it touched down in Atlanta this morning, and passengers were seen alarmed, as I just mentioned. We'll try and go across to our reporters to get us more information. But the information we are picking up right now is that the brakes and the landing gear of the Spirit's airline flight ignited upon landing, and Atlanta firefighters put out the fire, and the plane was towed to the gate for the passengers to disembark safely. So fortunately, the passengers are safe. Well, we have a guest also joining us, Group Captain Augustine Vinod joining us. Group Captain, if I can get your first reaction to this particular incident that has happened of the Spirit Airlines catching fire in Atlanta.
Yeah, in fact, I was following that news. The coincidence is that it is the same aeroplane, Airbus A320, which Captain Sullenberger, if you remember, landed on the Hudson. So Airbus A320 is one of the safest aeroplanes in the sky today. And a large verdict near Atlantic City is not something new. And it has happened in Newark earlier. And it has happened all around the southern and the east coast of U.S. Air bases, the civilian bases. And this is the time, mind you, the Canadian Keys migrate from South Pole to North. So these are migratory times. So I don't know whether it is the same Canadian Keys which hit the Captain Sullenberger's flight hit this aeroplane as well. But see, all is well that ends well. Today we have all 100 passengers aboard safe, and the aeroplane is on the ground safe, and exceptional actions by ground personnel to putting out a fire. So all is well that ends well.
Group Captain, do you think this untoward incident could have been avoided if proper checks were done prior to the takeoff of this particular airline?
I do not think so. See, I don't know how many, it's important that our viewers understand this. In Airbus A320, even the braking is controlled automatically by the computer. I mean, Even there's something called a slip ratio. So the braking is whether you want to do a low braking or a medium braking or a heavy braking. All that is controlled by not one, two computers.
Okay.
So there's nothing that you can do because both computers are not only double banking each other, they are also monitoring each other. So one computer provides something like a watchdog function while the other computer tries to stop the aeroplane. So it's all automatic. In fact, in the auto landing configuration, it also maintains direction automatically. So it's one of the safest aeroplane, like I said. And there is nothing as a ground personnel that you can do wrong to have this. See, if you look at the news very carefully, it says because of a large bird.
Yes.
When large bird hits you, it's like a huge rock. A large bird weighs you tens of pounds. So when it comes and hits you, what breaks and how it affects the aeroplane, you have no idea. So the pilots have brought the aeroplane to a stop. Minor injuries aside, there was no fatalities. So I think it's a laudable job by both the pilot and the co-pilot and the ground personnel.
Okay. All right, Group Captain Augustine, appreciate you speaking to us. So that is the latest coming in. Spirit Airline plane that caught fire. We are told that the passengers aboard the airline are safe now. But an untoward incident that has been averted after the plane brakes caught fire. News in brief, the Supreme Court has awarded 4 months sentence to fugitive diamond heir Vijay Mallya in a contempt case, observing that it must impose adequate punishment upon the contempt in order to maintain the majesty of law. A bench headed by Justice also imposed a fine of 2,000 rupees on Mallya, who is accused in a bank loan fraud default matter of over 9,000 crore rupees involving his defunct Kingfisher Airlines. The Supreme Court has asked the newly elected Maharashtra Assembly Speaker not to proceed with the plea seeking disqualification of MLAs of Shiv Sena faction led by former Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray. A bench comprising of Chief Justice N.V. Ramana and Justices Krishna Murari and Hema Kohli took over and took note of the submissions of senior advocates led by Kapil Sibal that the several pleas of Uddhav faction were to be listed for today. Former Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray has in fact wrote to his loyalist Shiv Sena MPs, MLAs, thanking them for their support during tough times without surrendering to the pressure of threats or offers, what he called. He also called an emergency meet which was attended by only 10 of the 22 MPs. NCP Chief Sharad Pawar has contradicted the Shiv Sena on Aurangabad and Osmanabad name change, saying that this was not part of the common minimum program which was decided by various people sitting together. The NCP chief added that this decision was made at the last minute and that there was no communication with the NCP about this decision. The AIADMK General Council meet on Monday expelled rival leader OPS from the party's primary membership and his post of treasurer, but the defiant leader said his rival EPS has no right to show him the door and rather announce the expulsion of the latter from the party. Amid a big round of applause from the General Council members at this meeting at a marriage hall, a special resolution was also moved to remove Paneerselvam and his supporters that was adopted unanimously. Five Congress MLAs who went incommunicado a day before attended the state assembly proceedings on the first day of the monsoon session and claimed that there was nothing wrong in the opposition party. On Sunday, out of a total of 11 Congress MLAs in the state, 5 including Michael Lobo, Digambar as well as Kedar Nayak had gone incommunicado as per senior party leaders. Supreme Court in its judgment said that the centre is bound to honour the assurance and commitment given by the Portugal government for not putting in jail extradited gangster Abu Salim more than 25 years. The Supreme Court, however, in its verdict refused to allow the plea of Salim, said that his jail term and detention in Portugal he had already undergone should also be considered as jail term, and thereby his 25 years jail term should be considered not from 2005. Prime Minister Modi unveiled a national emblem cast on the roof of new Parliament building today morning. Prime Minister also interacted with the Shramjeevis involved in the work of this new emblem. The national emblem is made of bronze with a total weight of 9,500 kgs and is 6.5 meters in height. It has been cast at the top of the centre of the new Parliament, a supporting structure of steel weighing around 6,500 kgs has also been constructed to support the national emblem. India is projected to surpass China as the world's most populous country next year, according to a report by the United Nations, which said that the world population is forecast to reach 8 billion by mid-November 2022. The World Population Prospects 2022 by the United Nations said that the global population is projected to reach 8 billion. On 15th of November 2022, the global population is growing at its slowest rate since 1950, having fallen under 1% in 2020. A special CBI court has rejected former Maharashtra Home Minister Anil Deshmukh's plea seeking default bail in a corruption case registered against him by the CBI. The court also rejected the pleas by two accused in the case as well. This was by Sanjeev Palande and Kundan Shinde, who is Deshmukh's former personal assistant. And mega political turmoil in Goa. Congress continues. The party has now sacked one of the top leaders, Michael Lobo. 5 MLAs of the party, remember, are still incommunicado. Take a look at this report. But for that, let's take a look at
This deepens inside Goa Congress Party. In a late night development, Sonia Gandhi asked Mukul Wasnik to rush to Goa. After Congress removed Michael Lobo from the post of Leader of Opposition in Assembly, now Goa Congress Legislative Party has passed a resolution to change its CLP leader. In the resolution, it is said that a new Leader of Opposition will be appointed today and the Speaker will be informed before the Assembly proceedings. Reportedly, the resolution has been signed by only 5 Congress MLAs. Earlier, Goa Congress removed Michael Lobo as Leader of Opposition after the party accused former Chief Minister Digambar Kamath and Opposition Leader Michael Lobo of working with the BJP. Bureau Report for Republic TV.
And more breaking updates coming in. This one with regard to the national emblem. Asaduddin Owaisi, the AIMIM chief, has responded to PM inaugurating the national emblem cast for the new parliament building. Owaisi said, and I quote, that the PMO should not have unveiled the national emblem atop new parliament building. Speaker of Lok Sabha represents Lok Sabha, which is not subordinate to the government. PMO India has violated all constitutional norms. So that is the remark coming in from the AIMIM chief, Owaisi. So politics now erupting over the parliament emblem. Opposition questioning the Prime Minister unveiling the national emblem in the new parliament building. We'll try and go across to our reporters as well to get us more information. So as we can see a politics that has ensued over the Prime Minister unveiling the national emblem. The opposition questioning Prime Minister for unveiling the emblem. In fact, the tweet that has been put out by Owaisi says that the PMO should not have unveiled the national emblem atop new parliament building. Speaker of Lok Sabha represents Lok Sabha, which is not subordinate to the government, and that the PMO has violated all constitutional norms. So full-blown politics that has erupted over the Prime Minister unveiling the national emblem at the new parliament building. And Owaisi now targeting the Prime Minister after the Congress. So after Congress, we have the AIMIM chief who is targeting the Prime Minister over the Central Vista project and questioning the Prime Minister unveiling of the national emblem at the new Parliament building. And we'll put out that tweet as well. In fact, that's the tweet on your screens that has been put out by Owaisi. And just to read it out again, Constitution separates powers of Parliament, government and judiciary as heard of government. PMO India should not have unveiled the national emblem atop the new Parliament. And that Speaker of Lok Sabha represents the Lok Sabha, which is not subordinate to the government. The Prime Minister of the country has violated all constitutional norms. So big charge there being levelled by the AIMIM chief, saying that the Prime Minister has violated all constitutional norms. This just minutes after Prime Minister inaugurated the Parliament emblem. We have Piyush Mishra also joining us to give more details. Piyush, if you could give us more details of the politics that has erupted over the Prime Minister unveiling the national emblem at the new Parliament building.
Well, yes, the opposition political parties have come out and they are now hitting at the Prime Minister, where they are saying that Prime Minister of India has violated all the constitutional norms. Remember that Owaisi has come out and he has tweeted, and I quote, Constitution separates powers of Parliament, government and judiciary. As head of government, PMO India should not have unveiled the national emblem atop new Parliament building. Speaker of Lok Sabha represents Lok Sabha, which is not subordinate to government. That's the statement coming in from a tweet, in fact, coming in from Owaisi. We can expect similar sort of lines coming in from the Congress party also. So, as Prime Minister is unveiling the emblem, now we are now seeing as to how massive controversy is taking place. Political parties are coming out and they are hitting at the Prime Minister. We can expect BJP also to respond on this. BJP is going to do a press conference on this big development at around 3:30. This is what we are now given to understand. So massive political controversy can be clearly seen on PM inaugurating the national emblem for the new Parliament building. We can expect other political parties, opposition political parties also to react on this. Remember that it's the first reaction coming in from AIMIM chief Owaisi, where he is saying that as head of government, PMO India should not have unveiled the national emblem atop new Parliament building. In fact, it's the Speaker of Lok Sabha who represents Lok Sabha, which is not subordinate to government. He continues to add further adds that PMO has violated all constitutional norms. Earlier, Congress party had also made the similar sort of attack on the government.
Yes. Yes, so Piyush Mishra there getting us details of the political reactions that he's picking up after the opposition is seen questioning Prime Minister unveiling the emblem. So after questioning the Central Vista, we have the opposition now questioning the unveiling of the national emblem by the Prime Minister, and Owaisi now taking to Twitter, slamming the Prime Minister and saying that the Prime Minister should not have unveiled the national emblem at the Parliament building. So that is the reaction that is coming in as of now. After Congress, we have the AIMIM chief questioning the Prime Minister and saying that he should not have unveiled the national emblem there at the new building. In fact, taking to Twitter, Owaisi has said that the Prime Minister should not have unveiled the national emblem atop the new Parliament building, and that the Speaker of Lok Sabha represents Lok Sabha, which is not subordinate to government. Piyush continues to be with us. But moving on for now, we'll continue to track all the reactions on this big story. And moving on to more breaking updates coming in. This one from Himachal Pradesh, particularly the Kangra district, where due to heavy rains in this particular area, a tractor trolley driver is seen trapped in rainwater. He was later rescued as well. But some very dramatic visuals coming in of severe rainfall that has lashed Himachal's Kangra district. And in these dramatic visuals, we can see a tractor trolley driver who was seen trapped in the river. And after massive rescue operations, he was pulled out of this river. So heavy rainfall that continues to lash Himachal as well. Several visuals that have emerged from several states, including Gujarat as well, Gujarat and Telangana, where severe flooding is being seen, where flood-like situation is being seen as several houses and bridges continue to remain submerged. This one coming in from Himachal. We have Amandeep also joining us to give more details. Amandeep, what more can you tell us about the rain situation when we talk about Himachal Pradesh?
Well, Samiksha, if we talk about Himachal Pradesh, that is completely on the high alert, and in fact this alert has been issued by weather department just because Himachal has witnessing a heavy rainfall from past many days, and in fact today's incident is reported in Kangra Chambi area where a tractor trolley and the driver was trapped in the flash floods and later has been rescued safely. But these kinds of incidents has been reported from past many days in Himachal Pradesh just because of the heavy rainfall. Somewhere it's a landslide, somewhere it's a cloud burst, somewhere it's a heavy rainfall, and somewhere the national highways were being damaged, blocked due to this heavy rainfall. And in fact the administration and the entire state has put on alert to deal with such kind of situation, and in fact they have also issued the advisory that residents who are staying in the isolated places, they will remain safe. And in fact the administration is continuously in very much in their touch just because to take the stock of the situation every single minute. It was a very unpredicted weather in the Himachal Pradesh there that is resulting to the flash floods and the landslides and the cloud burst in the different parts of the Himachal Pradesh. State is very much concerned, administration is on the toes, NDRF, SDRF teams has been always standby in this weather to deal with any kind of uncertainty.
All right.
And they are trying to rescue the people who are trapped into these flash floods.
Yes, Amandeep, we'll have to leave it at that. We'll keep coming back to you as you track the latest on the flood or on the weather forecast when we talk about Himachal Pradesh. Slipping into a very short break, setbacks galore for ousted Maharashtra Chief Minister. Supreme Court says no action against Shinde camp MLAs. And Congress self-combustion in Goa now. A preemptive move backfires as sacked Congress stalwarts show party the mirror.
We have been very supportive of Sri Lanka and we are trying to help. There is no refugee crisis right now.
On the occasion of Eid al-Adha on Sunday, Border Security Force and Pakistan Rangers exchanged wishes at the Atari-Wagah border. As a part of traditional gesture between two border guarding forces, BSF exchanged gestures to Pakistan Rangers.
आज ईद के इस मुबारक अवसर पर जॉइंट चेक पोस्ट अटारी से सीमा सुरक्षा बल के द्वारा पाकिस्तान रेंजर्स को स्वीट्स ऑफर किए गए। ये हमारे देश की परंपराओं, सद्भावना की नीति और शांति की पहल के भी परिचायक हैं।
The BSF Gujarat frontier has also exchanged greeting and sweets with Pakistan Rangers. In a statement, BSF Gujarat frontier has said that as a goodwill gesture, sweets have been exchanged at multiple border points. Sweets were exchanged at international borders of Kutch and Banaskantha district of Gujarat, as well as at ICP Munabao, Gadra, Somrar, Kilnor and Varnahar in Barmer district of Rajasthan. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Prime Minister has posited a picture of Ma Kali, which is source of India's spiritual energy, which is a unifying factor.
माँ काली का यही चेतना बंगाल और पूरे भारत की आस्था में है। माँ काली का वो असीम आशीर्वाद हमेशा भारत के साथ।
Because of the government intervention in the space sector is very evident. They want to make a great reforms in space sector. So primarily the space agency has been the only ISRO so far. So they want a private entity to come in.
Supreme Court comes down heavily on Vijay Mallya, 4-month jail term awarded. Setbacks galore for ousted Uddhav Thackeray. Supreme Court says no action against Shinde camp MLAs. Congress self-combustion in Goa now. Preemptive move backfires as sacked Congress stalwarts show party the mirror. UN report states India is likely to surpass China as the most populous nation on earth. A demand grows for population control measures. Top court refuses to allow plea of Abu Salem. The gangster can now be released, but only after 2030. Viewers, on the occasion of World Population Day and ensuing developments, the United Nations has issued a report that states that what has long been foretold will eventually come to pass as early as next year. India is set to overtake China as the world's most populous country, hovering with a population of in excess of 1.35 billion people. India will by next year be the most populous on earth. It's been something that has been spoken about for a long time, and now it is going to happen. And in light of this, on the same day and on the same occasion, the Chief Minister of India's most populous state, Yogi Adityanath, the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, has put the focus on population balance, and he has taken the lead on taking steps towards this debate. And this is the big news we have for you. There have been a number of eye-opening outlines that have been determined by this United Nations report, and the most crucial of which is the fact that India will outpace China as early as next year to become the most populous country on the planet. Accordingly, right now the UN says that the world's population growth is at a lower number than what it had anticipated. It's not more than 1%, but still the population of the world overall will reach in excess of 8.5 billion, while India will become the most populous country with 1.35 plus billion population. Uttar Pradesh's population in this regard is over 200 million. In fact, if Uttar Pradesh was to be a country on its own, it would be among the top 5 most populous countries on the planet, the top 7 if I'm not mistaken. And in light of this, the Chief Minister of the state, Uttar Pradesh CM Yogi Adityanath, has taken a lead on this debate. Let's listen in to what he had to say regarding controlling the population.
समस्या देखने को मिलती है कि किसी एक वर्ग विशेष में मातृ मृत्यु दर भी ज्यादा है, शिशु मृत्यु दर भी ज्यादा है। अगर 2 बच्चों के बीच में अंतराल कम है, इसका लिहाजा मातृ मृत्यु दर पर भी और शिशु मृत्यु दर पर भी पड़ेगा और उसकी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी पूरे समाज को। और ये स्थिति हो रही है। यद्यपि विगत 5 वर्ष के अंदर इसमें काफी अच्छी सफलता प्राप्त की है, उत्तर प्रदेश ने इस दिशा में बेहतरीन परिणाम दिए हैं। खासतौर पर उत्तर प्रदेश का जो लक्ष्य रहा है वह मैटरनल एनीमिया में आज यह 51.1% से घट करके 45.9% तक रह गया है। इसी प्रकार से हम लोगों ने जो फुल इम्यूनाइजेशन की दर है वह उत्तर प्रदेश ने विगत 5 वर्ष के अंदर 51.1% थी, जो अब यह बढ़ करके लगभग 70% को प्राप्त कर रहा है। संस्थागत प्रसव की दर जो पहले केवल 67-68% थी, आज यह बढ़ करके 84% के आसपास जा रहा है। और यही नहीं बल्कि मातृ मृत्यु दर में भी और शिशु मृत्यु दर में भी उत्तर प्रदेश ने अपने रिकॉर्ड को पहले की तुलना में ठीक करने का प्रयास किया, अच्छा किया है। लेकिन इसमें और बेहतर करने की आवश्यकता और जिससे जनसंख्या स्थिरीकरण एक बड़ी भूमिका का निर्वहन कर सकता है। और इसमें स्वास्थ्य विभाग के साथ साथ हमें उन सभी संबंधित विभागों को जोड़ करके इन कार्यक्रमों को आगे बढ़ाना होगा। इसमें जागरूकता अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण है और उस जागरूकता के साथ साथ अंतर विभागीय समन्वय इस लक्ष्य को प्राप्त करने में एक बड़ी भूमिका का निर्वहन कर सकता है। हम लोगों ने प्रदेश के अंदर अंतर विभागीय समन्वय की उस ताकत को पहचाना है जिसमें उत्तर प्रदेश ने स्वास्थ्य विभाग नोडल विभाग था। हमने मस्तिष्क ज्वर को से होने वाली मौतों को 95% नियंत्रित करने में सफलता प्राप्त की। सबसे बड़ी आबादी का राज्य होने के बावजूद उत्तर प्रदेश ने कोरोना प्रबंधन का बेहतरीन उदाहरण भी प्रस्तुत किया और लगातार इस दिशा में प्रयास होते हैं। अभी 1 जुलाई से संचारी रोग नियंत्रण के कार्यक्रम बेहतर तरीके से आगे बढ़े। वर्ष में 3 बार अप्रैल, जुलाई और अक्टूबर में हम संचारी रोग नियंत्रण के अभियान चलाते हैं। इसमें केवल एक विभाग नहीं रहता, सभी विभाग मिलकर के इस कार्यक्रम के साथ जुड़ते हैं।
And there you heard, viewers, Yogi Adityanath, the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, speaking about how despite having a large population, Uttar Pradesh was able to handle certain issues such as the coronavirus pandemic successfully. However, he outlines that there is a need for population balance, and this is a new concept that has been introduced by Yogi Adityanath on the day that the UN has declared that India will surpass China as the world's most populous nation as early as next year, viewers. Viewers, a heart-wrenching incident from Morena, Madhya Pradesh has showcased the limping humanity of a hospital. An 8-year-old boy was found sitting with the body of his 2-year-old brother who had passed away on the streets while his father searched for an ambulance as the hospital refused to provide one without money being paid. Take a look at this heart-wrenching report.
An 8-year-old boy was found sitting with the body of his 2-year-old brother in his arms. The father had gone to search for an ambulance for his son as the hospital management refused to provide one without money. They had come to the district hospital 2 days ago for treatment. His son came with his brother. But the hospital asked for money to arrange for an ambulance. The family couldn't pay for it and were forced to arrange for the ambulance on their own. The boy sat with the dead body of his brother covered in a white sheet on the streets as his father wandered about to look for an ambulance. They received help after the locals informed the police, who then sent them in a car to their village. Bureau Report for Republic TV.
News update coming in, and a tremendous achievement. 94-year-old Bhagwani Devi Dagar of India has won the gold medal as well as 2 bronze for our nation at the World Masters Athletics Championship 2022 in Finland yesterday. The gold medal is for the 100-meter sprint, which she accomplished in just 24.74 seconds. And apart from that, she has also won a bronze medal in the shot put. This is Bhagwani Devi, who has achieved this incredible feat at the age of 94 for India at the World Masters Athletics Championships. These are an event that is taking place in Tampere in Scandinavia, and a tremendous success coming in for India. Viewers, alongside that, let's take a look at some of the top stories. A United Nations report projects India will surpass China to become the most populous country on earth by 2023. India, which will surpass China as the world's most populous nation, will have a population of 1.668 billion by 2050, the UN says, way ahead of China's 1.317 billion by the same time, that is the middle of the century. Also, the Supreme Court today found fugitive businessman Vijay Mallya guilty of contempt of court for not disclosing his assets truthfully and for transferring 40 million to his children in violation of the Supreme Court's order. The Apex Court awarded Mallya 4 months of jail term and a fine of 2,000 rupees. Along with this, the Supreme Court has also asked Mallya to deposit back the $40 million with interest within 4 weeks, or has opened the door for attachment of properties. The Madras High Court on Monday rejected a plea from the AIADMK leader and former coordinator O. Paneerselvam to stay the conduct of the General Council meeting of the party at a marriage hall that was scheduled for today, making way for rival leader EPS's elevation as a possible single leader of the party. The verdict has allowed the EPS faction to hold the GC meet, and consequently it has moved to remove OPS from primary membership of the party. Following the Madras High Court's verdict to reject AIADMK leader O. Paneerselvam's plea, Edapadi Palaniswamy, that is EPS, has officially taken over as the AIADMK's interim General Secretary in the General Council meeting that was held. Also, the AIADMK General Council has adopted 16 resolutions for reviving the General Secretary post and to ensure electing a person for the post by the primary members of the party. The election will be held within 4 months from now. The council meeting also adopted a resolution demanding the Bharat Ratna for Periyar, for MG Ramachandran, that is MGR, and Jayalalitha. The General Council also passed a resolution to squash the dual leadership of the AIADMK and to create the Deputy General Secretary post for the party. Two groups of suspected AIADMK workers clashed outside the party's headquarters on a day when the dominant faction led by EPS elected him as the single leader of the party. The suspected supporters were carrying AIADMK flags and were seen hurling stones and damaging the property as well. In a resolution passed by the Goa Congress Party, a new Congress Legislative Party leader will be appointed today. This was submitted to the Speaker before the Assembly session began. Meanwhile, after signing the resolution, fearing that some of the 5 Congress MLAs could join the rebel camp as well, the remaining 5 Congress MLAs, that is, the party has moved them to an undisclosed location. The Supreme Court will hear the plea of Punjab BJP leader Jagjit Singh seeking a CBI probe in Sidhu Moosewala, the singer and Congress politician's murder case. The bench of Justices Ajay Rastogi and Abhay Oka will hear the plea. The hearing on the bail application of main accused Ashish Mishra in the Lakhimpur violence case will be held today. After the hearing on the bail application of Ashish Mishra in the Lucknow bench of the High Court, the court had given the next day for hearing as July the 11th. As the Amarnath Yatra resumed, hundreds of people lined up at Bhagwati Nagar base camp in Jammu to pay obeisance at the holy cave. The visuals showed pilgrims chanting slogans and starting their journey towards the valley as well. So in light of this UN report that has come out flagging how India will become the most populous country, overtaking China by next year, now Union Minister Giriraj Singh has made a fresh pitch for a stringent law to control the population of the country, which he has compared to the ever-expanding mouth of a mythical demon Sursa. And this is a statement and an analogy that has come in from Union Minister Giriraj Singh, who has spoken on population before, and it has become a topic that is increasingly in the political discourse of the country. But this is a call by the Union Minister who has called for a strict law to regulate the population in context of India finally now next year emerging as the world's most populous country. We've seen, viewers, and you can read it on republicworld.com as well, the United Nations report that pegs that by the year 2050, India will have an estimated population of 1.668 billion. And in comparison, China's population will be 1.3 billion by that time. Viewers, we are tracking this story very closely. A pitch made for a population control law. Meanwhile, viewers, from Jammu and Kashmir, we have now confirmation that 2 terrorists have been killed in the encounter in Avantipura. 2 terrorists have been neutralized by the security forces, and one of the terrorists who has been eliminated is a top Jaish commander identified as Kaiser Koka. This is the latest news that's coming in, along with the visuals, viewers, that we have for you. You can see here that there is a CRPF outpost. These are visuals that are coming in from Avantipura in J&K, where just a short while ago we had broken information that the security forces had trapped 2 terrorists one of whom was believed to be a top Jaish commander who had been evading the security forces for quite some time. Now it emerges that both the terrorists have been eliminated in this counter-terror operation by the Indian security forces, a big victory for our forces. We await hearing more details of exactly what went on in the encounter, how the encounter began, how the forces went about and found these two terrorists, and whatever battle it was that ensued. We'll try and get you details. Meanwhile, viewers, for the moment we can confirm that in a big victory for the security forces from Jammu and Kashmir's Avantipora, the elimination of two terrorists has been confirmed, both terrorists belonging to Jaish-e-Mohammed, and one of the terrorists has been someone who was at large from at least the year 2018, a top commander whose name, or rather goes by the name Kaiser Koka. I believe we have Zeenat now joining us on the phone for more information. Zeenat, even as more visuals come in, tell us about the security forces' successes, two terrorists neutralized.
See, Ankit, top JM commander Kaiser Koka among the two terrorists killed in Avantipora gunfight, and this has been confirmed by ADGP Kashmir Vijay Kumar. The encounter was launched after getting specific leads about the presence of the terrorists in this Avantipora area. The area is known as Wandapora of South Kashmir's Avantipora, where the terrorists were trapped as per ADGP Kashmir Vijay Kumar, that this Kaiser Koka was active since 2018 and he has now been neutralized in a joint operation carried by J&K police along with Indian Army. As per police, that Kaiser Koka was involved in many terror-related activities in South Kashmir, especially as far as he had carried an attack against the security forces. So it is seen as a bigger success for the security forces, because on the one side we are seeing that the losses on ground is void because of the Amarnath after 3 days.
Yatra, which has just resumed after 3 days, and then we are seeing on South Kashmir that the two terrorists have been neutralized, the JM terrorists neutralized. Among them is Kaiser Koka, who has been active since 2018 and was involved in number of terror-related activities.
Zeenat, stay with us. One more question. I believe that there has been a recovery of certain amount of weapons also from this encounter. Can you tell us about that? All right, we'll get Zeenat back with us very shortly, viewers. A big success for the forces.
Flood situation in many parts of India, from Gujarat to northwest. Many places are witnessing flood, and Delhi NCR is also witnessing heavy rainfall. IMD has issued red alert. So keep watching Republic TV. Stay tuned. We'll be back after a short break.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Prime Minister has posited a picture of Ma Kali, which is source of India's spiritual energy, which is a unifying factor.
माँ काली का यही चेतना बंगाल और पूरे भारत की आस्था में है। माँ काली का वो असीम आशीर्वाद हमेशा भारत के साथ।
Because of the government intervention in the space sector is very evident. They want to make great reforms in space sector. So primarily the space agency has been the only ISRO so far. So they want a private entity to come in, not only to as a supplier of space items, but more into building rockets, satellites and applications on their own and own it and operate it. So for that the government is asking to prepare a policy which we have prepared. So a space policy 2022 is already prepared, in which we allow space private entities to own and operate satellites. This is a very big change. All satellites of India are currently owned only by ISRO, and every television broadcasting channels are provided only through ISRO. This is going to change. So it's not only the communication side, it's also going to change the remote sensing side. No, imaging satellites are owned only by ISRO and defense only. Now private entities can own imaging satellites. They can take photograph, images, they can use value-added products and also market.
Maharashtra continues to face heavy rains in several areas. The district of Gadchiroli is reeling from a flood-like situation due to heavy downpour.
Viewers, in light of this being World Population Day and with the UN releasing a report that confirms that India is set to finally surpass China as the world's most populous nation as early as next year, Union Minister Giriraj Singh has made a strong pitch seeking a population control law. Now, what has Giriraj Singh said? He said that India's economy has fallen behind China, but its population is about to surpass it, and hence there is a dire need for it. And he said a couple of more things besides. Let's listen in now to Giriraj Singh and what he had to say about the population control.
भारत के अंदर सुरसा की तरह जनसंख्या की गति बढ़ रही है। अगर मैं चाइना और भारत से तुलना करें तो 1978 में 1979 में एक कानून बना, 78-79 के कार्यकाल में हमारा जीडीपी भी चाइना से अधिक था और जनसंख्या की गति भी चाइना का हमसे अधिक था, लेकिन आज उल्टा हो गया। आज एक मिनट में चाइना 10 बच्चे पैदा कर रहे हैं, एक मिनट में भारत 30 बच्चों से अधिक पैदा कर रहा है। भारत के अंदर सुरसा की तरह जनसंख्या की गति बढ़ रही है। अगर मैं चाइना और भारत से तुलना करें तो 1978 में 1979 में एक कानून बना, 78-79 के कार्यकाल में हमारा जीडीपी भी चाइना से अधिक था और जनसंख्या की गति भी चाइना का हमसे अधिक था, लेकिन आज उल्टा हो गया। आज एक मिनट में चाइना 10 बच्चे पैदा कर रहे हैं, एक मिनट में भारत 30 बच्चों से अधिक पैदा कर रहा है।
So there, viewers, you heard Union Minister Giriraj Singh laying bare his demand and his view and analysis of where India's population is heading and vis-a-vis the economy especially, and he has spelled out in his way. Meanwhile, Hindu Mahasabha Chief Swami Chakrapani has also spoken on the same topic, that is on the requirement of a population control measure. Let's listen in once more now, this time to Swami Chakrapani.
जिस तरीके से भारत के जनसंख्या बेतहाशा बढ़ रहा है, ये बहुत ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है, क्योंकि भारत में एक सीमित संसाधन है और लेकिन जनसंख्या बिना रोक के बढ़े जा रही है। अभी अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सर्वेक्षण जो आया है उसके अनुसार मात्र कुछ प्रतिशत चाइना से कम है, यानी कि अगर देखा जाए 2023 तक जो आंकड़े बता रहे हैं अंतर्राष्ट्रीय आंकड़े, उसमें 2023 तक भारत की जनसंख्या चीन से भी ज़्यादा हो जाएगी। तो मेरा बड़ा करबद्ध निवेदन है सरकार से कि सीमित संसाधन को देखते हुए, यहाँ पे अनेक प्रकार की अव्यवस्था को देखते हुए कठोर और ठोस जनसंख्या नियंत्रण कानून बनाना आज की सबसे बड़ी आवश्यक चीज़ है। जिस तरीके से भारत के जनसंख्या बेतहाशा बढ़ रहा है, ये बहुत ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है, क्योंकि भारत में एक सीमित संसाधन है और लेकिन जनसंख्या बिना रोक के बढ़े जा रही है। अभी अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सर्वेक्षण जो आया है उसके अनुसार मात्र कुछ प्रतिशत चाइना से कम है, यानी कि अगर देखा जाए 2023 तक जो आंकड़े बता रहे हैं अंतर्राष्ट्रीय आंकड़े, उसमें 2023 तक भारत की जनसंख्या चीन से भी ज़्यादा हो जाएगी। तो मेरा बड़ा करबद्ध निवेदन है सरकार से कि सीमित संसाधन को देखते हुए, यहाँ पे अनेक प्रकार की अव्यवस्था को देखते हुए कठोर और ठोस जनसंख्या नियंत्रण कानून बनाना आज की सबसे बड़ी आवश्यक चीज़ है।
And meanwhile, viewers, a lot more news coming up. The Congress is in self-combustion mode in Goa. Its preemptive move to move its MLAs to the hotel has backfired, and sacked Congress stalwarts have shown the party the mirror. More news on that coming up after a short break, along with much else. Viewers, stay with Republic.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Maharashtra continues to face heavy rains in several areas. The district of Gadchiroli is reeling from a flood-like situation due to heavy downpour. Several roads have been submerged underwater due to the incessant and heavy rains in the region. The water has entered the houses in Gadchiroli as people in the district are suffering from this calamity. The India Meteorological Department issued an orange alert for the Gadchiroli district, predicting heavy to very heavy showers accompanied by thunderstorms with lightning. Heavy rains have been reported in Maharashtra's Nanded in the last 24 hours, causing flood-like situations in several places in the district. Several parts of Maharashtra, including Mumbai, Thane, Palghar, Raigad, Ratnagiri, Pune, have been experiencing heavy downpours. 27 NDRF teams have been deployed across the state amid the heavy rainfall and a red alert issued by IMD. Bureau Report, Republic TV. President Gotabaya Rajapaksa has agreed to resign on July 13, according to the Speaker of Parliament. This comes after thousands of protesters, furious over his government's inability to address crippling economic turmoil, crashed in the capital and stormed President's official residence. Meanwhile, Sri Lankan Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe agreed to resign on Saturday after party leaders in parliament demanded both he and the President Gotabaya Rajapaksa to step down.
Both as a citizen and as Prime Minister, I've generally been in governments where I ensured people had 3 meals and the income is being increased. Well, now we are going to have a contraction in the economy. It may be 3.5, 4, maybe 6. So that's going to be bad. We still.
Viewers, let's take a look at some big developments in the Supreme Court today. The Apex Court has awarded a 4-month jail sentence to fugitive businessman Vijay Mallya in a contempt case, observing that it must impose adequate punishment upon the contemner in order to maintain the majesty of the law. A bench headed by Justice U.U. Lalit also imposed a fine of 2,000 rupees on Mallya. Mallya is accused in a bank loan default matter of over 9,000 crore rupees involving his now defunct Kingfisher Airlines. The Supreme Court has also asked newly elected Maharashtra Assembly Speaker, that is Rahul Narvekar, not to proceed with the plea seeking disqualification of MLAs of the Shiv Sena faction led by Uddhav Thackeray. A bench comprising Chief Justice of India and Justices Krishna Murari and Hima Kohli took note of the submissions of senior advocate led by Kapil Sibal, and several pleas of the Uddhav faction were to be listed today but weren't.
In a big setback to fugitive Vijay Mallya, Supreme Court comes down heavily on him and has awarded him 4 years of prison in jail. After this very short break, we'll get more and more details. Stay tuned.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
President Gotabaya Rajapaksa has agreed to resign on July 13, according to the Speaker of Parliament. This comes after thousands of protesters, furious over his government's inability to address crippling economic turmoil, crashed in the capital and stormed President's official residence. Meanwhile, Sri Lankan Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe agreed to resign on Saturday after party leaders in parliament demanded both he and the President Gotabaya Rajapaksa to step down.
Both as a citizen and as Prime Minister, I've generally been in governments where I ensured people had 3 meals and the income is being increased. Well, now we are going to have a contraction in the economy. It may be 3.5, 4, maybe 6. So that's going to be bad. We still haven't had the full impact of the contraction. So this is why we need next year to recover.
Wickremesinghe was appointed as the Prime Minister after anti-government protests forced the resignation of then Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa in May. Following the Prime Minister and President's decision to step down from their top posts, call for elections within a short period of time and install a new government was also taken. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
We have been very supportive of Sri Lanka and we are trying to help. There is no refugee crisis right now.
On the occasion of Eid al-Adha on Sunday, Border Security Force and Pakistan Rangers exchanged wishes at the Atari-Wagah border. As a part of traditional gesture between two border guarding forces, BSF exchanged gestures to Pakistan Rangers.
आज ईद के इस मुबारक अवसर पर जॉइंट चेक पोस्ट अटारी से सीमा सुरक्षा बल के द्वारा पाकिस्तान रेंजर्स को
Let's start with Superfast 50. I am Shivangi Shukla. Following Madras High Court's verdict to reject AIA-DMK's leader OPS plea, EPS officially took over as AIA-DMK's interim general secretary in the General Council meeting in Tamil Nadu. Minutes after EPS took over as AIA-DMK's interim general secretary post, EPS said he was expelling OPS and another senior leader, KP Munuswamy, from the primary membership of the party. Following EPS official takeover as AIA-DMK's interim general secretary in the General Council meeting in Tamil Nadu, EPS in an address said that he is loyal to only one party and that is AIA-DMK. He further said that OPS has not understood the sentiments of the party. The Madras High Court on Monday rejected a plea from AIA-DMK leader and former coordinator OPS to stay the conduct of the General Council meeting of the party at a marriage hall, making way for rival leader EPS's elevation as a possible single leader of the party. The verdict allowed the EPS faction to hold the GC meet. The Supreme Court has asked the newly elected Maharashtra Assembly Speaker not to proceed with the plea seeking disqualification of MLAs of Shiv Sena faction led by former CM Uddhav Thackeray. A bench took note of the submissions of the senior advocates led by Kapil Sibal that several pleas of the Uddhav faction were to be listed today. UN report projects India to surpass China, being the most populous country by 2023. India, which will surpass China as the world's most populous nation by 2023 to have a population of 1.668 billion in 2050, way ahead of China's 1.317 billion people by the middle of the century. UP CM Yogi Adityanath mentioned about UP's population, saying that the state has done a good job in COVID crisis with all the facilities available for the people. Further, he said that the maternal mortality rate and infant mortality rate in UP has improved. It was a record better than before.
खासतौर पर उत्तर प्रदेश का जो लक्ष्य रहा है वह मैटरनल एनीमिया में आज यह 51.1% से घटकर के 45.9% तक रह गया है.
The fugitive businessman Vijay Mallya, who is currently in the UK after defrauding a consortium of banks of 9,000 crore rupees, is found guilty in a contempt charge. The Supreme Court today awarded 4-month jail term to Vijay Mallya. The Supreme Court today in its judgment said that the centre will honour the assurance and commitment given by Portugal government for not granting imprisonment to gangster Abu Salim for more than 25 years. After the Supreme Court's order, it would have been said that Salim can only be released from jail after 2030. PM Modi unveiled the new 6.5-meter long bronze national emblem cast on the roof of the new Parliament building today morning. PM Modi also interacted with the workers involved in the work of the new Parliament. Uddhav Thackeray writes to 15 Shiv Sena MLAs thanking them for their support during tough times without surrendering to the pressure of the threats or offers. He has also called for a meeting with Shiv Sena MPs at his residence, Matoshri. A special CBI court has rejected former Maharashtra Home Minister Anil Deshmukh's plea seeking default bail in a corruption case registered against him by the Central Bureau of Investigation. The court also rejected the pleas of two other accused in the case, Sanjeev Palande and Kundan Shinde. TDP extends its support to BJP-led NDA's presidential candidate Draupadi Murmu, saying that she is the first Adivasi woman president. AIADMK General Council adopts resolutions for reviving the General Secretary post and to ensure electing a person for the post by the primary members of the party. The election will be held 4 months from now. The council meeting adopted a resolution demanding Bharat Ratna for Periyar, MG Ramachandran and J. Jayalalitha. General Council also passed resolution to squash dual leadership for AIADMK and create Deputy General Secretary post for the party. Two groups of suspected AIADMK workers clashed outside the party headquarters on a day when the dominant faction led by EPS elected him as the single leader of the organization. The suspected supporters were carrying AIADMK flags and were seen hurling stones and damaging property as well. NCP Chief Sharad Pawar contradicts Uddhav Thackeray's last cabinet decision about renaming a city, saying that this was not part of MVA's common minimum program and the decision was not in the last cabinet of MVA. Supreme Court to hear plea of Punjab BJP leader Jagjit Singh seeking CBI probe in singer Sidhu Moosewala's murder case. Court will hear gangster Lawrence Bishnoi's plea over alleged third-degree torture to him in Punjab police custody and denial of access to his lawyers while in custody. In a video statement released to media, Bishnoi's lawyer has claimed that Bishnoi was produced before the duty magistrate without any legal representation and has been sent to police custody without being allowed to plead his case. Hearing on bail application of main accused Ashish Mishra in Lakhimpur violence case will be held today. After the hearing on the bail application of Ashish Mishra in the Lucknow bench of the High Court, the court had given the next date of July 11th. Gujarat Pradesh Congress Committee has submitted a letter to the Speaker of the Goa Legislative Assembly to remove Congress leader Michael Lobo as the leader of opposition.
जो हमारा कल सीएलपी का जो मीटिंग हुआ उसका जो रेजोल्यूशन निकला दैट टू चेंज द सीएलपी लीडर सो अभी आई हैव सबमिटेड द लेटर टू द ऑनरेबल स्पीकर टू रिमूव आवर अर्लियर सीएलपी लीडर एंड आवर न्यू सीएलपी लीडर विल बी फाइनलाइज्ड बाय टुडे एंड वी विल सबमिट द सेम.
Light to moderate rain slashed Mumbai and its neighbouring areas on Monday morning. No cases of waterlogging were reported anywhere in the city. The Indian Met Department has predicted moderate rainfall in the city and its suburbs over the next 24 hours with a possibility of heavy showers at isolated places. The Indian Met Department has predicted heavy to extremely heavy rainfall to July 12th across Maharashtra. The death toll since the onset of monsoons in the state has risen to 76, including 9 deaths in the past 24 hours. The deaths have been attributed to natural calamities such as lightning strike, floods, and structure collapse. The Indian Met Department has issued a red alert for the coastal districts of Karnataka as heavy rains are expected to continue in the region for the next 3 days. A warning has also been issued for the fishing community to not venture out in the sea. Schools and colleges have been shut down for the meantime because of heavy rains. In a shocking incident from Karnataka due to heavy rains in Belgavi district, a school compound collapsed at Mundewadi village government school. The incident occurred last night. No casualties have been reported. The Indian Met Department has issued a high alert in few districts of Telangana for the next 3 days. Many areas in the state have seen flood-like situations and people have been asked not to move out. Telangana CM has ordered schools and colleges to shut down. Former MP and MLC Kavita Kalvakuntla today has, during a review with top officials of Nizamabad, asked to take immediate measures to prevent the loss of lives in the wake of the weather department's warning against non-stop rains in this district for 2 more days. She further advised to constantly monitor problematic areas such as inland areas, ponds, ditches and bridges in the district. The authorities have issued a flood warning after the water level at Godavari River crossed the danger mark. Flood duty officials have been deployed around the region. IMD has announced red alert. Tourists are not allowed to visit the Bogatha waterfall, viewing the safety of citizens.
As IMD has issued red alert in few of the districts of Telangana, viewing that there are heavy to very heavy rainfalls which are predicted for the next 3 days. Now the Telangana government has also announced that all educational institutions will also be remain closed till 13th of July. And as we continue to report from here, from Godavari River at Etunagaram, we see that the water levels at Godavari River has also gone up, and also the authorities, the management board has announced second warning and made sure that all the people living in the low-lying areas are also moved to safer zones.
It has been raining every day from the past 1 week in Chhindwara. Because of torrential rains on Sunday, a flood-like situation erupted in Sonsor. Vehicles in the area can be seen drowning in the rainwater. Houses and government offices are also flooded. Due to excessive rains in the Vidisha city, the district administration has declared a holiday for all the schools. Houses have been flooded in the low-lying areas, including Subhash Nagar, Udaynagar, Arihant Vihar. The Vidisha police line is also filled with water. The SP, Monica Shukla, reached in a boat. Heavy rains pounded many parts of South Gujarat, leading to a rise in the water level of some rivers, which caused inundation in various low-lying areas, following which over 700 people were shifted to safer places in Navsari and Valsad districts. Many homes and streets have submerged in the water. In an encounter at Avantipura, 2 notorious terrorists of JEM terror outfit, namely Kesar Poka, was killed. The security forces have recovered incriminating materials, arms and ammunition, including 1 USA-made rifle, 1 pistol and other materials. Search operations are underway. The group has been active in the area since 2018. Maharashtra CM Eknath Shinde's Chief Whip Bharat Gogavale car has met with an accident. A total of 8 cars bumped into each other on a freeway. No injuries were reported. The National Investigation Agency has made a fresh arrest in the Kanhaiya Lal murder case. They have detained Riaz and Gauss's aide Farhad Mohammad Sheikh alias Babla. After a long interrogation, a conspiracy has come to the fore. Many revelations are likely from the detained. As the Amarnath Yatra resumed, hundreds lined up at the Bhagwati Nagar base camp in Jammu to pay their respects at the holy cave. Pilgrims chant slogans and start their journey toward the valley. CM Arvind Kejriwal on Monday announced a financial assistance of 10 lakh rupees each for families of 2 Delhi residents killed in a cloudburst near the Amarnath shrine in Jammu and Kashmir. He earlier met the families of Virmati and Prakashi, who lost their life in Amarnath tragedy. Ahead of the Goa Assembly session, the opposition Congress has moved 5 of its MLAs to an undisclosed location after 5 other party legislators went missing, as per a senior Congress leader said. Now, the party will also announce the name of its new leader of opposition before the commencement of the Assembly session, as per the Goa Congress chief Amit Patkar. The Ministry of Earth Sciences, Jitendra Singh, has announced that 1 or 2 Indian origin astronauts will go to space. Jitendra Singh further said that at least 2 trials will be conducted by the end of this year.
हमारा भारतीय मूल का एक मानव 1 या 2 अंतरिक्ष में जाएंगे। हमारे गगनयान की तैयारी हो चुकी है। उससे पहले इस वर्ष के अंत तक 2 ट्रायल फ्लाइट्स की जाएंगी। पहला एक मिशन जाएगा, उसके बाद दूसरा जाएगा जिसमें रोबो जाएगी, एक फीमेल रोबो एस्ट्रोनॉट जिसका नाम वायुमित्र रखा गया है। और फिर इन दोनों फ्लाइट्स के अनुभव के आधार पर
फीमेल जाएगी, कहाँ की?
फीमेल रोबो
पहले खाली जाएगा,
पहले खाली, और फिर जो तीसरा जाएगा उसमें हमारे 2 या 3 एस्ट्रोनॉट, उसका भी अंतिम निर्णय होगा, वो जाएंगे।
The Indian Navy has completed final sea trials of indigenous aircraft carrier warship to be commissioned next month. The 4th phase of sea trials for indigenous aircraft carrier has been successfully completed. The ship's delivery has been targeted by the end of this month, following the ship's commissioning in August to commemorate Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. The Punjab government has appointed Rajya Sabha MP and Aam Aadmi Party leader Raghav Chaddha as chairman of the Advisory Committee on Matters of Public Interest. The state government has recently issued a notification announcing the formation of the advisory body on matters of public interest. India on Monday reported more than 16,000 fresh COVID cases and 26 deaths in the last 24 hours. The daily positivity rate stands at more than 4%. The spokesperson of Ministry of External Affairs of India stated today that India stands with the people of Sri Lanka as they seek to realize their aspirations for progress through democratic means, values and established institutions and constitutional framework. Sri Lanka's PM's office said that President Gotabaya Rajapaksa has officially informed PM Ranil Wickremesinghe that he will be resigning as previously announced. Japan's governing party and its coalition partner scored a major victory in a parliamentary election after the assassination of former PM Shinzo Abe. The Liberal Democratic Party and its junior coalition partner Komito raised their combined share in the 248-seat chamber to 146, far beyond the majority in the elections for half of the seats in the less powerful upper house. SpaceX launched her latest batch of Starlink satellites from the Vandenberg Space Force base in California. The Falcon 9 rocket was set to launch 46 Starlink satellites into low Earth orbit. The Roman Catholic Church began a special round of prayers for peace in Mexico after 2 priests and a tour guide were slain last month. The priest held a moment of silence for the priests who were allegedly killed by these local drug gang leaders as they tried to protect the guide. Dozens gathered in Mexico City for the moment of silence. People laid flowers and paid respects to former Japanese PM Shinzo Abe outside his political party's headquarters in Tokyo on Monday. Abe was assassinated on Friday after he was shot during a campaign speech in the western city of Nara and died of massive blood loss. Ukrainian army spokesperson said Russia was preparing to intensify its combat operations in the Bakhmut direction. Now, speaking at the briefing on Monday, a spokesperson for the Ukrainian army said that there were signs of enemy units preparing to intensify combat operations in the Donetsk area. Spirit Airlines plane caught fire after its brake overheated when landing at the Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport in Georgia's Atlanta. As per the reports, nobody was injured due to the incident. After England claimed victory in the third and last 20-20 international against India with a 17-run victory at Trent Bridge, India's captain Rohit Sharma expresses disappointment.
Chasing a score like that and to come out and bat the way he did shows the quality of a batsman. Honestly, we were 3 down and we wanted to dig in, get that partnership going and bat as long as possible. He pretty much did everything right today. I'm pretty sure slightly disappointed that he couldn't be right till the end, but nothing taking away from that kind of knock. You don't get to see that every now and then.
England are preparing for their second group match of Euro 2022 against Norway at Farmer Stadium in Brighton on Monday. Both squads won their opening matches, although Norway sit on the top of Group A after their 4-1 victory over Northern Ireland.
We have been very supportive of Sri Lanka and we are trying to help. There is no refugee crisis right now.
On the occasion of Eid al-Adha on Sunday, Border Security Force and Pakistan Rangers exchanged wishes at the Attari Wagah border. As a part of traditional gesture between two border guarding forces, BSF exchanged gestures to Pakistan Rangers.
आज ईद के इस मुबारक अवसर पर जॉइंट चेक पोस्ट अटारी से सीमा सुरक्षा बल के द्वारा पाकिस्तान रेंजर्स को स्वीट्स ऑफर किए गए। ये हमारे देश की परंपराओं, सद्भावना की नीति और शांति की पहल के भी परिचायक हैं।
The BSF Gujarat Frontier has also exchanged greeting and sweets with Pakistan Rangers. In a statement, BSF Gujarat Frontier has said that as a goodwill gesture, sweets have been exchanged at multiple border points. Sweets were exchanged at international borders of Kutch and Banaskantha district of Gujarat, as well as at ICP Munabao, Gadra, Somrar, Kilnor and Varnahar in Barmer district of Rajasthan. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Prime Minister has posited a picture of Ma Kali, which is source of India's spiritual energy, which is a unifying factor.
माँ काली का यही चेतना बंगाल और पूरे भारत की आस्था में है। माँ काली का वो असीम आशीर्वाद हमेशा भारत के साथ।
Big news coming in right now. The spokesperson of Ministry of External Affairs of India stated today that India stands with the people of Sri Lanka as they seek to realize their aspirations for progress through democratic means, values and established institutions and also constitutional framework. All right, the big news coming in is the BJP hits out at Congress over the emblem remark. That is the big news coming in at this point of time, viewers, that politics continue over the emblem, and this comes after the new parliament emblem was unveiled. This is the big news coming in. Remember that Asauddin Owaisi had also commented on PM inaugurating the national emblem cast for new parliament building, and Owaisi had also said that PM should not have unveiled the national emblem atop new parliament building. Owaisi added that the Speaker of the Lok Sabha represents LS, which in fact the Lok Sabha, which is not subordinate to the government, PM, and the BJP had reacted to that. But the politics does not end at this time. The BJP hitting out at the Congress over the emblem remark. Let's have a look at the reactions coming in.
When today is a moment of pride for our entire democracy, for the people of India, that the national emblem atop the new parliament building has been unveiled. Today, instead of celebrating this moment of pride for Loktantra, those who believe in Parivar Tantra are politicizing an issue of national interest and of national celebration and national joy. This shows the mindset of these people who always keep Parivar Tantra above Loktantra. They keep their Parivar above people. The Congress party today says that there is no need for a new parliament building. This is the same Congress party which had advocated for a new parliament building in 2012. And had made many statements and many letters were exchanged between Speaker and other agencies of government for a new parliament building. But today they have done a U-turn. They made all kinds of false propaganda and allegations, including the likes of Mr. Owaisi. All of these allegations went to court, into High Court and to Supreme Court, and the High Court and Supreme Court rejected all these motivated petitions and even fined the petitioner. But today still politics is being played by those who continue to believe in Parivar, not in people.
All right, some big news coming in right now. What we have learned is that the Mohammadi Sessions Court has sending Alt News co-founder Mohammad Zubair now to 14-day judicial custody. He was presented before the court through the video conferencing from Sitapur jail. Sections 153B, 5051B, 5052 added to the FIR against him. So a 14-day judicial custody there for the Alt News founder Zubair. Earlier he was also in police custody, and the big news coming in is that more sections filed against him, namely 153B, 5051B, 5052 added to the FIR against him. In fact, this is coming in as many allegations are leveled against the Alt News co-founder, including of foreign funding and hurting religious sentiments. So the big news coming in right now is that trouble keeps mounting for the Alt News co-founder. And I would like to go across to Sambhav, who's going to get us the latest details. Right now, Sambhav, we are seeing some fresh development here. Now a 14-day judicial custody for Mohammed Zubair.
Mohammadi Sessions Court in Lakhimpur has sent Alt News co-founder Mohammed Zubair to 14 days of judicial custody. So it's a fresh case where the warrant was issued day before yesterday, and today now 14 days judicial custody. And now we need to understand the big picture. Last Friday from the Supreme Court, he got a kind of breather. 5 days of interim bail relief of the FIRs registered against him by the UP police. Post that, a fresh warrant issued by the UP police, in which now a 14 days of judicial custody is granted to Mohammed Zubair by the Sessions Court in Lakhimpur Kheri. So that's the latest update. And few fresh charges has been including 153B, 501 and 505 clause 1, subclause B, and 505 clause 2. So these are the fresh charges being invoked in the FIR, and he has been sent to 14 days of judicial custody. And I must tell you, this 505 of IPC is regarding the conduct to public mischief, wherein with an intent to cause or which is likely to cause fear or alarm to the public or to any session of the public, wherein any person may be induced to commit an offense against the state. So that's the session being invoked of IPC against Mohammed Zubair. So it's again a 14 days of judicial custody by this UP court. And he is already undergoing the 14 days of judicial custody here from the Delhi court, and he got breather. So all in all, he is to sustain in jail. Yes.
All right, Sambhav, thank you for getting us all those details. The big news coming in, viewers. Mohammadi Sessions Court sends Alt News co-founder Zubair to 14-day judicial custody, and fresh section slapped against him as well.
As the political crisis deepens inside Goa Congress Party, in a late-night development, Sonia Gandhi asked Mukul Wasnik to rush to Goa. After Congress removed Michael Lobo from the post of Leader of Opposition in Assembly, now Goa Congress Legislative Party has passed a resolution to change its CLP leader. In the resolution, it is said that a new Leader of Opposition will be appointed today, and the Speaker will be informed before the Assembly proceedings. Reportedly, the resolution has been signed by only 5 Congress MLAs. Earlier, Goa Congress removed Michael Lobo as Leader of Opposition after the party accused former Chief Minister Digambar Kamath and Opposition Leader Michael Lobo of working with the BJP. Bureau Report for Republic TV.
Well, much more is coming up on the other side of this very, very short break. Starting with is, in fact, Congress in self-combustion mode in Goa. Is Congress facing Uddhav camp fate? Is a Maharashtrian repeat next in Goa?
Getting a cab these days is nearly impossible because half the time you don't get rides. Even if your cab gets booked, you're not sure when it is going to get cancelled or how much you're going to pay. Now, answering all this, Mind has come up with beautiful solutions whereby we don't have a surge rate here because they go by government prescribed rates. Not just that, Mind has a beautiful feature where you incentivize the driver, ensuring that he will come and pick you up on time. So thanks Mind.
Prime Minister has posited a picture of Ma Kali, which is source of India's spiritual energy, which is a unifying factor.
माँ काली का यही चेतना बंगाल और पूरे भारत की आस्था में है। माँ काली का वो असीम आशीर्वाद हमेशा भारत के साथ।
Because of the government intervention in the space sector is very evident. They want to make a great reforms in space sector. So primarily the space agency has been the only ISRO so far. So they want a private entity to come in, not only to as a supplier of space items, but more into building rockets, satellites and applications on their own and own it and operate it. So for that we
Top headlines right now. Congress in self-combustion mode in Goa now. Is Congress facing Uddhav campaign? Is a Maharashtra repeat next in Goa? The population bomb is ticking. A UN report states India are likely to surpass China by next year and demand is growing for population control. PM Modi unveils new parliament emblem, but opposition politicizes targets PM. Another embarrassment for Uddhav. Only 10 MPs attend Uddhav's show of strength meeting. Supreme Court comes down heavily on Vijay Mallya. 4-month jail term aborted. Top court refuses to allow plea of Abu Salim. Gangster can now be released after 2030. We continue to be live and breaking on Republic TV. I am Shivangi Shukla. Let's start off with the fresh inputs coming in on Republic TV. We keep getting you the fastest updates here. Union Minister Giriraj Singh on Monday made a fresh pitch for a stringent law to control the population of the country, which he compared to the ever-expanding mouth of mythical female demon Sursa. There's big news coming in as in fact that UN report has come out which says that India's population will overtake China very soon. The big news we're getting right now is that Union Minister Giriraj Singh has made a fresh pitch for stringent law to control the population of the country, which he compared to the ever-expanding mouth of mythical female demon.
एक समस्या देखने को मिलती है कि किसी एक वर्ग विशेष में मातृ मृत्यु दर भी ज्यादा है, शिशु मृत्यु दर भी ज्यादा है। अगर दो बच्चों के बीच में अंतराल कम है, इसका अंदाजा मातृ मृत्यु दर पर भी और शिशु मृत्यु दर पर भी पड़ेगा और उसकी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी पूरे समाज को। और ये स्थिति हो रही है। यद्यपि विगत 5 वर्ष के अंदर इसमें काफी अच्छी सफलता प्राप्त की है। उत्तर प्रदेश ने इस दिशा में बेहतरीन परिणाम दिए हैं। खासतौर पर उत्तर प्रदेश का जो लक्ष्य रहा है वह मैटरनल एनीमिया में आज यह 51.1% से घट करके 45.9% तक रह गया है। इसी प्रकार से हम लोगों ने जो फुल इम्यूनाइजेशन की दर है वह उत्तर प्रदेश ने विगत 5 वर्ष के अंदर 51.1% थी, जो अब यह बढ़ करके लगभग 70% को प्राप्त कर रहा है। संस्थागत प्रसव की दर जो पहले केवल 67-68% थी, आज यह बढ़ करके 84% के आसपास जा रहा है। और यही नहीं बल्कि मातृ मृत्यु दर में भी और शिशु मृत्यु दर में भी उत्तर प्रदेश ने अपने रिकॉर्ड को पहले की तुलना में ठीक करने का प्रयास किया, अच्छा किया है, लेकिन इसमें और बेहतर करने की आवश्यकता है, जिससे जनसंख्या स्थिरीकरण एक बड़ी भूमिका का निर्वहन कर सकता है। और इसमें स्वास्थ्य विभाग के साथ साथ हमें उन सभी संबंधित विभागों को जोड़ करके इन कार्यक्रमों को आगे बढ़ाना होगा। इसमें जागरूकता अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण है और उस जागरूकता के साथ साथ अंतर विभागीय समन्वय इस लक्ष्य को प्राप्त करने में एक बड़ी भूमिका का निर्वहन कर सकता है। हम लोगों ने प्रदेश के अंदर अंतर विभागीय समन्वय की उस ताकत को पहचाना है, जिसमें उत्तर प्रदेश ने स्वास्थ्य विभाग नोडल विभाग था। हमने मस्तिष्क ज्वर को से होने वाली मौतों को 95% नियंत्रित करने में सफलता प्राप्त की। सबसे बड़ी आबादी का राज्य होने के बावजूद उत्तर प्रदेश ने कोरोना प्रबंधन का बेहतरीन उदाहरण भी प्रस्तुत किया और लगातार इस दिशा में प्रयास होते हैं। अभी 1 जुलाई से संचारी रोग नियंत्रण के कार्यक्रम बेहतर तरीके से आगे बढ़े। वर्ष में 3 बार अप्रैल, जुलाई और अक्टूबर में हम संचारी रोग नियंत्रण के अभियान चलाते हैं। इसमें केवल एक विभाग नहीं रहता, सभी विभाग मिलकर के इस कार्यक्रम के साथ जुड़ते हैं।
You just heard CM Yogi Adityanath really speak about their, balancing the population. At the same time, we also heard the big news coming in that Union Minister Giriraj Singh has made a fresh pitch for a stringent law to control the population of the country. Let's listen in to what Giriraj Singh had said.
भारत के अंदर सुरसा की तरह जनसंख्या की गति बढ़ रही है। अगर मैं चाइना और भारत से तुलना करें तो 1978 में 1979 में एक कानून बना, 78-79 के कार्यकाल में हमारा जीडीपी भी चाइना से अधिक था और जनसंख्या की गति भी चाइना का हमसे अधिक था। लेकिन आज उल्टा हो गया। आज 1 मिनट में चाइना 10 बच्चे पैदा कर रहे हैं, 1 मिनट में भारत 30 बच्चों से अधिक पैदा कर रहा है। भारत के
All right, we just heard Giriraj Singh there speak about, how important it is to have a stringent law to control the population. And we're getting multiple reactions coming in as well. Let's listen in.
जिस तरीके से भारत के जनसंख्या बेतहाशा बढ़ रहा है, ये बहुत ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है, क्योंकि भारत में एक सीमित संसाधन है और लेकिन जनसंख्या बिना रोक के बढ़े जा रही है। अभी अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सर्वेक्षण जो आया है उसके अनुसार मात्र कुछ प्रतिशत चाइना से कम है। यानी कि अगर देखा जाए 2023 तक जो आंकड़े बता रहे हैं अंतर्राष्ट्रीय आंकड़े, उसमें 2023 तक भारत की जनसंख्या चीन से भी ज़्यादा हो जाएगी। तो मेरा बड़ा करबद्ध निवेदन है सरकार से कि सीमित संसाधन को देखते हुए, यहाँ पे अनेक प्रकार की अव्यवस्था को देखते हुए कठोर और ठोस जनसंख्या नियंत्रण कानून बनाना आज की सबसे बड़ी आवश्यक चीज़ है।
All right, we are seeing some demand there for population control as this UN report which has come out, viewers, which has said that in some time by 2023, in fact, India might overtake China when it comes to population.
On July 8th, a fatal cloudburst claimed 16 lives in Jammu and Kashmir, while injuring several others. Over 40 people are missing and rescue operations are on in full swing. Nearly 48 hours after the tragedy hit the holy pilgrimage site of Amarnath Yatra, the Yatra has resumed once again. Watch how, with utter zest and enthusiasm, the 12th batch of Amarnath Yatra pilgrims left the Bhagwati Nagar base camp for the holy Amarnath cave.
जो हादसा हुआ उसके बाद किस तरह का भय तो नहीं?
नहीं, कोई भय नहीं। हमको बाबा के ऊपर विश्वास है। बाबा हमारी यात्रा मंगलमय करेंगे और बाबा के हम दर्शन करके ही जाएंगे। हमें कोई भय नहीं है। बाबा के ऊपर पूर्ण विश्वास है।
And even as the search and rescue operations continue for the ones missing, a fresh batch of pilgrims have embarked on the journey with great fervor. Bureau report for Republic TV.
Viewers, Maharashtra continues to see heavy rainfall and water logging. Right now, we're getting in visuals of landslide on the Pokhari Ghat near the Bhima Shankar area in Pune. So those visuals will come on your screen. There they are. The landslide has been reported there at Pokhari Ghat. Getting you these visuals first on Republic, and this is coming in as many different areas in Pune are continuing to see heavy rain. And this has been happening since last week. The IMD has in fact also said that rains will continue for the next few days. An advisory has been issued. But amidst all that, we are seeing these visuals on our screens of a landslide being reported there in Pokhari Ghat. Remember that the state is reeling under floods and heavy rains. And this is happening in various areas there of Maharashtra. This one coming in from Pune of a landslide being reported in the Pokhari Ghat area. The IMD in fact had said that Ghat areas will receive heavy rain through July 14th. Top national update. Supreme Court has awarded 4-month sentence to fugitive businessman Vijay Mallya in a contempt case, observing that it must impose adequate punishment upon Mallya in order to maintain the majesty of law. A bench headed by Justice Lalit also imposed a fine of 2,000 rupees on Mallya. Mallya is accused in a bank loan default matter of over 9,000 crore rupees involving his defunct Kingfisher Airlines. Supreme Court has asked the newly elected Maharashtra Assembly Speaker not to proceed with the plea seeking disqualification of MLAs of Shiv Sena faction led by former CM Uddhav Thackeray. A bench comprising of Chief Justices N.V. Ramana and Justices Krishna Murari, among others, took note of the submissions of senior advocates led by Kapil Sibal that the several pleas of the Uddhav faction were to be listed today. Former Maharashtra CM Uddhav Thackeray wrote to 15 Shiv Sena MLAs, thanking them for their support during tough times without surrendering to the pressure of threats or offers. He has also called for a meeting with all Shiv Sena MPs at his residence Matushri, of which just 10 MPs have attended that very important meeting. NCP Chief Sharad Pawar has contradicted the Shiv Sena on Aurangabad and Osmanabad name change, saying that this was not part of the common minimum program which was decided by various people by sitting together. Pawar added that this decision was made at the last minute and there was no communication with NCP about the decision. The AIADMK General Council meet on Monday expelled rival leader O. Paneerselvam from the party's primary membership, and his post of treasurer, but the defiant leader said that his rival Palaniswamy has no right to show him the door and rather announce the expulsion of the latter from the party. Amid the big round of applause from the General Council members at its meeting at a marriage hall here, a special resolution moved by senior leader R. Vishwanathan to remove Paneerselvam and his supporters was adopted unanimously. 5 Goa Congress MLAs who went missing a day before attended the State Assembly proceedings on the first day of the monsoon session on Monday and claimed there was nothing wrong in the opposition party. On Sunday, out of the total 11 Congress MLAs in the state, 5 Michael Lobo, Digambar Kamat and among others had gone missing, a senior party leader earlier said. Supreme Court today, in its judgment, said that the centre is bound to honour the assurance and commitment given by it to Portugal government for not putting in jail extradited gangster Abu Salim more than 25 years. The Supreme Court, however, in its verdict refused to allow the plea of Salim that his jail term in detention in Portugal had already undergone. He should be in fact considered as a jail term, and thereby his 25-year jail term should be considered not from 2005. PM Modi unveiled the national emblem cast on the roof of the new Parliament building today morning. He also interacted with the Shramjeevis involved in the work of the new Parliament. The national emblem is made of bronze with a total weight of 9,500 kilograms and is 6.5 meters in height. It has been cast at the top of the central foyer of the new Parliament building. A supporting structure of steel weighing around 6,500 kilograms has been constructed to support the emblem. India is projected to surpass China as the world's most populous country next year, according to a report by the UN on Monday, which said that the world population is forecast to reach 8 billion by mid-November 2022. The World Population Prospects 2022 by the UN Department of Economic and Social Affairs Population Division said that the global population is projected to reach 8 billion on November 15th. And the global population is growing at its slowest rate since 1950, having fallen under 1% in 2020. A special CBI court has rejected former Maharashtra Home Minister Anil Deshmukh's plea seeking default bail in a corruption case registered against him by the Central Bureau of Investigation. The court also rejected the pleas of two other accused in the case, Sanjeev Palande and also Kundan Shinde. Well, much more coming up on the other side, viewers. Supreme Court comes down heavily on Vijay Mallya. 4-month jail term awarded. Plus, top court refuses to allow plea of Abu Salim. Gangster can now be released after 2030. And Shavan Sen breaks the mega exclusive story at 4 p.m. So stay tuned to Republic Media Network. This is going to be a big one.
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Maharashtra continues to face heavy rains in several areas. The district of Gadchiroli is reeling from a flood-like situation due to heavy downpour. Several roads have been submerged underwater due to the incessant and heavy rains in the region. The water has entered the houses in Gadchiroli as people in the district are suffering from this calamity. The India Meteorological Department issued an orange alert for the Gadchiroli district, predicting heavy to very heavy showers accompanied by thunderstorms with lightning. Heavy rains have been reported in Maharashtra's Nanded in the last 24 hours, causing flood-like situations in several places in the district. Several parts of Maharashtra, including Mumbai, Thane, Palghar, Raigad, Ratnagiri, Pune, have been experiencing heavy downpours. 27 NDRF teams have been deployed across the state amid the heavy rainfall and a red alert issued by IMD. Bureau Report, Republic TV. President Gotabaya Rajapaksa has agreed to
Well, we continue to be live and breaking Republic TV, and this is the big news coming in right now. PM Modi unveiled a 6.5 long bronze national emblem cast on the roof of the new Parliament building this morning. He also interacted with the workers involved in the work of the new Parliament, following which politics have now erupted over the move.
इस देश में कुछ ऐसे लोग भी हैं जिन्हें जब तक किसी कार्य में विघ्न उत्पन्न करने का मौका न मिले तब तक उन्हें संतोष नहीं होता। यदि चीजें सकारात्मक और सही दिशा में चलती रहें तो उन्हें असुविधा होने लगती है। कांग्रेस पार्टी, मैं मानता हूं कि इसी विघ्न संतोषी मनोवृत्ति की पार्टी है कि जब विघ्न दिखेगा तभी उनके मन में कोई संतोष उत्पन्न होगा, अन्यथा उनके मन में एक छटपटाहट उत्पन्न रहती है। और यह मैं इस आधार पर कह रहा हूं कि भारत की राजनीति में भ्रष्टाचार, परिवारवाद और घातक तुष्टीकरण से भरे हुए अल्पसंख्यकवाद के युग प्रवर्तक और सभी तथाकथित सेकुलर दलों के पथ प्रदर्शक कांग्रेस पार्टी यदा कदा प्रपंचपूर्ण प्रवचनों की मुद्रा में रहती है, प्रपंच से भरे हुए प्रवचन की मुद्रा में रहती है और किसी न किसी भी प्रकार से अनर्गल निराधार आरोप लगाने की चेष्टा करती है। परंतु आज मैं यह बात आपके सामने रखना चाहता हूं कि जब हमने यह कहा कि वो भ्रष्टाचार, परिवारवाद और तुष्टीकरण के युग प्रवर्तक थे, तो ये एकमात्र राजनीतिक दल हैं जिनके वर्तमान अध्यक्ष और पूर्व अध्यक्ष दोनों एक केस में बेल के ऊपर है। और महत्वपूर्ण बात क्या है कि वो नेशनल हेराल्ड केस है। अगर आपको उस चीज का तथ्य याद हो तो मैं एक फैक्ट रखना चाहता हूं। नेशनल हेराल्ड केस पे कुल कितने का ऋण था? 90 करोड़ रुपए का। और 90 करोड़ रुपए का ऋण कांग्रेस पार्टी का वह संगठन नहीं पे कर सकता था जिसके 3-3 अखबार चलते थे और जब इनकी सरकार थी। यानी उन तीनों अखबारों को यदि 10 वर्ष में केवल 30-30 करोड़ रुपए के इन्होंने सहायता पहुंचाई होती तो 90 करोड़ आसानी से हो सकते थे। और मजे की बात यह है कि उसी समय में राजीव गांधी फाउंडेशन को 100 करोड़ रुपए की सहायता पहुंची है। क्या यह बात आपको असहज नहीं लगती है कि यदि एक उनके निजी फाउंडेशन को सरकारी विभागों तक से सीधे सहायता मिल सकती है? प्रधानमंत्री नेशनल रिलीफ फंड से एक नहीं 3 बार राजीव गांधी फाउंडेशन को सीधे सहायता मिलने के का उल्लेख रिपोर्ट में है 2006-7, 2005-6, 2006-7, 2007-8। इतना ही नहीं, चीन के दूतावास से भी आर्थिक सहयोग मिलने का है और भारत के सांप्रदायिक सौहार्द के सबसे बड़े खलनायक डॉक्टर जाकिर नायक के भी संस्थान से बस ले ही लिया था कि आलोचना हुई और खतरनाक गेंद देखकर उन्होंने अपने कदम वापस क्रीज में खींच लिए, अन्यथा उन्होंने वह कार्य कर ही दिया था। अब मेरा सवाल यह है कि यदि इतनी सारी आपको आर्थिक सहायता राजीव गांधी फाउंडेशन को दिलवा सकते थे तो नेशनल हेराल्ड को क्यों नहीं? जबकि वहां तो आप सीधे, वो एक समाचार पत्र था, आप विज्ञापन तक देने के अधिकृत थे। इसका अर्थ यह है कि इधर भी धन संचित करना था और उधर एक ऋण की आड़ में एक बहुत बड़ी संपत्ति पर अपना अधिग्रहण करना था। यह मैंने सिर्फ इसलिए बताया है कि यह दो तरफा भ्रष्टाचार का एक उदाहरण बनता है, यह एक तरफा भ्रष्टाचार का नहीं। और भारत के इतिहास में यदि पहली बार प्रधानमंत्री सीधे भ्रष्टाचार के आरोप में घिरे तो वो कांग्रेस के ही प्रधानमंत्री थे, स्वर्गीय राजीव गांधी, बोफोर्स के मुद्दे पे। यदि भारत के इतिहास में पहली बार पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री को कोर्ट ऑफ लॉ में खड़ा होना पड़ा भ्रष्टाचार के आरोप में तो वो थे श्री पीवी नरसिम्हा राव। और पहली बार यदि इस देश में एक्सीडेंटल प्राइम मिनिस्टर बना जिसके दौरे हुकूमत में फैटल करप्शन हुआ तो वो थे कांग्रेस के डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह। और बताइए, सुरेंद्र नाथ बनर्जी, उमेश चंद बनर्जी, महादेव गोविंद रानाडे, फिरोज शाह मेहता, लोकमान्य तिलक, गोपाल कृष्ण गोखले, महात्मा गांधी, मदन मोहन मालवीय वाली कांग्रेस आज कहां खड़ी है कि वर्तमान और पूर्व अध्यक्ष दोनों एक भ्रष्टाचार के आरोप में बेल पर हैं। क्या यह स्थिति कांग्रेस को किसी भी प्रकार का कोई नैतिक आधार देती है कि वह देश के विषय में कुछ बोल सके? और मैं यह भी कहना चाहूंगा, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि ये जिस प्रकार के बातें की जाती हैं, ये विकास के कार्यों से सकारात्मक दिशा में आगे जा रहे देश का ध्यान बटाने के लिए अथवा उनका मनोबल गिराने के लिए किया जाता है, या यह भी संभव हो सकता है कि उनकी खुद की जमीन जो दरक रही है G23 से लेके जो रीसेंट डेवलपमेंट है गोवा का, मतलब G5 या G6 G7 जो भी आप कहिए, तो G23 से लेके और G6 G7 तक जो कुछ घटित हो रहा है, वो जमीन खिसकने पर भी जमीर नहीं जाग रहा हो, तो शायद इसलिए यह होने की संभावना है। अतः मैं अंत में यह कहना चाहूंगा कि भ्रष्टाचार के आरोपों में आकंठ डूबी हुई कांग्रेस जिस विषय को लेकर भ्रष्टाचार के आरोप में है, क्या वो ये बताएं कि यदि वो अपने एक संस्थान को अपने शासनकाल में इतनी सहायता दिलवा सकते थे, तो मात्र उसके मुकाबले कम ऋण के लिए वो दूसरी संस्थान को सहायता क्यों नहीं दिला सकते थे, अथवा यह दोनों संपत्तियों को हड़प करने का एक मैकेनिज्म यानी एक डिवाइस था या नहीं। धन्यवाद।
All right, we just heard that BJP briefing where they have spoken about the graft cases against Congress and has also lambasted Vadra Congress graft case as well. Couple of points being made there where the BJP has said that Congress always in mode to put wrong allegations on the government, and has also in fact reminded the Congress that even after they have the National Herald case hanging over them, they do not have the right now to speak and target the BJP. And we continue to be live and breaking on Republic TV. Coming up next is a big exclusive story. Now, Shravan Sen is breaking the mega exclusive story at 4 p.m. just in 5 minutes from now, viewers. Just in 5 minutes from now. Stay tuned to Republic TV because this story will be, in fact, extremely exclusive and you'll watch it right here only.
President Gotabaya Rajapaksa has agreed to resign on July 13, according to the Speaker of Parliament. This comes after thousands of protesters, furious over his government's inability to address crippling economic turmoil, crashed in the capital and stormed President's official residence. Meanwhile, Sri Lankan Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe agreed to resign on Saturday after party leaders in Parliament demanded both he and the President Gotabaya Rajapaksa to step down.
Both as a citizen and as Prime Minister. I've generally been in governments where I ensured people had 3 meals and the income is being increased. Well, now we are going to have a contraction in the economy. It may be 3.5, 4, maybe 6. So that's going to be bad. We still haven't had the full impact of the contraction. So this is why we need next year to recover.
Wickremesinghe was appointed as the Prime Minister after anti-government protests forced the resignation of then Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa in May. Following the Prime Minister and President's decision to step down from their top posts, call for elections within a short period of time and install a new government was also taken. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
We have been very supportive of Sri Lanka and we are trying to help. There is no refugee crisis right now.
On the occasion of Eid al-Adha on Sunday, Border Security Force and Pakistan Rangers exchanged wishes at the Atari-Wagah border. As a part of traditional gesture between two borders,
है तो निश्चित रूप से इसमें देश के जन सामान्य से लेके राजनीतिक दलों को दलगत राजनीति से ऊपर उठकर एक सही दिशा में कदम बढ़ाना चाहिए।
देवेंद्र पारसकर जी, इंडिया टीवी। देवेंद्र पारसकर जी, इंडिया टीवी। उसके बाद आपको सूची देते हैं। दो सवाल हैं, दो अलग बयान एक सवाल की कल टीएमसी के एक रीसर हैं, उन्होंने श्रीलंका का उदाहरण देते हुए कहा कि भारत में विद्रोह की
मुद्दई लाख बुरा चाहे तो क्या होता है, वही होता है जो मंजूर खुदा होता है। वो सोचते रहने दीजिए कि क्या होने वाला है।
We continue to be live and breaking the Republic TV viewers. Just around 3 minutes from now, Shravan Sen will be breaking an exclusive story at 4 p.m. Stay tuned. This is extremely exclusive story and it's going to be a very, very big one and you do not want to miss it. Coming back after a short break.
We have been very supportive of Sri Lanka and we are trying to help. There is no refugee crisis right now.
On the occasion of Eid al-Adha, on Sunday, Border Security Force and Pakistan Rangers exchanged wishes at the Atari-Wagah border. As a part of traditional gesture between two border guarding forces, BSF exchanged gestures to Pakistan Rangers.
आज ईद के इस मुबारक अवसर पर जॉइंट चेक पोस्ट अटारी से सीमा सुरक्षा बल के द्वारा पाकिस्तान रेंजर्स को स्वीट्स ऑफर किए गए। ये हमारे देश की परंपराओं, सद्भावना की नीति और शांति की पहल के भी परिचायक हैं।
The BSF Gujarat frontier has also exchanged greeting and sweets with Pakistan Rangers. In a statement, BSF Gujarat frontier has said that as a goodwill gesture, sweets have been exchanged at multiple border points. Sweets were exchanged at international borders of Kutch and Banaskantha district of Gujarat, as well as at ICP Munabao, Gadra, Somrar, Kilnor and Varnahar in Barmer district of Rajasthan. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Prime Minister has posited a picture of Maka.
Top headlines at 4 p.m. Congress in self-combustion mode at Goa now as Congress facing Uddhav camp fate. Is a Maharashtra repeat next in Goa? Population bomb is ticking. UN report states India likely to surpass China by next year and demand is growing for population control. PM Modi unveils a new parliament emblem, but opposition politicizes targets Prime Minister. Another embarrassment for Uddhav. Only 10 MPs attend Uddhav show of strength meeting. Supreme Court comes down heavily on Vijay Mallya. 4-month jail term awarded. Top court refuses to allow plea of Abu Salim. Gangster can now be released after 2030. Exclusive Republic TV Shravan Sen bringing you this mega exclusive story setting the national news agenda of the day. I want to go straight across to Shravan Sen and also Niranjan, who's going to get us this big story.
Well, thank you very much, Shivagi, for taking us through some of the details. So what we are going to do right now is that big story that we are breaking right now is the charges that have been leveled against Amnesty. In fact, Republic TV is the first news network to get their hands on the charge sheet to debunk the theories that have been floated all this while. Remember, several charges being leveled by the Amnesty as far as saying that these are malicious charges. But let's take a look at the charges that have been leveled against Amnesty. Now, we've accessed the full charge sheet, part 1. one of the story that we're putting out right now about the foreign contributions that have been received by this NGO called Amnesty, and what were they actually using this money for? Foreign remittances of about over 50 crore rupees that was received by Amnesty. Why is it that this becomes a violation? Because remember, every NGO actually has to obtain certain permissions from the government in order to receive foreign remittances. In fact, back in the year 2011 and 2012, when foreign contributions were actually received by Amnesty, about 1 crore rupees, remember that was the very time when there was an adverse report that was filed by the Ministry of Home Affairs saying that they cannot receive these foreign remittances. Let's take a look at the chart sheet that has been accessed. Let me just quickly show you. This is the chart sheet. Perhaps in a short while from now, Niranjan can also come in to show you all the details of the chart sheet that has been accessed. 16 important points coming up from this particular chart sheet that has been accessed. Point number 1. This is what the chart sheet reads. Says permission or registration has been denied to Amnesty International India Foundation Trust. There was adverse inputs that were received from the security agencies during the year 2011 and 2012. This answers the question when they essentially say that this was a witch hunt carried out by the government. But let's just remind our viewers right now that back in 2011 and 2012, that was the time when adverse reports were basically filed against Amnesty International. FCRA permissions were not granted. But despite that, this organization received funds from the United Kingdom. For more on this, I'm also joined by my colleague Niranjan from the Mumbai newsroom. We're going to put out full details of the chart sheet. 16 important points, Niranjan, emerging from this chart sheet that has now been accessed by Republic TV.
And some of these documents that you have shared, I have it with me. And some of the biggest takeaways, Shravan, from this document is that it's clear that many of these so-called projects were for commercial gains. So if my video journalist can just zoom in, you try and zoom into this. Okay, let's take this one. It's a little clearer. If you take this copy, look at this, right? It appears that some of those people who spoke to the Enforcement Directorate on record, Shravan, the document is on your screen and even you're on the screen. And the Kashmir Access to Justice project, for example, look at this. 46,867 pounds charged. Okay, so let's look at this. The terms of contracts entered into between Amnesty India and Amnesty International. So Amnesty International sends money to Amnesty India to carry out projects. Now, what are these projects and how much are they spending? Take a look at this. So remember all those, the details about Kashmir advocacy. On Kashmir, nearly 46,867 pounds. That is nearly 47 lakh rupees, right? Similarly, there is a human cost of coal research project, for example, which they have billed about $90,000. $90,000 would be about roughly about 70 to 80 lakh rupees. Now, similarly, it appears, I'm just looking at the kind of issues they've picked up, project database maintenance support, etc. Then they talk about justice for under trials, access to justice research. So, such projects being billed for nearly like half a crore, 1 crore. And I think the only news point that comes out of this is about how it was essentially a commercial project, Shravan, you'll be able to tell us more. They've called it criminal conspiracy as well, Shravan, on how they try to bring in foreign monies in the guise of these projects.
Well, in fact, Niranjan, let me just take you through the details that is coming in from the chart sheet and why these, when you say these are commercial activities, and wherein lies the problem. Take a look at what the Enforcement Directorate has to say. They say that the company Amnesty International India Private Limited is registered under Code 85 of the Company Act in the MCA, while objective of the company is profitability. However, non-profit organizations are generally registered under Code 85. Under Code 85, they say that clearly shows that the objective of the company not commensurate with the activities carried out. So let me just try and explain this to all our viewers. Wherein lies the problem? One, they did not have the FCRA permissions in order to receive the foreign remittances. So what do they really do? The allegation here is that Amnesty floated 2 other companies here, or rather firms here in India. Now these firms were essentially receiving money from the parent company from the United Kingdom. What were they showing it as? They were showing us this as the export of services. Export of services. And what was the export of services? Is that list of reports that they have prepared. What Niranjan was pointing out. So they are saying we're exporting these services to Amnesty in United Kingdom. And for this, they've got over 50 crore rupees. 50 crore rupees that has come in from Amnesty International based out of United Kingdom. And let's not forget the fact that FDI, they were actually receiving foreign direct investment. As an NGO, they were not entitled to receive foreign direct investment. In fact, if you take a look at this particular chart sheet in which Niranjan, in one point, they make a clear case. Here they're saying it has appeared that AIIPL was misusing the funds received in the guise of FDI for other activities, charity, contribution to fund such trusts, which was no way connected to activities for which the FDI had been received, and getting contribution from the overseas donor to expand its NGO activities under the mask of services constantly. So that basically points out the entire illegality that we are talking about, the illegality that perhaps Amnesty will now have to they have to basically debunk in the court, saying, because all this while they are saying that these are false charges that have been leveled against them, and the fact that these were charges, this is nothing but a witch hunt that has been carried out by the present political dispensation. But let's not forget, it was back in 2011-2012 when the FCRA permission was not granted, when this government was not in power. Second very important point here is that they were aware that there are certain norms under which every NGO operates in this country. If that is the case, then why exactly were they not following the legal route? What is it that they wanted to really hide? Because the question here is that when you do not have the permissions, you are still receiving foreign remittances. And to bypass the FCRA violations, what were you exactly doing? You were floating another firm, and those firms were receiving the funds from the parent company, and the parent company was actually sending in money in multiple tranches. Let me also bring in Swapnil Kothari, who's joining us on this broadcast. Swapnil, we've accessed the chart sheet, the attachment order, documents which go on to indicate that there are some very serious charges against Amnesty. If they have nothing to really hide, then why exactly bypass the FCRA norms that have been laid out? And let's not forget that these services or these permissions were taken away from them back in 2011-2012. So this entire argument that there is a political witch hunt that has been carried out does not really stand.
Shravan, congratulations once again to you and the entire Republic TV team for unearthing this scandal. I had heard about this scandal since quite some time, and it was only a matter of time before Republic TV broke it to the people. And this is not news to me. Most of these organizations tend to work under this kind of a garb, and FCRA is violated just as the way, red lights are violated in our country while driving a car. So I'm not surprised that the ED has raided Amnesty, and I'm sure they'll dig a lot more out of it, and there'll be not only violations of the FCRA, but including FEMA, including Companies Act, and all the other attendant laws which I can think of. IPC will also come into the picture, and I'm sure the charge sheet will be increased a little bit more to add more sections to it, because otherwise if you do not add certain sections to it, I don't know what the sections are, how comprehensive they are, because if you do not add them, then it doesn't really, cut eyes. FCRA alone is not enough, Shravan.
Swapnil, I just want you to help our viewers. Swapnil, I just want you to help our viewers understand. You would understand the legalities much better and explain it to our viewers. What I understand from this particular chart sheet is that this is an NGO receiving foreign direct investment. As per rules, you cannot do that because you are not entitled to receive foreign direct investment. Secondly, as far as FCRA violations are concerned, back in 2011 and 2012, there were adverse reports that were submitted to the Ministry of Home Affairs. FCRA permission was cancelled, which means foreign remittances cannot be received by this organization. What they do in turn is come up with 2 new firms, and these new firms were getting money directly from United Kingdom, and then they say that these were for exporting services to the parent company. I want you to help our viewers understand the legality. Where is the illegality in this?
Well, the illegality is right there, because in law, what you cannot do directly, you cannot even do indirectly. So what here has happened is that you floated shell companies precisely for the purpose, under the garb of saying that we are exporting our services. And since we are exporting our services, we are entitled to foreign remittances, which in turn go to the organizations which are hitherto banned from receiving foreign currency, remittances. So that the answer is very clear there. If you do not have the permissions, you've sidestepped those permissions, and you've floated shell companies precisely for that. And most of these shell companies, as you are aware, Shravan, in a lot of money laundering cases, including, Mehul Choksi and the like, that you've seen, most of these shell company cases, shell companies were formed with fake board meetings, with paper meetings that never actually happened, simply to pass on resolutions to ensure that foreign currencies or certain LODR or certain, credit, remittances or credit facilities from the banks have been taken only for that purpose, when you know that the purpose is entirely different and completely against the law. So this is very, very clear and very simple. So I am sure that, as I keep saying, that FCR alone will not be attracted. There have to be other sections also under the IPC Companies Act, because who were the directors of these companies, and how the hell they did what they did. So obviously those also need to be put in the dock, because a company by itself cannot be cross-questioned. It has to be a human being who needs to be interrogated. So when you deal with corporate frauds, it has to be very comprehensively tackled. It cannot be just cosmetic.
I have this beautiful document here in front of me. Swapnil Kothari, I have Deshwata Nigam also joining us, and a story broken by Shravan Sen. And look at this, okay? Deshwatan and Swapnil, both of you listen to this. On Kashmir, who wouldn't love this job? I mean, on Kashmir Access to Justice Research Project, they funneled in nearly 47 lakh rupees for a project, okay? Coal Research Project, almost about 60 to 70 lakh. Field testing technology, I don't know what it is, but francs, 80,000 francs. And then there's some database maintenance for which there are, thousands of pounds. And then there is under trials project, 75 lakh rupees. Justice research, I mean, I don't know, it just goes on and on. Coal sector everywhere. And these are, I repeat, commercial intent projects. Commercial intent projects, which means for a layman, there is something called an amnesty, which calls itself an NGO, which was making millions using such issues which were fanciable in India. Deshwatan.
Yes. In fact, amnesty has been long been under the radar of Indian authorities. They have, in fact, siphoning off funds in the name of international grants and misusing it. In fact, their anti-India propaganda was also quite known. Apart from violation of the FCRA, as pointed out by Swapnil, there is also a money laundering aspect which the ED is responsible for. And the people who are responsible for day-to-day affairs of that NGO in India, and also the apex body abroad, which the body here. So parent bodies, people who are responsible should also be prosecuted. So it is a very dangerous thing, because they have been known for disruption in India, various economic activities and creating problems. And there was no transparency in the NST. Where the money was coming, and accordingly their license was cancelled. It should be gone in deep. Here FCRA, crimes that are being investigated will not suffice. Everybody has to be brought under the net who are responsible for running this organization, and the parent organization also has to be brought in net, because they were the ones who were controlling this organization.
Yeah, my colleague Abhishek is also joining us live, I think, Shravan breaking the story. And Shravan has accessed the full file, the attachment order, the entire Enforcement Directorate file on amnesty, and it's bringing out a lot of uncomfortable details. Shravan, Abhishek is also joining us. I think both of you have gone through the details of these documents. Yes, you can take the next question with Abhishek. I think Abhishek also has gone through some of the documents, and I just saw one interesting mention here, Shravan. If I can just, show that mention and then hand it over, to you and Abhishek both. Look at this. The Enforcement Directorate says that this clearly shows that the objective of the company was not commensurate with the activities being carried out. So a lot of shady activity, basically, that was passed off as NGO work. Shravan, is that what the ED believes? Back to you.
Well, partly yes, Niranjan, because what is really happening is that there are a few companies that one has to look into it. It starts with a company which goes by the name, or rather a trust, if I may say so, Amnesty International India Foundation Trust. Now, this trust, they did not have the FCRA permission. It was withdrawn. So what they do in turn is they come up with two other firms, which is Amnesty International India Private Limited, which is AIIPL, and they also come up with another, Indians Amnesty International Trust. So a same group with same directors, interestingly with the same address. When the searches were basically carried out, most of these directors were operating out of the same very place. So to which the Enforcement Directorate is saying, it is clearly seen that both the entities have mostly common directors, trustees, common function, common source of funding. So two firms getting money from one firm, that is the Amnesty International United Kingdom. So the moment it is stopped by the Ministry of Home Affairs, so in order to bypass that, they create two others. They are the ones who are receiving the funds. Now, to answer your question, that what was it being used for? They say it was for exporting of services. So what the Enforcement Directorate does is that they ask the question, why don't you furnish documentary evidence in terms of whether there are any sort of invoices, how did the money really come in? Now, what's very interesting, this is what the Enforcement Directorate says. No documentary proof for the alleged export, such as invoices and copies of the agreement between AIIPL and Amnesty International UK has been furnished by AIIPL to the authorized dealer bank. Now, that's what the Enforcement Directorate has to say. Abhishek, I want to just bring you in. Now, they say that this is a political witch hunt, and this is what comes out from the documents is that the FCRA permissions were not granted back in 2011 and 2012. So point number one is that what political witch hunt are you really talking about? Because the Ministry of Home Affairs at that point in time came up with an adverse report, and that is the reason why your FCRA permission was cancelled. And secondly, why actually come up with two other firms with common directors and then say that we are receiving funds from only one single source? The single source happens to be the parent company. So wouldn't questions essentially be raised as to why, if you were actually doing all this because you had a certain agenda or you had a certain sort of an objective, then why not put that out in public domain by simply saying that there is no such violations that have taken place, rather than going round all this whataboutery saying that this is all political witch hunt?
Shravan, in fact, all this claim of witch hunt is nothing but mens rea, guilty mind. If you look at this entire structure, as you were explaining, this was essentially aimed at bypassing the censors of the Ministry of Home Affairs, not just censors, the entire mechanism of monitoring of these kind of foreign money inflow into India and the purposes for which it is used. Now, I am really finding it preposterous, the kind of words as it comes out from the charge sheet that you have brought out, Shravan. And Niranjan, it's so interesting. When Akar Patel was asked about the agreement between AIIPL and Amnesty International UK, the contract based on which all the money came, and the services that were delivered. Now, the contract was for some services to be delivered by Amnesty India to Amnesty UK. What were those services for which the money was paid? He says campaigning for human rights. But then when the officers asked that campaigning for human rights is something for which you should have MHA clearance and FCRA clearance, he says no, this is a commercial activity with lot of scope in India, that there is possibility of future growth and India can be a leading provider of these services. Human rights, campaigning for human rights is a commercial activity according to Amnesty International or their India head Akar Patel. I don't think it can get more preposterous than that, Shravan. And Niranjan, this is going to be a big embarrassment for the Lutyens gang. This is going to be a big embarrassment for the lobby, which always stood behind the likes of Akar Patel and Amnesty. In fact, used their reports to slam the government. It is not about the present government, Shravan and Niranjan. It is about the manner in which amnesty has conducted itself over the last few years and decades in India and perhaps elsewhere in the world. This really brings out the conspiracy element within some people who perhaps choose amnesty as a platform to browbeat governments, to compromise national security. Imagine the reports that were provided by Amnesty International on Kashmir became tools in the hands of people who wanted to embarrass India. So obviously this was done by design, this was done to an objective, done to an agenda, and this charge sheet really calls the bluff of human rights being the ultimate objective. It was, as it comes out, for them also a commercial activity. Well, Abhishek, multiple questions being raised, and of course you've raised that fantastic point which we were thinking we'll delve into in a short while from now. Why most of these activities that they were talking about, or what they call export of services. Now what's very interesting, these are all that you're talking about, the list that was read out by Niranjan. They say that this was all to do with export of services, and this was exporting to whom? Their parent company, Amnesty International, based out of United Kingdom, for which they were receiving the money. Now they are basically dubbing all of this by saying these are commercial activities. If they are at all, now for a moment, for the sake of argument, if they are commercial activities, then yes, you would be having the invoices, yes, you would have some sort of a documentary evidence. Why is it that this was not provided to the... Okay, getting in some breaking news now. That the Kali filmmaker has been summoned. That's the breaking news update coming in. I have the full details of the court order here, a Delhi court, and the full details coming in. Leena Manimekalai has been summoned by the courts in the national capital. This is a case, Raj Gaurav versus Leena Manimekalai. The court is being conducted physically. I have the order with me. The court order is with me right now. The court order says that the hearing was conducted physically and virtually, and the fresh suit was received by way of assignment. And the court has observed that the plaintiff has filed the suit for permanent and mandatory injunction against the defendants. It has been stated by the plaintiff that the defendants in this particular case have depicted Goddess Kali in a very uncalled way in poster and promo video of their upcoming movie Kali. And the court has also said further the poster of the film depicts Hindu goddess Kali smoking cigarette, which not only hurts religious sentiments of common Hindu, but is also against basics of morality and decency. Further, the alleged poster was tweeted by the defendant number 1 from her Twitter handle. Plaintiff is seeking interim injunction to restrain the defendants temporarily from depicting Goddess Kali the way they have depicted in the poster and video in the tweet in question. The matter has been heard, and this is what the court has observed. The court has ordered that the relief of interim injunction is discretionary relief. Further, as held by the Supreme Court in a number of cases, the ex parte and interim injunction has to be granted in exceptional circumstances. Undersigned is of the opinion that the defendant needs to be heard. So they want to hear Leena Manimekalai before any order is given. Therefore, summons have been issued and notice of injunction application under Order 39, Rule 1 CPC. Essentially, Leena Manimekalai has been summoned by the Delhi court, and Republic has accessed the order. The court has said the poster depicts Hindu goddess Kali smoking cigarette, which not only hurts religious sentiments of common Hindu but also against basics of morality and decency, asking for the filmmaker to be summoned, filmmaker to be heard. That's the breaking news update coming in. Leena Manimekalai, the filmmaker, the controversial filmmaker who went on a tirade against some Hindu gods, went on to tweet that controversial image of Goddess Kali smoking, depicting Goddess Kali smoking, and later also put out that controversial poster in the middle of your screen of how she went on to even insult Lord Shiva, Goddess Parvati, all of which was back to back a tirade on social media. Went on a tirade on social media and then called India, a land of, and she went on and on. I don't even want to repeat what she said, but she went on a tirade, not just mocking Hindu gods, but also insulting India, humiliating India. And she's now been summoned. Leena Manimekalai faced a lookout circular, and now has been summoned by a Delhi court. I think last we checked, she was in Canada. Last we checked, she was in Canada. That's the update. Shravan, just want to come in. Back to you for now.
But Rajan, on the other side, we continue with our news and updates. The big breaking news also coming in. The charge sheet filed against Amnesty has now been accessed by Republic TV. More details coming up.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Prime Minister has posited a picture of Ma Kali, which is source of India's spiritual energy, which is a unifying factor.
माँ काली का यही चेतना बंगाल और पूरे भारत की आस्था में है। माँ काली का वो असीम आशीर्वाद हमेशा भारत के साथ।
Because of the government intervention in the space sector is very evident. They want to make a great reforms in space sector. So primarily the space agency has been the only ISRO so far. So they want a private entity to come in, not only to as a supplier of space items, but more into building rockets, satellites and applications on their own and own it and operate it. So for that the government is asking to prepare a policy which we have prepared. So a space policy 2022 is already prepared, in which we allow space private.
Top headlines at the Sava Republic. Shravan Sen brings mega exclusive on the Amnesty investigation files. Congress in self-combustion mode in Goa now. Is Congress facing Uddhav campaign? Is a Maharashtra repeat next in Goa? The population bomb is ticking. UN report states India are likely to surpass China by next year, and demand is growing for population control. PM Modi unveils new parliament emblem, but opposition politicizes, targets PM. Delhi's 30,000 court summons Kali filmmaker Leena Manamikalai amid outrage over controversial poster. Another embarrassment. Big setback for Uddhav. Only 10 MPs attend Uddhav's show of strength meeting. Supreme Court comes down heavily on Vijay Mallya. 4-month jail term aborted. Top court refuses to allow plea of Abu Salem. Gangster can now be released after 2030. We continue to be live and breaking on Republic TV. Now, the big story at the Sava, UP CM Yogi Adityanath on Monday launched the Population Stability, Pankhwada in Lucknow on the occasion of World Population Day. He praised the steps taken by his government to reduce maternal mortality rate and infant mortality rate and said there is a need to do better in this direction. This comes after research reports have cited that India's population count is likely to surpass China by 2023. And Niranjan gets us all the details on this big story. Niranjan.
We have breaking news now coming in. Asaduddin Owaisi has politicized, the population explosion, the population bomb. The tweet is right behind me on the Surface device. You can see the tweet. In fact, let me just switch to the other device. Let me switch to the second device here, where Asaduddin Owaisi says on Population Day, Sanghis will spend time spreading fake news. Truth is, India's youth and kids face a bleak future. Under Modi's rule, at least half of India's youth are unemployed. India is home to the largest number of malnourished children in the world. He also says India's fertility rate is below replacement level. There's no population explosion. The worry is to ensure a healthier and productive young population, on which Modi government has failed miserably. I think anybody would ask Mr. Owaisi, if we had to ask him a question, we would ask him a question saying, can you deny, if India is going to overtake China, is he saying there is no population explosion in India? And it's not, he calls it what he said, Sanghis are spreading fake news. I wonder if the United Nations is also a Sanghi agency. Abhishek is also live. He says Sanghis are spreading fake news. Abhishek,
Niranjan, the queue was
looking at his tweet.
Yes, Niranjan. So essentially, what we are seeing is people not realizing the scale of the problem that we face because of the population pressures. Remember, essentially, the most important development parameter is GDP per capita, and with the size of the population that we have, it is that parameter which becomes detrimental and presents a very different picture of India vis-a-vis what it should be, it could be. Remember also that while we are going ahead of China next year in terms of population size, the fact of the matter is China has land area which is almost 3 times the size of India. So that affects so many aspects of economic growth. So for example, the land area available to China per person is 3 times more than India for the same population, and that gives them the possibility of having more resources, more agricultural production, among other things, and that makes the standard of living of the people better. I don't know whether Asaduddin Owaisi understands these very basics of population correlation with the economic parameters. If he understood, perhaps he would not have made the kind of comment he has made, Niranjan. Population is not a communal issue. Population is an issue which deals with the entire national vision of the country as we move forward, how we are going to be 10 years, 20 years, 50 years from now, when in the 75th year of independence, if we have to chalk out a plan, how we would look at 100 years, population control has to be a very important and integral part of that plan. It's not that leaders of India have not thought about population control right from 1970s. Maybe some wrong policy decisions were taken, but there was this concern that population is a ticking bomb. While on the one hand, there is a demographic dividend available because of the younger population profile, the fact of the matter is we have those many mouths to feed, and that also means, Niranjan, that as we go forward, as the population ages, we would have more old age people to take care of. It's really important that a balance is found between the imperatives of growth and the impact that this size of population has on development parameters. Not just that, Niranjan, every population has anthropomorphic
Abhishek, breaking reactions, back-to-back breaking reactions. Abhishek, sorry to cut you short there. The Congress party responding, union ministers are responding, the UP chief minister is talking about it, the whole country talking about it. I don't think it's a matter of pride that we will be the most populated country, because it will be a crunch on India's resources, a calamity if anything at all. Here are the responses coming in.
This situation is not alarming because recent Zero Service and Ministry of Family and Welfare has carried out the survey that to maintain the population balance, one per woman prescribed a child is 2.1, and as far as Hindu population growth is concerned, it has come down below two children per woman, per person. That means that population is not going to a problem in this country. Is the resource management and wastage. And as far as Muslim population is concerned, that is also within the limit prescribed. Because what happened is that WHO prescription or by other standard is that per person, per woman, prescribed limit of children is 2.1%. So 2.1% is not exceeding, and it's going to be stabilized also, because what happened, China is now giving incentives to have a children. There, what happened, they are now facing decline of the population, and India will also face declining problem after 15-20 years. This is not alarming. This is all propaganda of BJP and RSS that, of course, there is explosion of the population, but it's not there. Because recent survey, the two surveys have confirmed.
Well, as the population bomb story pans out and the Congress party says this is all BJP propaganda, let's listen to Union Minister Giriraj Singh. Perhaps he was speaking in his personal capacity, but Giriraj Singh making a very important point. Listen in.
देखिए, जो देश के हालात बनते जा रहे हैं, आज दुनिया की आधी आबादी चाइना और भारत के बीच में है। लेकिन आप चाइना को देखें, चाइना में मेरी जानकारी में 78 के इर्द गिर्द चाइना का जीडीपी कम था भारत के जीडीपी से, और चाइना ने 79 में वन चाइल्ड पॉलिसी लाया, और जो आज इतने साल में एक ऐसे व्यक्ति का रिपोर्ट मैं कह रहा हूं जिन्होंने ये कहा कि आज तक में लगभग 60 करोड़ आबादी को रोकने का काम किया वन चाइल्ड पॉलिसी के कारण। आज भारत को अगर आप तुलना करें, भारत में कुछ ऐसे जिले चिन्हित हैं जहां की एफटीआर बहुत बढ़ा हुआ है नेशनल एफटीआर से, और 1 मिनट में भारत और चाइना को दोनों की तुलना करें तो चाइना 1 मिनट में लगभग 10 बच्चे पैदा करते, और भारत 1 मिनट में 30 से ऊपर बच्चे पैदा करते। अब देखिए, हमारे पास पूरी दुनिया की आबादी तकनीकी दृष्टि से तो 18% है, लेकिन जो समीक्षा करने वाले लोग हैं, सामाजिक समीक्षक, उनके अनुसार 20% है पूरी दुनिया की आबादी का। हमारे पास जमीन केवल 2.5% है। अगर जमीन मेरे पास कम है, पानी प्रति वर्ष 3-3.5 मीटर के हिसाब से गिर रहा है, तो अगर पानी गिर रहा हो, पानी की जो अवेलेबिलिटी हो, वो जो स्रोत सूख रहा हो, तो भारत के विकास की चर्चा करने वाले लोग
Well, that was Union Minister Giriraj Singh making a very informed, educated and reasoned argument as to why India should control its population and the ticking population bomb. He gave facts and figures, for example, comparing China with India. 1978, China's GDP was lesser than India. Today it is 5 times, and in good measure it could be connected with the population policy, the one-child policy that China followed for almost 3 decades, beginning 1979. It's not coincidental that exactly a year after the time that India's and China's GDPs overlapped, with China being behind.
Abhishek, well, yeah, we are getting a couple of reactions, Abhishek, coming in. Just right now, Abhishek, I'll come back to you, Abhishek, because right now we have the soundbite of Danish Azad, UP Minority Affairs Minister, is speaking to the public on a couple of issues, especially on this one, which is the biggest issues we have been talking about Republic TV. Let's listen in.
देखिए, निश्चित तौर पे आज ये समय है कि हम सबको देश के विकास के बारे में सोचना चाहिए और सबको अपने एक सार्थक सहयोग देश के विकास के लिए करनी चाहिए। और जनसंख्या जो है ये बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण इशू है, और सही प्रोपोर्शन में जनसंख्या रहेगी तो निश्चित तौर पे जो सरकार समाज के उत्थान के लिए, आम जनमानस के उत्थान के लिए जो योजनाएं लाती है, उन योजनाओं का लाभ सबको मिलेगा, हमारा पर्यावरण सुरक्षित रहेगा, बेहतर रहेगा। तो हम सबको ये समय है कि जनसंख्या के बारे में, पर्यावरण के बारे में गंभीरता से सोचना चाहिए, और हम सबको समान रूप से विकास के अवसर उपलब्ध हो, इन चीज़ों के लिए ये सब ज़रूरी है।
मंत्री ने ये भी कहा कि रिलीजियस डेमोग्राफी पर भी इसका असर पड़ता है, एक समय के बाद यहाँ अवस्था और तरीके से जो व्यवस्था है वो ठीक नहीं रहती।
देखिए, हमारा मानना है कि हम सबको ग्राउंड लेवल पे विकास सही तरीके से पहुंचाना है, तो जनसंख्या एक अहम फैक्टर है। अगर व्यवस्थित जनसंख्या होगी तो व्यवस्थित विकास धरातल तक पहुंचाने में हमें आसानी होगी, और जो जीवन सुधार का जो लक्ष्य है सरकार का, हमारे उस लक्ष्य को हम आसानी से उस लक्ष्य को प्राप्त करेंगे। तो ये वाकई ये सही है कि हम सबको जनसंख्या के बारे में गंभीरता से सोचना चाहिए, और तमाम चीज़ें आप देखिए, चाहे रोज़गार हो, चाहे व्यापार हो, चाहे पर्यावरण हो, सब चीज़ का सीधा ताल्लुक जनसंख्या से है। तो इन चीज़ों पर विचार करना आवश्यक है।
Reactions, and Abhishek, I want to bring you in as well, so you can really make our viewers understand what is happening. Couple of reactions coming in. We are seeing the entire matter also being politicized. Abhishek, over to you. Couple of different reactions. One is OAC as well coming in. The Congress also wading into the issue. Take us through exactly how are you reading these developments?
Shivangi, all these reactions can be divided into two camps. One is responsible, the other is irresponsible, in which I would include Asaduddin Owaisi and Udit Raj. Let's go to Shahzad Poonawala. He's joining us on the phone line on the story of population bomb. Shahzad Poonawala, UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath made a very reasoned argument as to why India should be focusing on population control. Similarly, Giriraj Singh, Union Minister, saying that if we compare ourselves with China, the only difference because of which they are 5 times us in the GDP race is because they control their population. But Asaduddin Owaisi and Udit Raj say that this is BJP propaganda.
Abhishek, these are the people who have even communalized and politicized COVID vaccine. They are the ones who communalize and politicize Supreme Court orders. They communalize and politicize actions of Indian armed forces. So, nothing better can be expected. Population control is something that goes beyond religion. It is the need of the hour. And there is no communal angle or vote bank angle in this. But to play vote bank politics on this, and ironically, both the Congress and OAC, they once upon a time, they supported a government which had even done forcible sterilization. They were the ones who came up with Hum Do Hamare Do. They have put in many incentives, disincentives for population control in many states. They govern. तो आप करे तो चमत्कार और कोई और राष्ट्र हित में बोले तो होनेगा. This kind of vote bank politics is the lowest form of vote bank politics being done to incite one community so that they don't participate in population control.
Shahzad, then my question is, why does the government not bring a population control law?
Abhishek, you are well versed with the fact that these are issues that states need to take a call upon. This is not an issue necessarily for the central government to only act upon. And therefore, it is better that based on the local factors, local considerations, state policy is made on them. And therefore, that is being done by the state government. What is the harm in that? And I think that rather than communalize it, politicize it, I think it should be welcomed by one and all. But unfortunately, in this country, even Supreme Court orders are communalized. The triple talaq order, the hijab order was communalized, and this entire ecosystem, they always, for the sake of vote bank politics, do this. They try to incite one community on issues of Rashtrniti and Durajniti.
Take what? Right. Thank you so much, Shahzad Poonawala. Maybe the central government can bring in some model law, but as you rightly pointed out, and that's an issue on which any reasonable patriot would agree that population control is something which contributes to a wholesome growth of the country, development of the country, takes care of everyone in the society, makes growth and development inclusive, because resource allocation becomes better. We have seen it in the case of many societies, the starkest being China, about which even Union Minister Giriraj Singh mentioned. Also, the fact that population pressure creates its own dynamics which affect development, resource availability like water, even natural resources like water and air. There is a clear anthropomorphic pollution imprint of a great mass of population. If you control population, you can have lesser pollution and hence better health statistics of the society. All those things there in this population debate that we are going to bring to you all day, viewers, rest of the afternoon and evening. But at 5 p.m, a big story coming your way on the Central Vista and how it is progressing.
On July 8th, a fatal cloudburst claimed 16 lives in Jammu and Kashmir while injuring several others. Over 40 people are missing and rescue operations are on in full swing. Nearly 48 hours after the tragedy hit the holy pilgrimage site of Amarnath Yatra, the Yatra has resumed once again. Watch how, with utter zest and enthusiasm, the 12th batch of Amarnath Yatra pilgrims left the Bhagwati Nagar base camp for the holy Amarnath cave.
तो जो हादसा हुआ उसके बाद किस तरह का भय तो नहीं?
नहीं, कोई भय नहीं। हमको बाबा के ऊपर विश्वास है। बाबा हमारी यात्रा मंगलमय करेंगे और बाबा के हम दर्शन करके ही जाएंगे। हमें कोई भय नहीं है। बाबा के ऊपर पूर्ण विश्वास है।
And even as the search and rescue operations continue for the ones missing, a fresh batch of pilgrims have embarked on the journey with great fervor. Bureau report for Republic TV. The district of Valsad reels under floods post heavy rains. Houses are submerged. Roads are inundated. People forced to swim or wade through the deep water. Normal life completely thrown out of place, and this is the situation in Gujarat's Valsad. Water level of rivers continue to rise. Residents only hope to get some relief once the water recedes, and authorities remain on high alert.
The battle between two groups of OPS and EPS finally getting in favor EPS post the Madras High Court verdict.
The AIADMK's General Council has adopted about 16 resolutions. Now, one of them, of course, essentially drops the dual leadership of the party. Rather, it has in fact revived the General Secretary's post, and EPS has been appointed as the interim General Secretary of the AIADMK.
Well, we continue to be live and breaking on Republic TV. Now, following the cloudburst incident, Amarnath Yatra was temporarily suspended, and after 48 hours, the Yatra has now resumed. Here's more in our next report. Take a look.
On July 8th, a fatal cloudburst claimed 16 lives in Jammu and Kashmir while injuring several others. Over 40 people are missing and rescue operations are on in full swing. Nearly 48 hours after the tragedy hit the holy pilgrimage site of Amarnath Yatra, the Yatra has resumed once again. Watch how, with utter zest and enthusiasm, the 12th batch of Amarnath Yatra pilgrims left the Bhagwati Nagar base camp for the holy Amarnath cave.
तो जो हादसा हुआ उसके बाद किस तरह का भय तो नहीं?
नहीं, कोई भय नहीं। हमको बाबा के ऊपर विश्वास है। बाबा हमारी यात्रा मंगलमय करेंगे और बाबा के हम दर्शन करके ही जाएंगे। हमें कोई भय नहीं है। बाबा के ऊपर पूर्ण विश्वास है।
And even as the search and rescue operations continue for the ones missing, a fresh batch of pilgrims have embarked on the journey with great fervor. Bureau report for Republic TV.
All right, the Samajwadi Party has now responded to the population explosion debate, saying that population is power and it is not always a bad thing. Now, we're getting multiple reactions coming in, viewers, and the latest is coming in from the Samajwadi Party, and it has responded to the population explosion debate. Let's listen in to what was said by the Samajwadi Party. All right, we will get back to that, but multiple reactions coming in right now. UP CM Yogi Adityanath has launched the Population Stability Pankhwada in Lucknow on the occasion of World Population Day. Now, this is a very big debate here on Republic TV, and we'll be, of course, going extensively into it later. But the big story right now is the multiple reactions which are coming in. We are seeing also the OAC and also the Congress politicize this issue. Let's listen in to what the Samajwadi Party has said.
ज्यादा जनसंख्या किसी भी देश के लिए एक समस्या होती है, लेकिन सरकार की जिम्मेदारी बनती है कैसे उस समस्या का समाधान हो, कैसे देश विकास के रास्ते पे जाए, कैसे देश उन्नति के रास्ते पे जाए, कैसे सबको रोजगार मिले, कैसे अर्थव्यवस्था मजबूत हो। ये भी सरकार की जिम्मेदारी होती है जिससे सरकार नहीं भाग सकती। ज्यादा जनसंख्या
All right, viewers, so you just heard the reaction coming in, multiple reactions coming in on this big story. In fact, OAC is calling the report Sanghi as well, and multiple reactions coming in from different political parties as well. And remember, let's tell you the background of this. Now, India is projected to surpass China as the world's most populous country next year, according to a UN report released on the occasion of World Population Day. And this report, in fact, has listed a couple of figures as well. In fact, it said with the global population is growing at its slowest rate since World War II. It's projected to peak around 10.4 billion during the 2080s and to stay at that level till the year 2100. So we are getting this big news coming in, and the biggest takeaway for India is that India is projected to surpass China as the world's most populous country during 2023. And I want our viewers to also listen to the reactions coming in. Republic TV had spoken to Anurag Bhadoria, and now we also have a soundbite. Listen into what he had said about this developing story.
ज्यादा जनसंख्या किसी भी देश के लिए एक समस्या होती है, लेकिन सरकार की जिम्मेदारी बनती है कैसे उस समस्या का समाधान हो, कैसे देश विकास के रास्ते पे जाए, कैसे देश उन्नति के रास्ते पे जाए, कैसे सबको रोजगार मिले, कैसे अर्थव्यवस्था मजबूत हो। ये भी सरकार की जिम्मेदारी होती है जिससे सरकार नहीं भाग सकती।
All right, so the SP there is saying that population is power. That's one reaction also coming in. Essentially, the opposition said they're politicizing the issue as this report has come in. Different reactions coming in. We also heard that Hindu Mahasabha Swami Chakrapani has batted for population control law as well. And we continue to be live and breaking. We have just broken that big story on amnesty. But coming up next, from the mega amnesty exclusive to the mega politics on the population bomb, Republic TV will keep you ahead on the biggest stories. Don't go anywhere. Coming up, more exclusives. You do not want to miss them. Stay tuned.
The district of Valsad reels under floods post heavy rains. Houses are submerged. Roads are inundated. People forced to swim or wade through the deep water. Normal life completely thrown out of place, and this is the situation in Gujarat's Valsad. Water level of rivers continue to rise. Residents only hope to get some relief once the water recedes, and authorities remain on high alert. Bureau Report for Republic TV.
News in brief, the Supreme Court has awarded 4-month sentence to fugitive diamond heir Vijay Mallya in a contempt case, observing that it must impose adequate punishment upon the contempt in order to maintain the majesty of law. A bench headed by Justice also imposed a fine of 2,000 rupees on Mallya, who is accused in a bank loan fraud default matter of over 9,000 crore rupees involving his defunct Kingfisher Airlines.
The battle between two groups of OPS and EPS finally getting in favor EPS post the Madras High Court verdict.
The AIADMK's General Council has adopted about 16 resolutions. Now, one of them, of course, essentially drops the dual leadership of the party. Rather, it has in fact revived the General Secretary's post, and EPS has been appointed as the interim General Secretary of the AIADMK.
Well, top headlines at the Savar. Republic's Shravan Sen breaks mega exclusive on the amnesty investigation files. Congress in self-combustion mode in Goa now. Is Congress facing Uddhav camp fate? Is a Maharashtra repeat next in Goa? The population bomb is ticking. UN report states India likely to surpass China by next year, and demand is growing for population control. PM Modi unveils new parliament emblem, but opposition politicizes, targets Prime Minister. Delhi's 30,000 court summons Kali filmmaker Leena Manimekalai amid outrage over controversial posters. Another embarrassment for Uddhav. Only 10 MPs attend Uddhav's show of strength meeting. Supreme Court comes down heavily on Vijay Mallya, 4-month jail term awarded. Plus, top court refuses to allow plea of Abu Salim. Gangster can now be released after 2030. All right, we continue to be live and breaking on Republic TV. We're getting some fresh updates right now, and we have a mega exclusive waiting for you, which is going to set the national news agenda. I want to go across to Abhishek, who will get us the details of this big story. Trust me, you do not want to miss this. Abhishek, take us through.
We get you this exclusive Republic TV Shravan Sen, bringing you this mega exclusive story. And this is on Amnesty International. Like we carried out, the charge sheet that has been filed by the Enforcement Directorate in the Amnesty International case. I'll have to see whether Shravan is joining us live. These are exclusive details. These are exclusive details of the charge sheet filed by the Enforcement Directorate in the Amnesty International case. Amnesty International, remember viewers, was fined to the tune of about 50 crore rupees, an additional 10 crore rupees on Akar Patel, the then CEO of the self-proclaimed human rights body, which actually calls itself a profit-making firm and into commercial deals. In fact, in the charge sheet that has been accessed by Shravan Sen, it says that they are a for-profit company with focus on providing knowledge-based services. If you look at the brazenness with which they are calling human rights campaigning a commercial activity. It is Shravan Sen is bringing you this mega exclusive story, setting the national news agenda of the day, and even as we wait to get him live, I'm reading from some parts of the charge sheet which clearly calls the bluff of these human rights campaigners because they themselves admit in the questioning done by Enforcement Directorate that they are carrying out a commercial activity, a for-profit commercial activity in which they have made money, and that human rights campaigning is commercial, and all this they did while trying to hoodwink the systems in place in India, Shivangi. Remember, they are not allowed to bring in this money without FCRA clearance. So what they did was they registered a company and got the money in the form of FDI, foreign direct investment in human rights of India. That is what is coming out. And then they make two reports, one on Kashmir, the other on the Sikh riots. And those two reports are used by international anti-India elements to embrace the country at various international platforms. Now, this is what they call commercial human rights campaigning activity. We have RP Singh of the BJP with whom we spoke earlier. Let's listen into what he has to say as a BJP reaction.
Access to the details as to how Amnesty had floated through shell campaigns which later went to few organizations those are banned to receive funds. How do you see it?
Well, earlier also they were routing the money which was supposed to be routed for NGO through a company, which they are not entitled to as per the law. Now they have formed another way to route the money through the shell company as exposed by your channel. Now the required authorities will take the action, but this exposes the sort of ecosystem being created by the foreign funding in the India.
So do you think it's high time that such organizations be banned?
That court has to see and then the government has to see into it, but yes, some sort of check need to be brought onto such organizations who want to defame country by foreign funding.
All right, that was RP Singh of the BJP National Secretary and spokesperson giving his first reaction and condemning these actions. But what is important is, viewers, that Amnesty International is being investigated for breach of law, for hoodwinking the Ministry of Home Affairs, for registering a company rather than registering a company rather than an NGO for a social cause, and for whatever money they have got from outside, they had to take an FCRA registration with the Ministry of Home Affairs, which they did not take because they wanted to avoid the legal scrutiny. They wanted to avoid the lens eye of our Home Ministry and the agencies, because if you take FCRA registration, then you are under the scanner of agencies for any hanky-panky, and they wanted to avoid that. Perhaps a case of mens rea, a guilty mind. Let's listen to what RP Singh had to say once again and then come back.
Access to the details as to how Amnesty had floated through shell campaigns which later went to few organizations those are banned to receive funds. How do you see it?
Well, earlier also they were routing the money which was supposed to be routed for NGO through a company, which they are not entitled to as per the law. Now they have formed another way to route the money through the shell company as exposed by your channel. Now the required authorities will take the action, but this exposes the sort of ecosystem being created by the foreign funding in the India.
So do you think it's high time that such organizations be banned?
That court has to see and then the government has to see into it, but yes, some sort of check need to be brought onto such organizations who want to defame country by foreign funding.
All right, this time is the state of Goa and the Congress party is not able to keep its flock together. Mallikarjun Kharge has reacted on the Goa Congress crisis, blaming the BJP, saying they, that is the BJP, have done it earlier in Karnataka, in Madhya Pradesh also, and are doing it now. Earlier also they toppled our government. Now they are trying to make a government stronger in Goa. They are taking more MLAs. They are doing this as they are short of MLAs for presidential polls. But the question is, why do Congress MLAs listen to the BJP? Let's see this report. That should be the first reaction of the Congress party. In fact, Mallikarjun Kharge, the leader of opposition of the party in Delhi, making a charge against the BJP for fishing in troubled waters, for wanting to take their MLAs. But the point is, why MLAs in Karnataka, why MLAs in Madhya Pradesh belonging to the Congress party, are so amenable to listening to BJP leaders if they are being poached? Is there some problem with the Congress? Niranjan joins us from Mumbai newsroom. Niranjan, Mallikarjun Kharge putting the onus and the blame entirely on the BJP, but what of the Congress MLAs who perhaps are very uncomfortable in their own party? All right, line drop there with Niranjan. We'll try to patch him again. Pictures coming in of Goa, the developments we have seen over the last 24 hours in Goa, led by Michael Lobo. At least 6 Congress MLAs. In fact, Congress party had to hurriedly remove Michael Lobo from the position of leadership of the legislature party because, according to them, he was hobnobbing with the BJP. We have seen a recent change of government in Maharashtra because of discontent and dissatisfaction within a great number of Shiv Sena MLAs. Is the same dissatisfaction now plaguing the Congress party, Congress legislature party in Goa, because of which these developments are taking place? Let's go to Niranjan. He's connected now. Niranjan, Mallikarjun Kharge putting the onus entirely on the BJP, but should we believe that because the BJP is powerful, that's why the MLAs are going no problem in the Congress party within the Goa unit?
Well, it's a very bizarre situation, Abhishek. Let me tell you that as the Congress party takes preemptive measures and starts sacking its own leaders, the irony today is that these sacked leaders are claiming that they're well within the Congress party, saying they haven't really gone anywhere. So if they haven't really gone anywhere, so then where are they going? Where is the rebellion? And what is going on? Now, we were told that at least 9 MLAs, at least 9 of them, or up to 9, could be abandoning the Congress party. Now they've taken action on a few, namely Digambar Kamath and Michael Lobo, literally the tallest leaders of the Congress party had in Goa. They've taken action against them. Sadly for them, or ironically, it's as funny as the situation sounds, they're not going anywhere. They say that we are very much in the Congress party. So where are they going and why did they act? Was it a preemptive measure that's backfired for the Congress party? And even before any defections have happened, they've already been blaming the BJP. But what is clear is that the Congress senses that it is going to lose its Goa unit, Abhishek.
Yeah, absolutely. On that note, Niranjan, let's go to Savio Rodriguez. He belongs to the BJP in Goa and, of course, runs Goa Chronicle. Savio, give us both the political view representing the BJP and the journalistic view representing Goa Chronicle as to what's happening on the ground. I mean, the Congress party claims that the BJP is waylaying its MLAs.
Well, actually, both Niranjan and what you're really seeing is over the last couple of years, as far as politics and elections are concerned in Goa, some political leaders choose the Congress party in the hope of getting a large amount of the minority votes in Congress, particularly the Christian voter base. When they hope that Congress wins, and Congress doesn't end up winning because it does not have strong leadership in Goa, some of these leaders then realize that, hey, I should join the BJP that is in the government. And that is what we saw in 2019 as well. And that's exactly what's going to happen. Now, for us as BJP, we're absolutely in no need of having any MLAs with us at this point of time. We are strong in government. We have our numbers. But today, if a Congress leader wants to consider joining the BJP, then it's up to the BJP senior leaders in Goa and the BJP senior leaders at the center to decide whether that Congress leader has value to add to the BJP. If not, I don't think the BJP would be working or talking with these MLAs. But what is very important to note is that Congress is actually very, very weak as far as leadership is concerned in Goa. But what they do have is a decent voter base. And that voter base is what keeps electing the Congress leaders, even though they don't have much, collective power to win elections as far as Goa is concerned. So today, when a Michael Lobo, who was a BJP leader, moved to the Congress because he wanted to contest the election along with his wife, he's won the election and his wife has won the election. He would consider that, hey, listen, why can't I go back to the BJP? Because, the Congress is not going anywhere as far as Goa is concerned or the other parts of the country is concerned. So there's always that feeling, inside the Congress leader or political leader in Goa that should I stay with the Congress or not? So there's a lack of leadership.
Savio, point taken, but let's listen into what Mallikarjun Kharge of the Congress party had to say. We have a soundbite now, then come back.
वो महाविकास आघाड़ी तो एक कॉमन मिनिमम प्रोग्राम पे हम एकजुट होकर सरकार चलाए और अच्छी चलाए, उसमें कोई बाधा नहीं थी। लेकिन बीजेपी के लोग उस आघाड़ी को तोड़ दी, क्योंकि ऐसा कोई घटना नहीं हुई वहाँ पर जो ये शिंदे ग्रुप टूटकर बाहर जाने का या डिवाइड होकर बाहर जाने का। लेकिन वो बीजेपी के एजेंडा के साथ जुड़े हुए हैं ऐसा उन्होंने कहकर एक बहाना हो तो उसने वहाँ पर हमसे नाता तोड़ के गया, वो सरकार गिरी। ये सब साजिश जो है बीजेपी की है, मोदी सरकार की है, क्योंकि उसमें जितने भी लोग उधर गए हैं या बीजेपी के साथ मिलकर सरकार की है, उसमें से 14 लोगों के ऊपर ईडी और सीबीआई का केसेस है। तो डरा धमका के वो जोड़ रहे हैं। लो कोर्ट नहीं दिए ये सरकार को, लेकिन डरा धमका के आज डिवाइड करके हर जगह वही कर रहे हैं, जैसा गोवा में किए, अब फिर कर रहे हैं, पहले मणिपुर में भी किए, उत्तराखंड में भी किए, मध्य प्रदेश में किए, कर्नाटक में किए। तो हर जगह ये तोड़फोड़ का सरकार बना रहे हैं। तो ये अच्छा नहीं डेमोक्रेसी के लिए, इससे देश को बहुत बड़ा नुकसान आगे होने वाला है।
The Congress party making a direct charge at the BJP for horse trading with the Goa unit of the Congress party or the legislature party of the Congress in Goa. Niranjan has more on that. Let's go to Mumbai and to Niranjan. Niranjan.
Just want to get you some breaking news update that we had from Mumbai earlier today, where Uddhav Thackeray had called a similar, a meeting. Abhishek, look at the parallels this evening. You had what happened to Uddhav Thackeray in Maharashtra when a large chunk of his party left him and joined Shinde in joining hands with the BJP. A similar situation happening in Goa, or it appears to be taking shape in Goa, in Maharashtra. So the comparison is, in Maharashtra, I think we're getting in some reactions. Let's listen in. Some reactions coming in.
मेजॉरिटी को लेके वो लोग मर्ज करना चाहता था। तो आज कांग्रेस पार्टी में 11 लोग हैं, तो वो लोग 8 लोगों को लेके 10 लोगों को लेके मर्ज करके ऑपोजिशन को स्पेस जो ऑपोजिशन का है वो ख़त्म करना चाहता था। लेकिन कल जो कांग्रेस के साथ में हमेशा रहे जो विधायक थे उन लोग ने ये होने को नहीं दिया है और सब लोग साथ में रह के ये कल का उन लोग का जो मर्जर था वो डिफ्यूज करके उड़ाया हम लोग। इसके बाद हमारा जो इंचार्ज है गोवा का दिनेश गुंडूराव जी आज हमारा AICC का जनरल सेक्रेटरी स्पेशल ऑब्जर्वर बन के गोवा आया है मुकुल वासनिक जी, तो वो भी आज आके इसका पूरा ये निकाल रहे हैं और अभी हमारा मीटिंग है उसके साथ और अभी उन लोग ने अभी नया CLP भी चूज़ करने के लिए हमारा मीटिंग हो रहा है नया लीडर को भी, और जो हमारा पहले का लीडर था उसको कल पार्टी ने हटा दिया है। तो कहने का इतना ही है कि अब बाबा ये जो हमारा देश जो डेमोक्रेटिक कंट्री जो हम लोग बोलते हैं और डेमोक्रेसी में अपोजिशन है ज़रूरी है। ये गोवा में ही नहीं पूरे देश में ये हो रहा है। आप लोग ने अभी रिसेंटली महाराष्ट्र में देखा क्या हुआ, उसके पहले कर्नाटका में देखा, राजस्थान में भी उन लोग ने प्रयत्न किया, सब जगह पे यही कर रहा है। वो लोग पूरा चाहते हैं कि अपोजिशन स्पेस को ख़त्म कर दे। सो इट इज़ अ मर्डर ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी।
सर क्या आपको भी कुछ ऐसा ऑफर आया था क्या
ज्वाइन ऑफर आने से हम लोग तो आपको तो मालूम है इतने सालों से हम लोग कांग्रेस के लिए प्रयत्न कर रहे हैं, सब कुछ कर रहे हैं। इन लोग की नीति ऐसी है, ये लोग खुद सामने नहीं आते, दूसरों को सामने निकाल के जो वीक लोग मिलते हैं उन लोग को सामने निकाल के उन लोग के थ्रू से ये पूरा अरेंजमेंट करते हैं। तो इसी तरफ से उन लोग ने ये प्रयत्न किया था और उन लोग ने बाकी सब विधायकों को कांग्रेस को ग्रांटेड लिया था, जो इसके वजह से सब लोग जितने हम लोग विधायक है वो लोग सब लोग साथ में रह के इसको कल हम लोग डिफ्यूज करके उड़ा दिए।
क्या लगता है कि माइकल लोबो लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन था उसको चेंज करने के लिए कई कांग्रेस MLA डिमांड किया है?
नहीं, हम लोग ने ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं डिमांड किया है कि लीडरशिप चेंज होने, क्योंकि देखो जब नया हमारा लास्ट टाइम से ये होने का था, इलेक्शन होने का था CLP के लिए, तभी हम लोग ने अथॉरिटी दिया था हमारे हाईकमांड को कि आप लोग किसी को भी इलेक्ट कर दो, और वो हिसाब से माइकल लोबो का नाम आया था। हम लोग को सबको मंजूर था, तो उसके अंडर लीडरशिप के अंडर में हम लोग अभी 4 महीने से काम कर रहे थे, तो ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं था, हम लोग को उससे कुछ प्रॉब्लम नहीं। लेकिन जो मूवमेंट हुआ जिसके वजह से कांग्रेस पार्टी को थोड़ा सा विश्वासघात जैसा फील हो गया, उसके वजह से पार्टी ने ये डिसीजन लेके उसको चेंज करने का फैसला लिया।
सर कभी क्या 2 इशू हो रहा है कि एक डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन का इशू हो रहा है, आपको क्या लगता है कि क्योंकि दिगंबर और माइकल अभी तक स्टिल हम लोग कांग्रेस मैन बोल रहे हैं?
नहीं, ऑफ कोर्स आई ऑल्सो फील प्रेजेंटली दे आर विथ अस, बट अटेम्प्ट वाज मेड एंटी पार्टी एक्टिविटी वाज बीन डन बाय देम, और वो भी हम लोग नहीं बोल रहे, पार्टी बोल रही। जब कल पार्टी का मीटिंग हो गया उसमें हम लोग भी विधायक थे, तभी उधर ये डिस्कशन आया कि बाबा पार्टी।
All right, Rashid Alvi of the Congress Party is joining us over the phone.